I had a dream last night. It was the kind that seems real, right up to the point when you wake up. Some things were strange about it. Certain things were very strange about it. But it never occurred to me that it might not actually be happening. I'm still not prepared to say that it didn't happen. I'm not spiritual, and I don't really understand stuff like that. I just feel like I've been somewhere, and now I'm back, and I know something really happened when I woke up. And I think while I was asleep too. I went to bed last night with a strange feeling. We all remember times when we felt like we were being watched. But this was more than that. I felt like there was someone there with me. But still, I could not keep from falling asleep. I don't exactly remember the beginning of the dream. The first thing I remember was starting at my house and walking. I was just walking down the road. All of my neighbors' houses were gone. I was just on a long, empty road, and there was no one around but me. I don't remember what I had been doing at my house before, but I may have been there a while before I started walking. I just recall feeling a strong urge to walk. I felt okay walking down that road. It was cold and dark, and I felt a little lost. But I wasn't afraid, not like I had been in my room. I don't know how long I was on that road. It felt like a long time. I mean, like days long. But I never felt tired, and I just wanted to keep on walking. The road changed after a while. It had been straight and nondescript this whole time. But eventually, I reached a bend, and then a fork in the road. When I reached the fork, I was not alone anymore. A familiar voice called out to me from the side of the road. "It's good to see you," the voice whispered. "I'm just sorry to see you here." I turned to face the voice, knowing who I would see. It was an old friend from my childhood, someone I haven't seen in years. He looked just a little bit different from how I remembered him, but not by much. He was older than when I saw him last, but he seemed at least a few years younger than me somehow, even though we are supposed to be the same age. He was also very pale, unbelievably white, in fact, and he had these deep circles around his eyes that were solid blue, as were his lips. "What are you doing here?" I asked. "I'm here to warn you," he replied. Naturally, I was all ears. "There's a man in your house right now," he explained. "What do you mean there's someone in my house? I was just there, I think." I didn't actually know how long I had been there. I wasn't sure how long I had been walking. "You don't understand," my friend stammered with apparent urgency. really in your house, right now?" I had no idea what he was talking about, but I was curious. "Who is he?" I asked him. "He's the cold man. He comes to people at night when they're afraid." The cold man? I had never heard of anyone like that before. I wanted to know more, so I asked him, "What does he do?" "He waits. He waits to be noticed. Then he makes his move. You know that chill you feel on your back when something really scares you? That's not just nerves. That's him, standing behind you." "What for?" I wondered. "What does he do once you notice him?" My friend looked down and away. He would not answer that question. "Just don't let him in," he cautioned. "What do you mean?" "He can be close forever," my friend explained. "He'll walk around your house at night and even stand in your room while you're asleep, like he is in yours right now. He can know where you are. He can even be looking right at you. But he won't find you unless you let him." "How does he find you? I mean, how do you let him?" My friend looked to either side of the road, like he was worried that someone might overhear. He leaned in very close and he whispered, "If you see him, if you hear him, or if you ever start to feel suddenly cold, don't move. Don't talk to him. Don't acknowledge him. Don't ever let him in." "I don't understand," I admitted. "How do I get rid of him?" "You can't," my friend replied in a small, shuddering voice. "Look, I'm out of time." "Out of time?" I repeated, not sure what he meant exactly. My friend shook his head. His eyes were wide and he was shivering. Off in the distance, I noticed a dark figure creeping up behind him. But something kept me from speaking. "My time is up," he stammered. "Just whatever you do, don't let him in. And whatever you do, don't answer it." Something pulled my friend into the darkness, and suddenly, I couldn't see him anymore. Before I could follow after him though, I was startled awake by a loud noise. I was sitting in my room, fully dressed with my shoes on. I could have sworn I was not dressed when I went to bed. My shoes and legs were covered in dust. My feet were sore, and I could hear this ringing noise right next to me. In the confusion of waking up from such a vivid dream, I didn't immediately recognize it. I felt so cold. Then I looked down and I saw my phone. That was the source of the ringing. Remembering my friend's words, I did not answer it. Eventually, it stopped ringing. The room was cold as ice. The feeling that I was being watched was as strong as it had been when I had fallen asleep. I could hear something moving inside my closet, but I dared not move. I just closed my eyes and I waited. Eventually, I heard footsteps walking away, still from inside the closet. It was as if they were walking down some unseen hallway, though my closet is small and I couldn't see anything unusual in there. When the footsteps got far enough away, the cold lifted. He didn't get in this time. If my dream was true, if that thing in my closet was who I think it was, I must never let him in. I think he will be back tonight. That's when he's supposed to come, as my friend told me. I don't know what happened to my friend, but I just hope people will remember his warning. If you start to feel cold while reading this, don't be alarmed. If you hear something in your house, just ignore it. You cannot afford to let him find you. Don't let the cold man in. I used to love everything that was horror, from supernatural to psychological. I loved it all equally, and I filled my apartment with movies, posters, and even some props I could get my hands on. Horror was my escape from the mundane existence that had become my life. At 26, with a BA in business management, I found myself working in a cubicle farm for an insurance company who shall remain anonymous. And while the pay was decent, I was getting older every day, with nothing real to show for it. So, coming home and watching horror movies, playing horror games, or even listening to creepy podcasts, that was my escape from reality. This escape came to an end a few months ago. All of my memorabilia are gone. All posters taken down, and my prized movie collection sold. You tend to look at it differently when it happens to you. When I used to think about haunted buildings, a 15-story, 30-year-old office building in the middle of downtown never even registered in my mind. That's why I'd worked late, without any complaints, many times. However, the night I'm writing about was unique for me. I was alone. Now, I was not alone in the building, as there was a crew of custodians there as well. But I work on the 11th floor, and there are only 5 custodians. So, you do the math on how much time I spent by myself. I think it was around 10 p.m. when I first noticed it. I had just finished up a huge number of claims, and I was about to leave my cubicle to go and get a drink of water when I noticed something after looking up from my computer screen with a stretch. About 12 feet away from me, above a table where we keep hole punches and baskets for incoming and outcoming paperwork, a ceiling tile was out of place. While most of it was still there, it had been moved to allow maybe a 4 or 5 inch gap in the corner closest to me. I think my eyes latched onto it because it seemed so out of place with the rest of the symmetrical ceiling. But I dismissed it, inwardly convincing myself that it had always been like that. After all, how many times had I really looked up at the ceiling for any extended period of time? Probably never. I left my cubicle and I made my way to the water cooler. I still had some work left to do, but it wasn't all that much, so I took my time walking through the floor. Normally it was so busy and noisy during the day. Now that I was there by myself, there seemed to be a calm, serene aura that hovered over the space. Add that, with a decent view of the rest of the city, all lit up outside the windows. I didn't really mind being here at night. The only things that were bummers was an infestation of flies that had appeared on my floor only about a week prior, along with a very bad smell. But those were just little things, and the different fly traps management had set up, along with a multitude of air fresheners. It seemed to be working well enough. I reached the water cooler, grabbed myself a cup and took a long drink. I stood by it for a few minutes, just gathering my thoughts and giving my hands and fingers a break, before I decided to head back to my cubicle and finish up for the night. I was about to step back into my workspace when a sound caught my ear. It was something scraping against something, but I couldn't tell what it was. Looking around for a moment, it finally struck me that the sound was coming from above me. I looked up just as the sound stopped. Now, as I've previously told you, I love horror. I know all the tropes and cliches, and I'm no ghost hunter. If something spooky or suspicious were to happen around me, I would get the hell out of wherever I was in a heartbeat. But this was not a horror movie. There was no slow build-up where small, weird things happen and I ignored them until it was too late. I had not gotten any strange premonitions or spine-chilling feelings that I rationalized away stupidly. Hell, I hadn't even heard any rumors about this building being haunted or having a dark past or anything of the sort. Everything just happened. Right then and there, like a tidal wave of terror crashing into me. The gap made by the moved ceiling tile was now much bigger, at least 1.5 or 2 feet open. Before I could even think about why or how the gap had suddenly gotten bigger, slowly, a grey hand began to appear from the darkness. My blood froze, and I stood there in absolute shock and horror as more of the hand emerged, becoming a grey arm covered in dry blood that hung limply from the ceiling. Then, part of the head appeared, birthed from the darkness of the gap. Long, dirty blonde hair, stained black with dried blood, followed shortly by a grey-skinned forehead adorned with a long, nasty gash that seemed to be the origin of all the blood that was covering this thing's hair. Then, her eyes were brought into the light. Dear God, it was the most horrible thing I'd ever seen in my life. Milky, white orbs with large blue irises stared back at me, standing there, slack-jawed at the terror unfolding before my eyes. All of a sudden, the instinct to run came screaming into my brain, and I followed its orders without any hesitation. It didn't matter that the only things of mine I had on me were my keys, wallet, and cell phone. I didn't care. Luckily for me, there was an emergency exit stairwell only about 30 feet from my cubicle, and in the opposite direction to this thing coming out of the ceiling. I made it to the door in maybe 4 seconds, and I pulled it open so fast I almost hit myself in the face with it. As I entered the doorway, I looked behind me for just a moment, and I froze up again. She was halfway out of the ceiling now, hanging upside down, arms and hair hanging limply past her head, and I could see that the flowery shirt she was wearing was also caked in dried blood. Her eyes were still staring at me, but her lack of movement, it made me pause. The rational part of my brain began to kick in as I had put some distance between her and I, and was on the threshold of escape. Yes, this was freaky as hell and shouldn't be happening. But look at her. She's a dead body, slowly being pulled from the ceiling by gravity. It was good to get away from her, as to not contaminate a potential crime scene. But instead of running down the stairs, I should get out my cell phone and call the police. Then, she opened her mouth, jaw moving upwards against gravity, and let loose a blood-curdling scream that pierced my ears like knives and caused my brain to panic instantly. She was no dead body, and that thought repeated itself in my mind over and over as I flew down the 11 flights of stairs, practically jumping down them without fear of injury. All I knew was that I had to get out of that building immediately, and adrenaline was helping me accomplish that task. I reached the ground floor, and I burst into the lobby. One of the custodians who was mopping the floor jumped in surprise at my sudden entrance. Having worked late before, I had become friendly with all of them. But as he tried to greet me and ask what was wrong, I simply ignored him, and I ran for the front doors. I think he tried to shout out a warning, But with that terrifying scream still echoing in my mind, I wasn't listening. I should have, because only a few feet from the large glass doors, my foot slipped from the wet marble tiles, and I went full speed, head first, crashing into the massive, locked doors and giving myself one hell of a concussion. My memory comes back to me hours later. I awoke from my concussion in a hospital room. My head ached something fierce, and I had a large bandage around it. I was told by a nurse shortly thereafter that I did have a massive cut on my head that had a few stitches. But the good news was that I had managed to avoid a skull fracture or any other type of brain damage. Before I could allow that good news to sink in, however, a police officer came into the room with updates and questions for me. I was a bit confused, so he filled me in on what I did remember due to my head injury. The custodian, seeing me crash into the door and start bleeding all over the place, of course, called for help. The reason the cops also arrived on scene, besides the ambulance, was because in my incoherent state, I was still trying to get out of the building, screaming over and over as much as I could with a head wound about a dead girl from the ceiling. As it turns out, I ended up solving a missing persons case, as well as finding the source of my floor's fly problem. Unable to get where exactly I saw this dead girl from the ceiling out of my concussed mind, the 4 officers who'd shown up did a broad sweep of my floor's ceiling. They found her body on a homemade sort of hammock. She obviously would have been too heavy for the ceiling tiles to support her weight, so whoever had put her up there had created a little suspension system to keep her over the tiles. Now, in a better state of mind, I told the officer everything that had happened to me. He took everything that I said seriously, except, of course, the dead girl screaming. He didn't accuse me of making it up or anything, just stated that he thought it may have been an auditory hallucination from my brain being in shock, mixed with my love of horror. The idea being that a dead girl screaming in a situation like that would happen in a horror movie. And since it pretty much happened to me, my brain jumped the gun and made me think she started screaming. Later on, I found out that this woman was the missing wife of one of the custodians. He was arrested for her murder. This explains not only how she could have gotten up there without anyone noticing, but how come the police didn't see her body hanging from the ceiling like I'd seen? The custodian had sneaked her body in around 10 days ago, and while the other 4 were cleaning different floors, he had constructed this suspension system and left her there. He also must have discovered her body hanging there, out of the ceiling, and put her back and closed the ceiling tile before the cops got there. This all makes sense, and months later, I wish I could forget about it. But even believing the cop's statement about that scream being all in my head, there's still two things that keep me up at night, staring down into my pillow as I can't make myself look up at the ceiling. Of these two things, I have no idea which is worse and disturbs me more. The fact that her body was found over 70 feet away from where she came through the ceiling, with no signs of recent movement, or the fact that something would have to lift the ceiling tile from within the ceiling in order to move it like it had that night. Thank God, I work from home now. Some people might recall some momentary buzz caused a couple of years ago by a particularly odd Morrowind mod. The file name was JVK1166Z.esp. It was never posted on any of the larger Elder Scrolls communities, usually just smaller boards and role-playing groups. I know in a few cases, rather than being posted, it was sent via PM or email to a chosen few. It was only ever up for a few days, to the best of my knowledge. It caused a buzz because it was a virus, or it seemed to be. If you tried to load the game with the mod active, it would hang at the initial load screen for a full hour and then crash to the desktop. If you let it get that far, your install of Morrowind, along with any save files you had, would become completely corrupted. Nobody could figure out what the mod was trying to do, since it couldn't be opened in the construction set. Eventually, warnings were distributed not to use it if you found it, and things died down. About a year later, in a mod board I used to frequent, someone popped up with the mod again. He said he was PM'd by a lurker who deleted his account immediately after sending. He also said that the person advised him to try playing the mod through DOSBox. For some reason, this worked. Well, sort of. The game was a bit laggy, and you couldn't get into options, load game, the console, or really anything else other than the game itself. The quick save and quick load hot buttons worked, but that was it. And the quick save file seemed to just be part of the game itself, so you couldn't get at it anymore. Some speculated that the changed game used an older graphics renderer, making DOSBox necessary, but it didn't look any different. This part I can speak about from personal experience. When you start a new game in JVK, as the board came to call it, once you left the starting bit in the census office and came into the game proper, the first thing you notice is that the prophecy has been severed box pops up. This is because every single NPC having to do with the main quest is dead. with the sole exception of Yagram Bagan, the last of the Dwemer. Their corpses never despawn, so you can go and check on all of them. In effect, you begin in a world that is doomed to start with. The second thing you notice is that you're losing health. It's only a little bit, but it keeps happening, a little bit at a time. The longer you stay in one place, the quicker it seems to occur. If you let this health loss kill you, you'll find the cause. A figure we came to call the Assassin, because he seems to wear a retextured version of the Dark Brotherhood armor from Tribunal. Even though the expansions don't work in JVK. It's all black, completely untextured, like he's just a hole in space. The way he moves, he gave me quite a start the first time I saw him scuttling around my dead body. He crawls inhumanly on his hands and feet, his arms and legs splayed out like a spider. You'd usually only see him after death, crawling around and over your body just before the reload box pops up. Occasionally, you might catch a glimpse of him darting around a corner or crawling on a wall or ceiling. It made the game very difficult to play at night. Other than that, the only noticeable difference is that at night, at completely random intervals, every NPC in the game will go outside for a few minutes. During this time, the only thing they will say when hailed is, "Watch the sky." Once they return to their normal behavior, they act completely normal though. After a while, a player on the board discovered a new NPC named Tierras, a male Dunmer in the Temple of Ghostgate. Two things are notable about this NPC. First, it's his robe, a unique article of clothing that was lovingly rendered with twinkling stars all across it, looking like a torn-off chunk of the night sky. The second is that all of his dialogue, in addition to showing up in the dialogue box, is voiced. You can skip it if you wish, but it all sounds like it's in the default male Dunmer voice. Some people said that they thought the voice was slightly different, but it was a very, very good imitation. I won't go into the details, but the quest line he sends you on has to do with a dungeon referred to simply as the Citadel. Up until this point, the quests were all of a fairly generic discover the secrets of the ancients bent. The entrance to this dungeon, it is on a small island far to the west of Morrowind proper. I eventually discovered that if you used a scroll of Icarian flight at the westernmost point on the main landmass and jump directly west, you'd end up almost exactly at the island. Even though this dungeon is called the Citadel, it goes straight down. It dwarfs any other dungeon, both in size and in difficulty. From a natural cave area, you'll proceed down into an ancestral tomb-looking area. Then, a Daedric ruin area. And then, a Dwemer ruin area. I made it down to the Dwemer ruins before I quit. The creatures here were strong enough that a level 20 character would have to take care. And since you can't use the console in JVK, level 20 took quite a while to get to. Since quick save and quick load are your only options, it's all too easy to get yourself into an impossible situation too. I did, and I just didn't have the energy to start over. Now, what I'm telling you is based on what those few who went further reported. Past the Dwemer ruins, you find yourself in a level like the Dwemer ruins, but darker. Rather than the usual bronze, all the surfaces, including those of the creatures, are black. The sounds of machinery, they are loud here and grow louder still, randomly. There's also steam or fog everywhere, limiting your vision to about 10 in-game feet or so. If you can make it through all this, you will reach a hall that those who have found it call the portrait room. Like the fire in torches or other effects from early 3D games, this room has picture frames that always face directly at you, no matter how you look at them. The images in the frames were always randomly chosen images from your My Pictures folder. On the board, the ones who got there had some fun posting screenshots of the portrait room with various pictures in the frames. At the end of the hall was a locked door. After admitting defeat and returning to Tierras, everyone just found him saying, "Watch the sky." What's more, nobody else in the game would say anything. There was just a completely blank dialogue box with no options at all. They wouldn't even rattle off the usual canned audible greetings. The only exception was at night. Whenever they'd go out for a few minutes, they'd still repeat it. "Watch the sky." At this point, one of the players, a friend of mine from the board, noticed, and a few others who got this far agreed, that the night sky was no longer the usual night sky of Tamriel. It had changed to a depiction of a real night sky, and it moved. From this point on, everything is based on what this one person reported. Eventually, he got himself kicked from the board, but I kept in contact with him for as long as he responded. According to him, based on these constellations and planets, the sky started around February 2005. If you died, loaded, or went back into the Citadel, it would start over. When the usual day sky graphics took over, the movement would be suspended until the stars appeared again. In the space of a single night, everything would move about 2 months' worth. Since the timescale of JVK was more or less that of a standard game, that meant that a bit less than an hour was equal to a 24-hour period. He became convinced that the door would open based on some kind of celestial event. Of course, waiting for that meant leaving the game running. Of course, That meant that the game could not be left unattended, thanks to our old friend, the assassin. My friend decided he'd hang out for the whole day, just to see if anything happened. That would be about a year's worth of movement. The following is the post he made at the end of this experiment. I loaded in Sedanine, where it all starts. It wasn't too bad, just had to check in now and then to move around and heal to make sure I wasn't dying. But check it out, 24 hours exactly in, and the assassin learned a new trick. He screams. I was reading, and all of a sudden, this crazy loud shriek just about makes me crap myself. It's like something out of a horror movie. I look up, and there he is, just crouched, right in front of me. Of course, the second I moved my character, he ran off. When I went back down to the portrait room, the door was still locked. Damn it, damn it, damn it. A bit later, he came to the decision that he needed to wait 3 days, essentially 3 years. The PM advising us to try DOSBox showed up in February of 2008. That was his reasoning, anyway. After the first shriek, the assassin stops hitting you out of nowhere. Now he'll shriek, and if you don't move for a few seconds after that, he hits you. I think whoever made the mod was trying to help. At night, I've got my headphones on and I was just kind of dozing off when he wakes me up with a shriek. I jiggle the mouse and I'm good. That post was 2 days in from his laptop. Once it was over, damn it, damn it, damn it, I'm so done. So I wait the 3 days, right? And right after the assassin made me jiggle my mouse, he shrieks again. So I look, and everyone in town is outside. They're all saying, "Watch the sky." I don't see anything though, but then the game starts getting dark. Like, really dark. I turn up the brightness all the way up on my monitor, and I can still barely see. I can see other people in the game, little figures running around in the distance, just running back and forth. If I try to get close, they run off. Now, I was trying to sleep, so the lights are off, and this is kind of creepy. I don't want to get up to turn on my light because I don't want to miss anything. But nothing happens. Eventually, I go back to the Citadel. It's still dark and I've got to swim. And the whole time, I can see all these guys swimming all around me. Just barely visible, barely there. I make it to the Citadel, and it's normal light inside, and I get worried. Sure enough, the portrait door is still closed. I go outside, and it's all starting over. So that's it. I'm going to bed, and I'm done. The end. After that, 2 things happen. First, another of the people who got into the portrait room claimed that the assassin was showing up in his regular Morrowind game. Quick explanation. If you reinstalled Morrowind to a different folder, you could have a normal Morrowind install along with JVK. He himself, he chalked it up to an overactive imagination at first. but he reported a couple of really big scares with the black figure crawling right at him, or seeing it waiting for him just around a corner before scuttling off. Another of those who reached the portrait room started a regular Morrowind game, but never saw him for sure. It was just a couple of maybes late at night, and always at a distance. The second is that my friend started getting really abusive and short-tempered on the board, though he stopped talking about JVK entirely. It got so bad that he was soon kicked off. I didn't hear anything from him for a couple of weeks after that, so I sent him an email. This was part of his reply. "I know I shouldn't, but with classes, I've got some time, so I started JVK up again. It's almost 2011 and I think I've got the sleep madness. But stuff is happening. It's still dark. Once it gets dark, it never gets any lighter. It stays like that. The people moved a few months ago. Everyone in Cedar Neen just went to that little bandit cave and moved in. They killed the bandits inside, and now they're just standing around inside. They don't say anything anymore. They don't do anything when you click on them. I quick-saved and killed one, and he just stood there until he died without fighting back. And it's like that everywhere. You have to walk, since the quick travel people are all in caves now too. But all the cities and towns, they're just deserted. All the people are in caves and tombs. Everyone in Vivek is down in the sewers. I'm going to Ghostgate next. I want to see if Tieris is still there. I'll tell you what he says when I get there." I replied and said I wanted to see what he said too, and I waited a day. When I didn't get a reply, I mailed him again, and a couple of hours later, he sent back, "Sorry, I totally forgot. So, it's 2014 now. Since it's always night, the stars are always moving. The whole screen is dark, but you can still see the brightest stars moving around. Tieris was gone. Everyone in Ghostgate was gone. I don't know where they went. They're not in any of the nearby caves. But there's new stuff. People still don't say anything, but their eyes are bleeding. It's so dark that even with a light spell, you have to get right up against them to see. But there they are, little dark streaks coming down from their eyes. I think I gotta be getting close. I know this is stupid and there's no way the payoff is going to be worth it. But I just want to be able to say I stuck it out." I got that email during the day. Later that night, I got a follow-up email. "Some of the planets aren't moving right. It's pissing me off. If this keeps up, I won't be able to keep track anymore. It's almost 2015 now, I think. Shit. You know, I just now noticed that there aren't any monsters anymore. I'm completely alone outside now. The main quest people's bodies are still lying around though. I went to check on them. I don't need headphones anymore, so I just leave them off. When he shrieks, it's like he's screaming right into my ear. I think I even kind of anticipate it. He's around a lot more now, a lot closer. He's different from The other people who started showing up, remember? They keep running around, just where I can barely see them. I have to admit, it's kind of creepy at night. Sometimes, when I go to the bathroom or whatever, I swear I can see something out of the corner of my eye. I'm keeping all the lights on now. I sent him an email, jokingly telling him to get some real sleep, and I left it at that. 2 mornings later, I found this in my email. It was the last thing I got from him. After this, he stopped responding completely. I just got up from a messed up dream, I think. The assassin shrieked at me, and when I opened my eyes, he was right there, crouching over me. His arms and legs were longer, more like a spider's. I tried to push him away, but when I touched him, my hands just went inside and I couldn't get them loose again, like he was made of tar or something. Then I woke up. I thought he was gone, but when I looked at the monitor, I wasn't where I was. I was in the corpusarium with Yagram. For once, the light was okay, and I could see him, all bloated on those mechanical spider legs. I sat down at the computer, and he started talking to me. Not in a box, but really talking to me, in Tiara's voice. He knew things about me. He told me things that I've never told anyone. Some things I'd totally forgotten about. He told me that almost nobody had made it this far, and that the door would open up soon. I just had to hang on a little while longer. He said that I would know when it was time. He said I might be the first one to see what was inside. And then I woke up, for real, but I was at the computer. I still wasn't where I was. I'm swimming out to the Citadel Island, and I can hear this tapping. It's at my window. It's over on the left, so I'm sending you this because I left my laptop by my bed to the right. Just a little tap, tap, tap. Like he's knocking his finger against the glass. I might still be dreaming now. And that was it. So I guess that's the end of the story. I know there's a few other stories floating around about the mod, but this is the only one I know is true, as far as it goes. I deleted my JVK copy of the game pretty much right after I gave up. But I'd still like to get the mod again. If anyone still has a copy of the file, I'd like to see some of this for myself. In my hometown, the city cemetery is directly adjacent to the park. There are several hiking trails that line the wooded area between the two. In recent years, those trails have been host to a golf course. As a teenager, I used to hang out in the park at night. These days, they lock the gate at night, and they've got a patrol car that drives through on a regular basis. It is because of those hiking trails that I found a section of the cemetery most people will never visit. the Potter's Field. For those who are unaware, a Potter's Field, it's where they bury unidentified or unclaimed bodies. There's a small clearing that can be reached by trudging through the woods near the back of the park. In this clearing, there are several small gravestones that read like John Doe, 1974. This is a quiet town. There might be 1 or 2 murders a year in this whole region. There are seldom, if any, missing persons. In fact, anything beyond petty crime is mostly unheard of. I'd always thought of it as a safe place to live. I remember growing up there and never having been too concerned about being out at night. The worst case scenario one would face was being stopped by the police and just being asked to show ID. About a year ago, I had walked up to the Potter's Field with my friend Janice to smoke a blunt and generally just enjoy the nice weather. The Potter's Field was neglected and overgrown. The small gravel road that led to the main cemetery had been all but consumed by the weeds and fallen leaves that surrounded it. As we sat back against a tree and passed the blunt back and forth, I noticed that there were several fresh graves. I pulled up the local paper on my phone and I started looking for any mention of missing persons or unidentified bodies, but I couldn't find anything. Janice walked over to one of the graves. She knelt down and said, "Hey, come here." I walked over to her and she said, "Baby Doe, 2014. I don't remember hearing about this. Do you?" I shook my head. There were several new graves. Each one read, "Baby Doe, 2014. There must have been 15 of them. Janice started to cry. I walked over and put a hand on her shoulder. After a brief hug, I said, "Let's get out of here. This place is killing my buzz." Janice nodded her head and we walked back through the woods to her car. A few days passed and I got curious. My friend Karen had given birth to a stillborn child a few years back and the whole town had poured out support for her family. I couldn't wrap my mind around the idea that 15 unidentified babies had died and no one was talking about it. I asked around, but people didn't even know there was a Potter's Field, much less that anyone had been buried there. The groundskeeper of the local cemetery was an old family friend. I figured that he'd be a good person to ask. I caught up with him after church the following Sunday. "Hey Jim, what do you know about all the baby does in the Potter's Field?" "You need to stay out of there." "Yeah, I get that, but why are there so many recent graves? I haven't heard anything about it from anyone." "And you won't. Forget it. Stay out of there and stop asking about it." Since when has that approach ever done anything than inspire someone to keep looking into it? "If I see you back there, I'm gonna put a bullet in you. You'll be John Doe. Do you understand me?" "Okay. Message received." I walked away. Jim was a grandfatherly old man. In the 25 years I had been attending that church, I don't think I'd ever seen him without a smile on his face. It rattled me that a man that had been known for years as Grandpa Jim had just threatened to kill me. There was something going on, but I wasn't entirely sure I wanted to keep looking into it. Weeks passed. Whatever was going on, I didn't figure it was worth getting shot. I was more than content to just let this die. Fate saw fit to challenge me in that department. I had stopped hanging out in the Potter's Field, but I still went to the park to smoke. One night, I was parked on a bench along the trail when I heard a loud shriek, followed by the sounds of a baby crying. Growing up here, I had half a mind to think it was an animal. I perked up and looked around for a few before relaxing and taking another hit from my joint. A few moments later, I heard another shriek. This time, the shriek was followed by a female voice screaming, "Help me, somebody!" The screaming voice had been cut short. I darted through the woods, without thinking, towards the sound of the noise. 20 seconds later, I was standing outside the old schoolhouse. It had been moved to the park a while back. The door was standing wide open. A trail of blood led into the dark, single-room schoolhouse. I was not about to walk inside, but I was still curious. I moved up to the window and peered inside. A dark figure was pulling the arm of what looked like a young woman. It proceeded to break it in half and hand a piece to each of the smaller dark figures that rested on the desk. The dark figure started to sing in a gnarled voice. "Hush, little babies, don't say a word." I couldn't help but gasp at the sight of it. The dark figure jerked toward the window and began moving to the door. I ran for the edge of the park. I darted through the woods as brambles and branches smacked into my face. I could hear a shrieking voice behind me and heavy footfalls that seemed to be gaining on me. I made it through the woods and to the clearing behind the local big lots. I hastily tried to climb down the rocks into the parking lot, and I tripped. I tumbled head over heels until I landed hard on the pavement. I looked up to see the dark figure in the light of the parking lot. It was an impossibly tall woman. She was gangly and naked. She had 4 breasts and long grey hair. I heard 2 gunshots in the distance. The strange woman let out a howl and turned back into the woods. I considered calling the cops, but honestly, I didn't know what the hell to tell them. A few days passed and I got curious. I came through the woods on the other side of the hill, and I crept into the Potter's Field. There were 3 new graves. Baby Doe 2014, Baby Doe 2014, Jane Doe 2014. As I was trying to sneak back through the woods, I I heard Jim call out, "Do you remember what I told you?" I nodded, and he continued, "Come with me. I'm gonna have to report you for trespassing." As we walked up the gravel road to the main cemetery, I spoke up and I said, "Jim, what the hell was that weird woman in the schoolhouse a few nights back?" He stopped and he said, "So, that was you, eh? Well, since you know, here's the deal. We don't talk about it." I cocked my head to the side and I responded, "That's it? You don't talk about it? What the hell?" Now, what you have to understand is that this thing shows up every 10 years or so. No one knows from where or why. It spawns anywhere between 10 or 20 offspring and takes a few stragglers from the park to feed them. We try to hunt the young down and bury them here. You don't want to know what they look like. I swear, I thought this job was going to be cushy and quiet. I stared at Jim and I said, "So, why isn't this in the papers? Call someone. Call the government." Jim stared at the ground and said, "Oh yeah, don't you think I thought of that? The sheriff knows. So do a few of the local cops. They said this kind of thing just happens around here, all the time. College kids go missing and everyone just assumes they went home or run off. They sweep it under the rug because, frankly, government don't care." I shot back, "What do you mean they don't care?" Jim looked up at me and said, "They don't care. If anything, the only response I ever got from them was a game warden calling to make sure I buried him deep." Jim walked me back to his truck and he called a deputy sheriff over. I was told not to talk about it and sent on my way. To be honest, I'm not sure what I saw or what is actually going on. What I do know is that I don't live there anymore. I don't want to know what things go bump in the night. All I know for certain is that there is something that stalks the woods there. The locked gates and the patrols make a lot more sense now. I sat in a single-room shack with a candle in front of me. The flame flickered as small gusts of wind came through the gaps in the boards that held this ramshackle walls in place. I could hear it stomping around outside. Its massive form moved through the brush and brambles effortlessly. As it crashed through snapped limbs and torn vines, I huddled near the candle. If I could make it to morning, I would be fine. It wouldn't go near the light. The candle gave off just enough light to illuminate the room. Even still, shadows danced at the edge of the light. They twisted and contorted into shapes that were foreign to my concept of reality. They almost looked like faces, It was supposed to be a simple hike. My manager announced that we'd be taking part in a team building exercise at the Land Between the Lakes National Recreation Area. We set out from the visitors center in a van toward Jenny Creek Campground. Upon reaching the camp, we piled out and towards the edge of the woods. Christopher, our guide, led us along the edge of a creek and up a hill for the better part of a few miles. There were about 14 of us at the time. The guide would stop every so often to tell a story about a local plant or point out a wild animal. I was walking to the rear of the pack. I couldn't make out most of what he was saying. We had been on the trail for the better part of about 2 hours when I heard the crack of thunder in the distance. No one seemed to notice. It was a particularly cool September afternoon, and I wasn't in a hurry to walk a couple of miles in the rain. I ended up tapping the woman directly in front of me on the shoulder. "Hey, Miriam, did you hear that thunder?" Miriam stopped and shook her head. In just the few seconds it took for that little exchange to take place, the rest of the group disappeared around a bend in the trail. Miriam ran ahead to catch up, and I followed right behind her. We cleared the bend, and the rest of the group was nowhere to be found. Miriam stopped and shouted, "Where the hell are you guys?" She ran a bit further down the trail, and then shouted again, "This isn't funny. Where is everyone?" The thunder cracked again, and she shuddered. I can only assume that she heard it too. She was a bit ahead of me, so I yelled out to her, "Hey, let's just head back to the van and wait for them." Miriam turned to face me. She was a pretty girl. I'm pretty sure she worked over in accounting. She wore a pink mesh backpack on her shoulders to complement a purple tank top and jeans shorts. Her look of frustration shifted to one of surrender as she walked back towards me. I stood there as she pushed past me and said, "Screw this. Let's try to get back before it starts raining." I followed Miriam for about an hour before realizing that something was wrong. We should have been near the edge of the creek, but we were still surrounded by dense forest. I didn't bother saying anything to Miriam. I'm not an outdoorsman by any means. It was possible that I was just confused. We walked for another hour before I stopped her and asked, "Are you sure we're heading in the right direction?" Miriam responded, "Well, there's only one trail, so I'm pretty sure we just head back, right?" I nodded. She leaned up against a tree and said, "I'm getting tired. Do you want to maybe build a fire or something?" I gathered a few dry pieces of wood and some dry leaves into a pile. Miriam laughed at me and rearranged them into something that resembled a functioning campfire. We sat on the ground near the fire and figured that the rest of the group would catch up to us eventually. The thunder cracked again, but as far as I could tell, the sky was clear. I pulled a flask of bourbon from my day bag and offered it to Miriam. She took a swig and made a face like she had just licked a battery. I just laughed and said, "Sorry, not everyone is ready for Basil Hayden's bourbon." She coughed and replied, "Bourbon? Who brings bourbon on a hike?" I laughed and said, "The same guy that brings a joint." Miriam smiled, and we sat by the fire, passing a joint back and forth as the sky began to grow dim. She occasionally added a new piece of wood to the fire as I watched the end of a stick I was holding slowly burn. At some point, she laid beside me, using her bag as a pillow. Not being completely dense, I did the same, and we lay there in each other's arms next to the fire as I drifted off to sleep. I woke an inordinate amount of time later. The sound of thunder cracked a lot closer than it had before. Miriam was no longer in my arms. Her bag was still beside me, but she seemed to have wandered off. The fire had been reduced to just glowing embers now. I tossed on a few new leaves and branches, and the flames started back up for a minute, but they quickly died down to a dim glow. I could hear movement in the woods. Someone was walking slowly toward the fire. I hoped that it was Miriam, but part of me went rigid with fear. A small figure slowly came into focus as it approached the flame. It wasn't Miriam. It was Dave, the guy that worked with me on the shipping dock. Dave stumbled over to the fire and collapsed. His forearms and face were scratched up and covered in dried blood. His face had a blank expression that was a bit too eerie for me. I offered him my flask, and he proceeded to kill the bourbon right there without flinching. He handed it back to me and he said, "Oh, hello. I'm surprised you made it." His voice was almost monotone. His facial expression was deadpan. I don't know why, but for whatever reason, it chilled me to the bone. I stood up and I said, "What do you mean, made it?" He looked up at me with a blank stare. At that moment, I heard another crash of thunder in the distance, followed by a woman screaming. That was Miriam. I pulled my cell phone from my pocket and turned on the flashlight app. With the small device in front of me, I ran towards the source of the noise. The occasional stray branch or spiderweb would hit my face, but I soldiered on. Miriam needed me. The woods seemed to become more dense and harder to push through as I continued on. I turned to go back to the trail and I noticed I couldn't see the fire in the distance. The foliage around me was thick and unforgiving. I moved a bit slower from that point and still in the general direction of Miriam's occasional screams. Eventually, I came to a clearing. The grass here was about waist high. In the distance, I could make out something vaguely purple in the glow of the flashlight. I rushed toward it to see Miriam leaning against a small tree. As I neared her, she came around with a large stick that she swung towards me. The wood struck me across the chest and I hit the ground. My phone flew to the side. Miriam crouched over me and said, "We need to get out of here, now." There was another crack of thunder, and she went rigid. Several large trees fell into the clearing. I rolled over in pain and reached for my phone. As I turned it towards the falling trees, I caught a glimpse of something moving towards us with incredible speed. It seemed to dart away from the beam faster than I could move my phone. Miriam screamed for less than even a second, and then went silent. I turned the beam toward her, and I saw an impossibly black appendage sizzling in the light. The thing it was attached to looked like a cross between a gorilla and a large dog. Its eyes were as pitch black as the fur that it was carrying. It pulled its arms from Miriam and darted into the trees. I tried to follow it with the light, but it was too fast. As it moved further into the distance, I heard another crack of thunder. Miriam lay dead at my feet as I reached for the large stick that she'd used to knock me to the ground. There was nothing that I could do for her. The hole in her torso had stopped gushing blood. The color had left her face. I reached down and I closed her eyes before running in the opposite direction of this thing. Eventually, somewhere along the way, I lost my phone. I crashed to the ground after tripping on something slick, and it slid away from my hand. I heard the splintering of wood and crashing thunder behind me, and I was not going to stop to pick it up. I ran until my legs felt like jello. My face and forearms were covered in small scratches, as well as dried blood. I was ready to keel over when I found the small shack at the edge of the woods. The building looked like it had been cobbled together from scrap metal and old wood. Inside was an old table and a metal chair. There was a small box of emergency candles on the table. I opened it to reveal a single candle. Shit. I sat in the single-room shack with the candle in front of me. The flame flickered as small gusts of wind came through the gaps in the boards that held the ramshackle walls in place. I could hear it stomping around outside. Its massive form moved through the brush and brambles effortlessly. As it crashed through snapped limbs and torn vines, I huddled near the candle. If I could make it to morning, I would be fine. It would not go near the light. The candle gave off just enough light to illuminate the room. Even still, shadows danced at the edge of the light. They twisted and contorted into shapes that scared the shit out of me. Slowly, the shadows formed into faces. The faces on the wall moved as if they were trying to say something. The tiny mouths created from shades of darkness danced with the flickering of the light to create a silent chorus of chatter I could neither hear nor understand. The thing outside would move towards the shack, and it would retreat when it hit the dim light that escaped the cracks in the walls. The wind howled through gaps in the wall, and at just the right time for the mouth of the shadow behind it to form the word "run" in a raspy tone. A chill ran down my spine as the voice spoke again. I watched as the face on the wall mouthed the words, "The light isn't enough. You need to run." In that moment, the wind whipping through the gaps in the wall whispered in the same voice that I'd heard before fading to sleep earlier in the night. It sounded like Miriam. I called out to the face and I said, "I'm so sorry, Miriam. Please." I was not able to finish my sentence. A black hand punched through the boards. I jumped back and crashed through the opposite wall. It climbed through the remnants of the shack as I stumbled to my feet, and I took off running in the opposite direction. By the time I had made it to the road, I was in shambles. I ran down the road until I collapsed into a crawl. The blue light of early morning slowly faded into the yellow glow of sunlight as I passed out from exhaustion in the middle of the road. A park ranger poked my shoulder with his walking stick as I shot up in panic. My face and forearms were caked in dried blood and covered in cuts. As I rambled about a monster in the woods, he ushered me into the front seat of his pickup truck and drove me to the ranger station as he radioed ahead for assistance. The ambulance was already there by the time we arrived. I was held overnight for observation before being sent home. I don't know what I expected when I showed up to work the following Monday, but it wasn't my manager asking, "Hey man, why didn't you show up to the team building exercise?" I looked at him blankly and said with contempt, "See these bandages? Park ranger found me on the side of the road. You assholes left us behind and Miriam died. God knows where Dave is." My manager laughed and said, "Hey Dave, you hear this?" Dave walked over with his coffee mug and said, "Who's Miriam?" I just stared at him. His forearm had been bandaged up. I asked, "What happened to your arm, Dave?" He laughed and said, "Oh, this? Yeah, burned my arm Friday night." His eyes perked up and he ran to his desk. When he returned, he was holding my phone. Dave handed it to me and said, "I found this in the van. You should be more careful." I had dropped my phone in the woods. Dave had a burn on his arm. I didn't take the time to think or process. I lunged for Dave and tackled him to the ground as I threw punch after punch towards his face. Eventually, several co-workers pulled me off of him. As security escorted me from the room, I looked back to Dave and my manager as they smiled at me with those same jet black eyes that I had seen in the woods. My childhood best friend Brian and I, we fell out of touch shortly after college. I would only see him through short glimpses of social media posts over the past few years. He'd been a respectable mathematician at the college he taught at, and though unmarried, he seemed to be genuinely happy, as far as I could gather. A man of math and science, logic and levity. I first thought his account had been hacked into when his posts began to shift from clever musings about scientific pioneers and math-related puzzles to bizarre and almost religious rantings before he completely disappeared over a month ago. Brian would typically post comments about historic events of that day, honouring Marie Curie or notifying a very select few about the upcoming Abel Prize. His other, more casual posts would document wine pairings with dinners and an occasional shot of owls or other birds he had photographed as a hobby. His posts were short, witty, intelligent, and always a little bit tongue-in-cheek. But they had become cryptic and quite confusing before people began to become concerned. It was as if a switch has been flipped. I'll avoid sharing too much of his private life, but I will show you a few of his posts to demonstrate the shift. September 22nd, 2017. 5-room house puzzle. Can you cross each wall using a single line? This was posted with a picture of 2 rows, one with 2 columns over a row with 3 shorter ones. One person got it correct after a half a dozen wrong. One, eliciting Brian's calling the fellow had 1 room short of a 5-room house. October 1st, 2017. Invention, my dear friends, is 93% perspiration, 6% electricity, 4% evaporation, and 2% butterscotch ripple, accompanied by a photo of a bowl of ice cream on a picnic table with dense trees in the background. October 18th, 2017. Personal Perfect Project. A photo of him in overalls, holding a hammer, building a wooden structure. A few pics of him sawing lumber and affixing doors to frames. November 3rd, 2017. The 9-room paradox. 10 weary, footsore travellers, all in a woeful plight, sought shelter at a wayside inn one dark and stormy night. 9 rooms, no more, the landlord said, have I to offer you. To each of 8, a single bed. But the 9th must serve for 2. The poem that continued on was from the late 1800s, and it presented a riddle as to how 10 men all seemed to end up with their own room. 2 people answered correctly, but Brian didn't reply. December 7th, 2017. God hides in plain sight in the fold. Everything has been lying beneath the surface hidden, but it's right there. To the response of laughing Dawkins memes and questions of whether he's okay. Some were from his colleagues at university. and it became clear that he'd been absent from work for some time, which was disconcerting. December 11th, 2017. Seeing an old friend today. This was accompanied with a strange photo that looked like an endless spiral of blurry framed squares descending inward. It was a bit creepy and confusing. The replies to this post were mostly from the following weeks, from concerned friends and family asking anyone with information to contact them, as well as hopeful wishes from his other friends, even prayers which normally would have been ironic had it not been for his recent reference to God. There was nothing but silence on his end. I texted, called and emailed him, but nothing garnered a response. I just hoped that he might show up soon. Perhaps via an apology post after a vacation or on a friend's page who'd found him at a clinic recovering from some existential breakdown or midlife crisis. That changed 4 days ago when I received the cryptic SMS message from Brian's number. There was no text, just a blurry picture of a hand holding an open wallet. Chills crept up my spine as I squinted, realizing that it was mine. My driver's license and my credit cards in the slotted pockets. I checked. My wallet was still in my jeans, and there was no way Brian could have gotten the photo without breaking into my apartment and photographing it in my sleep, which was beyond unlikely. Furthermore, the wallet was held in front of the sun-bleached wood of a structure I recognized from my past. It was his parents' old barn. We had played there as kids. It was nearly 200 miles away. Flooding memories of getting splinters from shimmying up wooden beams and falling onto haystacks to dodge hurled potatoes made me smile, but I hadn't been there in over 25 years. Nonetheless, the nostalgia pooled tears of relief over my eyes with the realization that Brian was most likely okay. I texted him back a few times with inquiries and I tried calling, but I heard no response, and I grew concerned once more. I finally decided that, come the weekend, I would drive down there to try and put my worries to rest. Skyscrapers grew further apart from each other as the skies opened up on the Southwest Drive. On the road, I was planning on ways to address him if he'd truly lost it. He was one of my oldest friends, and he had contacted me before all others, for one reason or another. Perhaps a stroke had affected his brain and motor functions. I just needed to make sure I at least checked on the one lead I had, just in case he needed my help. As the swaying stalks of wheat and corn blurred past through the framed car window, memories mixed with a déjà vu I'd not felt in ages. The last time I'd been this far out of state was at his father's funeral, just a year after his mother had passed. Though Brian had been smiles and polite conversation, his eyes had shown he was beyond devastated by their loss. As the GPS guided me down windy roads, I began to recognize the curling perimeter of trees and rolling lawn of their farm and residence. Sure enough, Brian's car was there in the driveway, with his college bumper sticker as well as a very tall stack of wooden planks, 12 feet high and maybe 8 feet deep. My mind jumped to the personal project Brian had mentioned with his photo of holding a hammer on his page. I felt this peculiar unease as I knocked on the house doors and windows, finding them all locked before heading to the barn. The barn door was slightly ajar, and upon glancing in, I was dumbstruck. Within the walls of the vast wooden interior of the barn stood a newer wooden structure of nearly equal size. It was as if Brian had decided to build a slightly smaller barn inside of the barn, with ceilings, sturdy walls and flooring, as well as one single door on the left side. Hundreds of schematics and plans littered the floor in stacked and crumpled piles, frantically crinkled and scribbled into with frenzied notes. Words and numbers were scribbled down in equations and formulas that I can't even pretend to have understood. Fractions, angles and spirals drawn hastily across large pages of newsprint. I called out Brian's name, to no response. I glanced through more of the notes, realizing that he had indeed likely lost his mind. There were stacks of black and white printouts of cubes within cubes, of a spiral over squares I'd recognized as the golden ratio, and notes of numbers crossed out with only the number 9 circled at the bottom, surrounded by an underlined 90 degrees. Images of 3x3 grids and unfolded cubes were crossed out as if proven incorrect with thick black marker. Other printouts of the 9 words of Norse mythology, of biblical passages of the movement of God and Dante's 9 circles of hell. There were wiki pages on Egyptian history and a group of gods named the Ennead, as well as random pages from numerology, which I completely refused to believe the Brian I knew would even humor reading, let alone print out. If it wasn't for his tall, looping cursive that I used to tease him about, I would have assumed that this was the work of someone else entirely. I called out loudly once more, before noticing the blueprints. Plans for a rectangle, nearly a square itself, comprised of 9 perfect squares of varying size. I remembered from algebra many years ago, and the terms stuck on the precipice of my mind finally tumbled forth. A perfect rectangle. 2, 5, 7, 9, 16, 25, 28, 33, 36 marked the boxes within the box on the diagram, and underneath was a blueprint scaled up to 138 by 122, and I realized these numbers might correspond to the massive structure before me. "Brian, are you in here?" I shouted at the large building within the walls of the barn. I approached this strange construction, opening the door of the entrance to peek inside. Vertical beams of cedar stretched beneath the wooden floor and tall ceiling of the empty room. One door was on the wall to the right. I fully entered the room that seemed to be about 50 square feet, and I felt a cold chill on my skin. How could an additional wall of insulation from the winter air cause the temperature to drop? "Brian, are you in here?" I called again, my voice echoing flatly off the wooden walls. I heard a steady humming noise. Kind of reminded me of a fan, but the source seemed to be coming from further within the structure. I continued on, trying to fight off this uneasy feeling welling in my gut. I walked further to the next door, turning it slowly and pushing it open, to be assaulted by a horrible stench that filled the darkness. I removed my phone and switched on the light before stepping in, confused at the feeling of pressure building like growing marbles inside of my ears. I stopped in my tracks, staring at the decaying body on the floor, the white bone peeking through the blotchy, necrotic flesh that was once a face. "Oh no, Brian," I called out, walking slowly to the side of the body, covering my nose with my jacket sleeve and noticing the matching color. He was wearing the same jacket, his stained with the noxious fluids of putrefaction. I stared for a few moments at the decaying corpse, and I realized every single article of clothing, his jeans, his tanned work boots, and even his tousled hair on tissue paper skin, was the same as my own. I kneeled by the putrid body and picked up the wallet by its side. It was my wallet, the one Brian had sent me a photo of. Every detail was undeniably the same, even the wrinkled $20 bills with folds in the same places, marked with identical serial numbers. My license and the scuff marks on my credit cards, they were identical in every way, every nick, scratch and crease. I stared at the rotted body, cringing as I stared into the horrible, lipless scream of a mouth, able to make out the fillings in the teeth that matched my very own. I shivered as horror and madness dripped from my lizard brain when the feeling of immediate danger forced me to my shaky legs and screamed at me to leave. I ran back to the door I'd entered from, half expecting it to be locked and beyond relieved it wasn't. I spilled back into the first chamber, claustrophobia gripping my throat as I ran to the exit and pushed the door open in confusion as any sense of relief was replaced by dread. The door opened to an adjacent room of identical structure, wooden in entirety, with only a door to the left and the one behind me I had entered from. I ran to the other door, opening it fast and wheezing with hyperventilation in my peaking confusion. I was in another identical room. It was impossible. The rooms could not have been shifted or rearranged. The doors were framed and securely constructed in place. Even if somehow that had been the case, the entrance I'd come in through was less than 2 meters from the wall of the barn itself. I paced back and forth, telling myself, this is a dream, almost laughing because this simply was not possible. And I tossed some pocket change onto the pine floor. I continued to the next door, noticing the springs on the hinges that closed them automatically for the first time. I opened the door to find an identical room yet again, and I paused as my brain tried to understand the structure I was in, to no avail. I backtracked to the previous room to find the change I'd dropped missing. I laughed loudly as madness dissolved the rationale that had been encoded for decades into my brain. I pounded on the sturdy pine walls with my fist, illuminated by the light of the phone in my other hand, and I saw that the signal was present, but I was unable to make a call. I then noticed the time, 9:12 a.m., and I wondered how I could have been in this strange structure for over half a day in what felt like under 20 minutes. The shock and confusion of how I'd become trapped slipped slowly away as I peered down at the date in the corner of the phone screen. I blinked in exclamation before sliding to the floor. December 11th, 2017. It was glowing in a thin, white font. Not January 20th, 2018, the day I drove here. That date was familiar, and it wasn't until I opened the social app to check Brian's page and read his last post that the unease wrenched my stomach. 15 minutes. Seeing an old friend today, I read, above a now clear photo of my collapsed body. And I just heard the closing of a door from another room. Does anyone remember an old PC game from the early 1990s called Mr. Mix? It's mainly a typing game, similar to Mario Teaches Typing. You have to type words into a box to make a chef, the titular Mr. Mix, put ingredients into a bowl. Unlike most typing games, however, this game is notorious for having an insane difficulty curve. The game has a words per minute requirement for each level, being as low as 10 on level 1 and as high as 85 on the third. By level 5, the requirement reaches over 500, effectively making it impossible to proceed any further. One of the main things that people noticed about this game immediately was the background music. The music on the first level was an unsettling pattern of growls that got progressively louder as the level went on. Often, it would cause damage to early computer speakers, as they were not designed to handle extreme high volumes of sound. The second level had no music at all. And the third had what sounded like an extremely low-quality recording of a hairdryer playing in the background. The remaining 2 levels had an extremely loud, high-pitched ringing. It caused severe eardrum damage to those who managed to get that far. Another rather disturbing aspect of the game was the design of Mr. Mix himself. He was a large, round-faced, overweight man with large, beady eyes and red spots on his cheeks. Most children who played the game reported having vivid nightmares of Mr. Mix speaking to them in a quiet and raspy voice, threatening them to keep quiet about something. However, none of them could remember exactly what that was. One psychologist who saw many of these children reported being disturbed by the sheer amount of terror on the faces of the kids as they recounted the details of the nightmare. Many of the children broke down into tears in the process, begging for their parents to save them. However, no direct relationship to the game itself could be determined by these few cases, as not all children suffered the same adverse effects. For obvious reasons, this game did not sell very well. It remained in relative obscurity until a few years ago, when PC hackers got a hold of a ROM of the game and they started to dig through it. Using memory hacking software, they managed to crack the game's code and bypass that impossible 5th level. What they found, however, was extremely disturbing and caused many of them to quit the expedition altogether. According to the reports these hackers left behind, the game behaves very strangely if the 5th level is bypassed. The game crashes violently and closes, writing a bunch of files to the user's System32 directory, to the point that the RAM was almost completely used. These files are reportedly pictures of people with horribly deformed faces, appearing to scream in pain and agony, with their eyes appearing to be bleeding from their tear ducts, and their outer layer of skin torn clean off in multiple places. If the user attempts to delete these files, the computer will violently crash and blue screen, causing permanent and irreparable damage to the user's hard drive. The hackers found that this was caused by a lone byte in the game's ROM that triggered when that 5th level was completed. After removing this byte, they were able to proceed to the 6th and final level. Unfortunately, all of the original hackers declined to discuss what they saw in that final level. All of them became extremely paranoid and reclusive, refusing to talk about anything related to the game and showing astonishingly extreme symptoms of post-traumatic stress disorder. Most of them ceased to be able to form coherent sentences within a week, and within a month, all of them went missing. All remaining copies of the game were destroyed. To this day, no one knows what was in that game that caused them so much psychological damage. Maybe it's better that way. 2 years after this incident, a man was arrested after trying to kidnap an 8-year-old from a grocery store. Through DNA and fingerprint analysis, the man was identified as one of the original hackers who viewed that final level of the game. He was wearing a white chef's hat and had a look of unspeakable malice and insanity on his face. When interrogated, the man would only say one thing: "I'm Mr. Mix." Shh. 8 months ago, I interviewed for a position as a security guard. The location was a 24-hour parking structure in the downtown area of my city. I interviewed for a daytime position, but when I was offered the job, they asked if I could work the graveyard shift. I was not thrilled. I almost turned it down, but my bills weren't going to pay themselves. I didn't have anything else lined up, so I took the job. It wasn't that bad, to be honest. It was quiet most of the time and not a lot happened at first. My job was to show up at 10 p.m, work my shift and then go home at 6 a.m. I tend to be an anti-social person, so the lack of human interaction was actually quite comforting. I didn't even have to interact with my supervisor most of the time. I would come to the office on the ground floor through an employee entrance, clock in at the computer, and then make my rounds. Now, movies would have you believe I got to sleep with my feet up at my desk while a bank of monitors light the room through the night. Honestly, I wish that were the case. In reality, there were 2 screens, split into 6 feeds apiece, all crammed together, so they were basically like thumbnail size. 1 camera for each floor of the garage. The cameras were mounted over the elevator doors in the center of each floor. They would oscillate back and forth slowly. They didn't really catch very much. If I spotted something out of the ordinary on one of my feeds, it would be my job to go and check it out. I barely spent any time in the actual office though. I was encouraged to walk the floors and, scope things out. Feel out the space. I enjoyed this. Plus, I got some fresh air. That tiny concrete room made me feel claustrophobic. On most nights, I would walk from one floor to the next, casually looking between cars and into the occasional window to make sure nobody was attempting to break in. I preferred to take the stairs because it was more interesting than the elevators. Since it was late at night, there were actually pretty few cars coming and going. The office building next door used the garage for their employee parking, but only about 3 employees used it that late at night. There were a few regulars that I began to recognize, and being as antisocial as I am, I only ever exchanged eye contact, or maybe a nod if I was feeling friendly. The parking structure itself had retractable shutters in the entrance and exit of the building, If someone wanted to park, they would drive up, press a button on a console which would produce a ticket. The shutter would open and let them in, closing behind as they drove on through. When they left, they would put the ticket into an exit console, insert payment, then the garage shutter would slide open to let them out. The regulars, or long-term customers, sometimes had these fob cards that were prepaid and would open the door if scanned at the console. Super exciting, I know. There were very rarely any people walking or passing through the garage during my shift. I would see people leave after parking and return to exit. But the rest of the night, it was quiet and still. If you were on foot, there were only 2 ways to get in or out of the garage. The exit-only steel door at the bottom of the staircase, and the elevators. Every once in a while I'd help someone jump their car or call a locksmith to get their keys locked inside of their vehicle. Even these one-offs were rare. This seemed like the perfect job for me, weirdly enough. I'd do my rounds, clock out at 6 a.m. sharp, and take the bus home. I got used to being up all night and sleeping during the day. I didn't have to deal with much. I basically just had to be there. Then, things changed. One night, around 2 a.m., I heard a loud crash somewhere on the upper levels. I was walking around on the 2nd or 3rd floor when I heard it. It was far up there, like at least 5 or 6 floors above me. It was like somebody had thrown a dumpster off the roof of a skyscraper. It rumbled through the emptiness of the concrete structure like a thunderclap. One tremendous crash, followed by silence. I stopped and listened for a few seconds afterwards, waiting for anything else. My heart slamming in my ears. I took the stairs up, fueled by adrenaline. At each floor I glanced in to see if the crash had come from there. Then moved up to the next floor. Before I realized it, I was on the roof of the structure. Dazed, I headed back down, a little slower this time. I didn't find a damn thing. My initial thoughts went to a car accident, but there was nothing. I had no choice but to file a report and, well, just move on with my life. I never found the source of the noise. A few weeks passed. Then one night, I'm on my break around 1 a.m, eating my midnight lunch in the office. Out of the corner of my eye, I caught a flicker of movement on the left side monitor. I checked the display closely. On the 6th floor, some jackass was running from one side of the floor to the other, then back again. It looked like an adult or maybe an older teenager with long, messy black hair. It was hard to make out any other details, partly because this person was moving fast, but also because the individual feeds were very small. I grabbed my torch and I ran out of the office. Again, I took the stairs. 30 seconds later, I arrived at the 6th floor. I took in my surroundings. The person I saw was not there. I walked to the other side of the floor, slowly, sweeping my light as I walked. As I reached the end and turned around to head back towards the stairs, I just caught the last glimmer of light as one of the elevators at the center of the floor slid closed. I sprinted back to the stairs, knowing that I could beat the elevator to the street level. I was jumping down the last 5 steps or so on each floor, moving fast. I opened the exit-only door and I pushed my way out onto the street. I waited outside the elevator for a few seconds until the door slid open. Aside from some ads for the local Target, the elevator was empty. Son of a bitch, I hissed aloud. The person must have gotten off on a different floor. I jogged around to the side of the building and I entered through the steel employee door. I went straight to the office to check the monitors. I saw no movement. None at all. It was pretty weird that somebody was running through the structure like that. In the end, I wrote an entry in the logbook and simply continued my shift. Nothing more happened. Until the next night. About 1:30 a.m., on my break again, my eye caught something on one of the screens. I quickly hopped up and checked the feeds. Floor 7. A very similar, dark figure with no discernible features ampled into view. The person was just walking, very slowly. I watched on the 2" by 3" thumbnail as the figure shuffled directly towards the camera from a shadowy back wall. I strained at the figure on the screen, trying to make out details. Strangest thing though, it's like they were cut out of black paper. The person appeared to be completely flat, in color and in volume. For your reference, the cameras in my parking structure, they were mounted above and between the 2 elevator doors, situated at the center of each floor. They oscillate on a 180-degree axis. At their leftmost position, they show a ramp which cars descend to the next level. At their rightmost position, they show a ramp with which cars ascend to reach the current level from below. When the cameras point straight forward, you can see a low point and the ground inclines in both directions. When I saw this strange, featureless, shadowy figure moving slowly from the center towards the elevators, something felt very wrong. Every time the camera came back to the center, the figure was closer. I had to remind myself that I was on the clock. My mind was trying to assemble a plausible story to explain the figure. Maybe this person was lost and needed help. Maybe it was a vagrant that had gotten in through the elevators and was just dicking around. For a second, my memory flashed back to when I was in training. My trainer had told me that homeless people sometimes get in here. He told me a story about one transient in particular who would enter through the elevators and hang out in the shadowy staircases between floors. The trainer would find the guy passed out on the steps sometimes, one time with a needle in his arm. I tried to convince myself that what I was looking at was a homeless person. Somehow, in the back of my mind, however, I knew this was not the case. This was something else. Nevertheless, I had a job to do. I got up and I headed up to the 7th floor. The first thing I noticed as I approached was there was no light shining into the stairwell. Normally, sterile fluorescent light would spill into the opening from the overhead lamps. Floor 7 was dark. I flicked on my torch and I aimed it into the parking area from the stairs. At first, nothing. A white Nissan sat silently on the other end of the floor. Otherwise, there were no other vehicles and no figure. Then, a shadowy shape stirred on the other side of the car. It was impossible to make out from where I was, but I could see something moving between the tires. I approached very cautiously, with my light trained on the car. I patted my pockets with my left hand and I realized I had left my phone in the office. Stupid. As I got closer to the vehicle, I could hear a heavy scratching noise on the floor of the structure. It sounded like someone dragging a piece of metal across the ground, slowly. I swung my light out wide, keeping my distance from the car, so I could shine my light safely at whatever was over there. I took the last step and I aimed the flashlight at the other side of the car. The light clicked off. Oh shit, I blurted out, my voice echoing. I strained to make out anything now, as my eyes slowly adjusted to the dark. I could make out the basic shape of the car, about 15 feet in front of me, but I couldn't see any movement. The scratching sound was gone. In a panic, I smacked the back of the torch with the palm of my hand. The bulb weakly flickered and finally stayed on. I pointed the beam with a shaky hand towards the shadowy spot in front of me. No one there. Not a soul. Then, a sound from behind me. I pivoted in that direction to see a thing slowly approaching. It was humanoid, bipedal, stood nearly 7 feet tall, maybe taller, but very thin. This thing had pale, grey skin, and it was naked. It reached out to me, desperately, with its impossibly long arms. I could see what looked like a pained expression on its wrinkled, eyeless face. Its mouth hung open and filled with brown, glistening teeth. Taut skin covered its useless eye holes. A mane of long and tangled black hair spilled from the top of its head, past its shoulders in a matted, scraggly mess. Its fingers trembled as it reached out for me. A deep groan escaped its cavernous mouth as it did. I tried to run. Believe me. Adrenaline dumped into my system and my fight or flight response engaged. In this case, without thinking, my body chose fight. I swung the torch hard and I connected with its left hand. It let out a piercing shriek, one that tore through the night, echoing within the parking structure. It reeled back and fell over. Instead of falling prone, however, this thing arched its slender back and planted its hands and feet, running on all fours. It moved unnaturally quickly towards me. It let out yet another shriek, this one louder and more aggressive sounding. I swung the torch again, this time over my head and downward. I caught this thing square in the top of its huge head. A mist of droplets splattered on my face, but I hardly noticed at the time. Now, my flight response made its appearance. I booked it in the direction of the stairs, moving faster than I ever moved before. My muscles tightened into knots as I grabbed the railings, skipping 5 stairs at a time. I didn't stop. I quickly rolled out of my fall and I was up again in a second, running out into the quiet street. Without thinking, I dashed across the street to the bus stop and panted there with my hands on my knees. I struggled to catch my breath. After a long period of consideration and trying to process what had happened and what I had seen, I decided to wait until sunrise to re-enter the building. Around 5:30 a.m., I reluctantly entered through the employee door to the security room. I scribbled a note in the logbook, grabbed my stuff and left. That's the last time I ever went near that cursed parking garage. And so it goes. I don't know what I saw. Frankly, I don't want to know. I received several calls from my supervisor over the next few days, but I flat out ignored them. After a while, the calls stopped. I'm sure that they will find a suitable replacement for me. I'll be seeking employment elsewhere, though. I did learn something from all this. Some stones are best left unturned. Right out of school, I wasn't really ready for life yet. I needed to get out, to get away, see the world, and if the money wasn't enough for the world, then at least my own country. I stumbled into him on the way south. A kind lady threw me out on a country road, and he was already there, lying in the dry grass with a cheap grin on his face. "Been here for an hour," he said. "Hard spot to catch a ride." We talked, shared a cigarette he'd stolen from his last ride. When there was still no car in sight, at least none that would stop, we walked, side by side, our loose shoes sliding over the dirt in unison. The heat was bad. But worse was the lack of prospects. No cars in sight, and only the occasional house interspersed between the large fields. Max saw it first. The blue sky was still above our heads, but a front of grey was approaching from the horizon. "Better find some roof," he said. We'd passed the last house nearly 20 minutes ago. The next one, a large building with white walls, was not that far ahead. We pressed on, with larger steps, while the front of grey already swallowed the colour of the land. A large sign nailed against the fence. The first word must have fallen off, but most letters of the second one remained. MUSE space M. When you're outside, you can hear the hail before it hits you. We ran towards the large door and Max thrashed against the bar that had been nailed across it. I ran to the side, found a window and a stone, and I just pulled Max into the room as the hail started drumming on the wooden roof. "Made it," he said, while he pushed himself up from the stone floor. "Hope no one's in." Most windows were boarded shut, and as the outside world was getting darker, the bare light inside the room was dimming even more. The room was empty, except for 2 lone chairs in a corner, and the remnants of a campfire between them. "Let's take a look," I said. "Maybe there's food." "Best you'll find is probably a stuffed bear." He laughed and then quickly muffled himself. "Let's just make sure no one's in first." Of the 2 doors, the left one was missing its handle. Max pressed his ear against the right one. He lowered his hand on the handle, turned back to me for a moment, and slowly opened the door. Human eyes stared at me. I screamed, scrambled backwards, and ran towards the window. Max was right behind me as I was climbing out, and then a hand grabbed my shirt. I tried to rip free when, "Dude," he said. I was still struggling with his grasp, but the calmness in his voice cut through my panic. "There was a guy crouching on the floor," I whispered. "Let's get out of here." "Dude, relax," he said. "It's just a statue." He was speaking far too loud for my taste, and he still held onto my shirt. I twisted his hand, but he held his grip. "That wasn't a statue," I whispered. "That guy was definitely alive." Max laughed. "Be quiet," I whispered. "Wax," he said. "What?" "It's wax. A wax museum. That's what it said above the front door." He pointed back towards the open door. "Look," he said. "He still hasn't moved. It's a figure. Nothing to be scared of." "I swear he's real," I said. Max finally let go of my shirt, and instinctively, I took a step away. The hail was hurled against my head and body, and in a second I was back, pressed against the wall and watching with horror as Max calmly backed towards the door. In the twilight, I saw how he raised his foot and placed it on the man's shoulder. I heard Max cursing under his breath. His body was moving heavily. With a loud crunch, the figure finally slid backwards and against the wall. "See?" he shouted back to me. He grabbed something off the ground and walked over to my window. When he tried his hand there were stiff fingers lying in his palm. "Touch it," he said. "It's wax, see?" With my eyes still pointing towards the open door, I picked one of the fingers up. Cold, smooth, and the texture of dried soap. He turned again towards the door. "Come on, this place is pretty cool." There were at least a dozen figures in the room, all frozen in place and time, waiting to scare or entertain visitors. They were mostly men, all in ripped clothing. Max wanted to explore further, but I stopped him from opening the next door. This place was making my hands and feet turn cold. The figures weren't just lifelike. They even seemed to interact. Some were holding onto others. Another pressed against the wall. Several were lying on the floor with gaping mouths and bleeding eyes, like the bodies of soldiers after a lost battle. "Fine," Max said. "We'll stay for the night and then let's explore the place when the sun is back up." Max grabbed another chair from under one of the sitting figures as we left the room. The woman's figure was left in place, well balanced, even without the chair. Even in his new position, lying on his side, the figure that had crouched behind the door seemed menacing, as if ready to leap forward. "Why did you break it?" Max shrugged. "You wanted proof, so I pushed him over. But the fingers stuck to the ground somehow." We closed the door from outside. Later, while Max was cracking the new chair apart to make firewood, I took one of the other chairs and wedged the door shut. "Now you'll sit on the floor," he said. "It makes me feel better." "Grab another chair. There were more in the room." "I prefer the floor." Even with the light of the fire, the room was dark. The flames only seemed to make it move. Every moment, I thought I was hearing movement or footsteps, or maybe whispers from the figure room. The chair burned well. A can of beans, boiled to mash. Max had some dry bread from one of his rides. A decent meal for a night, without a host, and the room was quickly heating up. The drumming of the hail had long faded away. Only a howling wind remained. Occasionally things seemed to fly by the windows, leaves or twigs or birds. My back was against the wall and his chair tilted on its hind legs. The back touched the wall right beside my head. My eyes were moving from window to door and back. Window to door, window to door, window to left door. My eyes transfixed towards the left door, the one without the handle, the one we hadn't checked. Max stopped humming and looked down at me. "Chill out, man," he said. "Probably just another empty room." "I just wonder if it's open." Don't think so. A loud thud came from the figure room. Dude, I said. Probably the broad fell down because I stole the chair. The room felt hot. I can't take this, I said. Max laughed. Do you want me to check? Shall Mummy scare the boogeyman away? I'm serious, I said. Didn't you see their eyes? Shoddy work, he said. They didn't even look real. Damn, man. They looked real to me. And they looked terrifying. He laughed again and threw another piece of chair into the big fire. I was still staring at that left door. His gaze followed mine. Do you want me to check the door? I think I just want to get out of here. Something, somewhere, made a clattering sound. I thought I heard the sound of shuffling feet. Max pushed his chair up. It's okay, I'll check for you. Don't! He stopped, looked at me with a grin and walked towards the door. He moved his hand towards the hole where the handle had been. Then he stopped and took a step back. Whoa, he said. That's actually pretty creepy. The room was boiling now. What? Come look. What, man? What? You can look through the hole here. One of those figures is leaning right against it. Shit, man. Let's get out. He laughed. Huh, I can poke its eye. Are you crazy? His hand moved slowly towards the hole. He grinned at me. Get away! His fingers went through the hole, slowly. Then, instantly, his whole arm pushed inside. He screamed. It got me! I rushed towards him. Oh no, he screamed. It's so scary. I grabbed his shoulder and pulled, and he laughed. I pulled his arm out, easily. Yeah, screw you, man. He was practically shaking from laughter. Oh, it got me. It got me. I punched his shoulder. Not funny, man. A loud thud shook the door. He stopped laughing. You heard that? I nodded and took a step back towards the window. Another thud shook the door. The chair moved slightly. Now, Max screamed. Let's get out, I screamed back. He just screamed and shook his body. I looked back towards him. What the hell? He had his feet against the door, and his left hand against the door, and his right hand was inside the hole. Something got me. For a fraction of a second, I thought it was a joke. Then, another thud shook the door. I ran towards him, grabbed his shoulder, my foot against the door, and I pulled. His arm partially slid out, but his hand was still stuck. Help me, he screamed. I stemmed my other foot too against the door, pulling his shoulder with force. Another thud hit the door, and the chair slid. Max shrieked. We both fell to the ground. Something warm rained on my face. I rolled over and pulled myself and then him up. His hand was bleeding now, quite heavily. We scrambled towards the window and I pushed his sluggish body up and outside. He fell to the ground outside the house. I pushed myself up. A loud crack echoed behind me, and something hard hit my back. Something hard slammed against the wall to my right. I pushed myself out just as the man who had crouched in the door was turning towards me. Something grabbed my shoe, but it slipped off my foot. I fell out and Max, rolling away, pulled me further. An arm reached out the window, then a second one. We pushed ourselves up. As I turned, I saw the figures pushing through the doorway, rushing behind him for the window. His face, pure rage. His hands grabbing for me, then for the windowsill. His second hand was bleeding. We scrambled onto our feet and ran. Max first and I right behind him. First towards the street, then into the fields on the other side, and further through. Just away. We didn't see them behind us, but with every step I still felt that they were close. We ran until my stomach began to cramp. He saw me struggling and stopped a few steps away from me. For a long time, there was no sound except for our heavy breathing. "Holy crap," Max finally said. I breathed another deep breath, exhaled, inhaled, and looked up. "You're an asshole," I said. We walked for the rest of the night, just straight ahead through the fields in the direction of the moon, until we hit another, larger road. We walked along the road without a word, sometimes shaking our heads, sometimes cursing to ourselves. We had no bags of gear. I had one shoe. First, I switched it occasionally from foot to foot. Then I just left it at the side of the road. He held his right hand in his left. At times, he felt for his missing finger. Cars passed us by, but we made no attempt to stop them. At some point, Max was behind me. By the time the sun came up, he was nowhere to be seen. A nice old lady picked me up around 9 a.m. She was on her way to the mall. On her route, she dropped me at the train station. I begged there until I had enough for the trip home. It was in the train bathroom that I looked at myself for the first time in weeks. A reddish beard and tired eyes. There was blood on the right side of my pants, reaching from my pocket nearly down to my knee. I washed my hands, dried them, and as I left the bathroom, I stuck them in my pockets. I froze as my right hand reached the bottom of the pocket. As it did, it touched the cold and stiff and soap-textured object. The finger was bent differently than when Max had shown it to me. I threw it out the train window. That blood on my pants, right below the pocket. I searched myself for cuts or scars. It definitely wasn't mine. The landscape of late night and early morning television can be a grim, desolate place. I can't tell you how many times I've found myself awake at 4 a.m. watching some infomercial for something like boner vacuums or facial cleansers and asking myself, why am I watching this? Where did I go wrong in my life? I think television has become a lot more dull in recent years because everything is held under such tight reins by the sponsors. With everything being monitored like it is, people can't get away with things like they used to. I don't know, maybe that's a good thing. But if one has the spare time and is willing to wade through the crap, there is the occasional kernel of interest to be found. From my experiences, I usually come across these in the public access, international and religious channels. The show I'm going to talk about now is of the third variety. It was a humble little show by the name of Faith Buddies. A show featuring interactions between children and puppets, along with Bible stories and songs. Not terribly well made or ambitious. It wasn't much more than a second-rate Sesame Street with Bible lessons thrown in. If you've ever seen things like Junior Christian Science Bible Lesson or Wiser Family Puppets, it's that sort of show, with a similar, unnerving feel to it. It's much like Sesame Street, except it leaves you feeling mildly uncomfortable. But that's not to say it didn't have its own unique quality to it. Boy, did it ever. It stuck to its basic idea and, unlike JCSBL, it didn't evoke the feeling of everything in the show being the product of one crazy person. There had to be at least 3 different crazy people involved in the production of Faith Buddies. It was definitely a low-budget venture, constrained in both the monetary and creative sense. The thing about the show that caught my attention was the characters and the, unique tone that Faith Buddies had. I've heard it said that the message itself is less important than the way it's conveyed. Faith Buddies seem to have this as one of its core principles. As such, its content was largely the same as other shows of its kind, but it lacked the typical softening to make it more palatable for young audiences. Bible stories were told by means of a narration combined with a slideshow of colored pencil images, which would sometimes display graphic imagery in accordance with the story. For example, Cain's murder of Abel. They didn't skimp on the blood like most do. People drowning in the story of Noah's Ark. The plagues of Egypt, especially that one. Trials of Job. Numerous appearances of Satan. Not actually graphic, but notably darker and more serious than other depictions. They never censored the words either. if you kept a keen ear, you'd sometimes hear bastard or ass. Always in a biblical context, of course, but it does catch your attention. Though I suppose in this current time where 7-year-olds play games like Resident Evil, none of this is all that shocking. So, about the characters. First, there's the main character of sorts, Pinky. Oh God, Pinky. Where do I start? Imagine Kermit without his neck frill, with a big lumpy head and coloured pink. That's basically Pinky. Also notable were the eyes. His pupils were slightly too small and unfocused. Normally this wouldn't be important, except that they like to end the show by zooming in on Pinky's face. The character was referred to as a he, but I could never tell whether the voice actor was a man or a woman. Either way, they gave Pinky a bizarre voice, and it didn't help that he would often give his sentences a painfully drawn-out delivery at random. I can only guess that this was done to ensure that the dumb kids get the message, as Pinky had a tone bordering on the condescending. Pinky was like the alpha puppet. The show kinda gravitated around him. Whenever one of the kids or the other puppets had a question, they would turn to Pinky for his insight. Though Pinky was typically shown with a Bible and would give verses most of the time, there would be other times where he didn't even mention the Bible and seemed to be giving answers on a whim. The first thing that caught my attention about the show was that Pinky's character had a distinct lack of warmth or empathy, which only got worse as the show continued. Pinky would give answers, but they would be very blunt and strangely defensive. Questions about hardships were swiftly answered with things like, "Be careful with questions like that," or "Don't question God's ways." Pinky was very fond of the latter statement and would use it as his way of telling people to shut up. The other two puppets were Bertie and Gerta. There were others that would show up when needed, but these were the main three that were present for every episode. Bertie was a blue hippo, and Gerta was a green fuzzy bird. They were both little more than dim-witted idiots whose sole purposes was to be the foil for Pinky. They would get curious about something, come to faulty conclusions, and then the kids would take them to Pinky, to set their dumb asses straight. Pinky would give them a weird, disjointed lecture, and they would then change their opinion. Pinky also didn't shy away from making cheap shots at them or the kids, but they didn't dare to challenge him. Except for one time when Gerta called him a smarty pants. This was met not with any verbal response, but merely a cold, hateful glare. I wouldn't think a scene between two puppets not speaking would make me feel uneasy, but it sure did. Faith buddies quickly became a guilty pleasure for me. As much of an asshole as Pinky was, I couldn't help but be amused by the guts this little puppet had. Pinky would tell it like it is, from his perspective, regardless of whether his words were appropriate or made any sense, and he just did not give a shit whether he offended people or not. This was very evident in the homosexuality episode. Yes, they actually did an episode about that. And this delicate subject was treated with all the subtlety of a hammer on glass. Sodom and Gomorrah, drawings of bearded men French kissing, Leviticus 2013, dubious statistics regarding AIDS, the whole shebang. It was funny, right up until the end, when this little girl was talking to Pinky about her older brother, who had recently come out to his family. Pinky proceeded to scowl at her about how he was a sinner destined for hell, leaving the poor girl on the verge of tears. That was when I first began to question what the intent was behind the show. It was always a bit odd, but the latter episodes had become quite vile and mean-spirited. This would culminate in the show's last episode. Along with everything else, even the way Faith Buddies started an episode was strange. It would feature Pinky asking questions like, "How do you feel about XYZ?" before saying, "Today we're going to talk about," followed by a black title card showing a word like guilt or forgiveness in white font. The word for the last episode was predestination. Right from that moment, I had this feeling in my gut that something wasn't right. I had seen other kids' shows touch on controversial subjects, although briefly and with a lot more tact. But I had never, ever seen a children's show focus on or even mention predestination before. I must admit, I was really curious as to where they were going with this. I should have known better. The episode started the same as any of the others. Bertie mentions an idea he heard called predestination and talks about it with Gerda and some of the kids. A lot of goofiness and dicking around with musical numbers and such. Then they go ask Pinky about it. Pinky reacted to this concept in an entirely too pleased manner, unlike anything I'd seen before. A little boy asks him to clarify what it means, and he's told, some people are destined for heaven, and some are destined for hell, and he rambles about the power of God. The boy asks, didn't Jesus die to save everyone? And Pinky replies, he died for the chosen ones. The other children gradually begin to grasp the gravity of this and become visibly afraid. The same boy asks him, how do people know where they're predestined to go? Pinky tells him, you won't know for sure until you die. But if you look deep in your heart, you might just find the answer. Pinky then stares at the screen, and everything comes to a halt. I thought the show was over, until another title card comes up. There is no redemption for the damned. Another slideshow of illustrations appears, but there's no Bible story or moral this time. Just a glimpse of what the viewer has in store for them, if they're not chosen. A man and a woman hugging each other before being burned. People with their feet chained to the ground, being eaten by marauding devils whose mouth spans their entire body. with their bodies being ripped from their feet. People being impaled on spike pillars by flying devils. People in the lake of fire having their bodies burned and regenerated forever. Giant, deformed creatures fighting and gouging out each other's eyes. The accompanying music is spliced with sounds of screaming and painful cries, with intermittent quips from Pinky such as, "This is the wrath of the Lord," and "It makes me happy to see sinners get what they deserve." This horror is, thankfully, cut short a few minutes in by yet another abrupt cut. This time, the credits have started rolling, but the scene is zoomed out to show the whole set, including lights, cameras, and microphones. The kids and puppets are nowhere to be seen. Eventually, a man in a black hood enters the room and proceeds to douse everything in gasoline before setting it aflame. The cameraman follows him out, and the last scene shows this hooded man and the cameraman laughing as they toss all the puppets used in the show into a furnace, with the final shot being a close-up of the burning Pinky puppet. It hasn't been that long since I saw the last episode, but I've yet to find any answers as to what the intent of the show really was, or why it ended that way. I had some guesses that it might have been a covert parody all along, or perhaps the show's founders got their funding cut. This was their way of getting back. Or maybe they were just crazy. I really don't know. I have no justification for what happened. Now that I'm back home, I've come to understand that Spain has the world's highest concentration of elevators, and that the apartment buildings they're most often found in tend to have poor maintenance. But that doesn't make me feel any better. My great aunt had invited us to Spain to visit the old family stomping grounds. But the elevator in question was actually in the middle of a row of 3 at an unrelated apartment building. I had slept in to deal with the jet lag, and so I was alone when the taxi dropped me off. The family friend's party was at their place on the 4th floor, so I headed into the crowded building while smoothing my clothes and after briefly checking my hair in a mirror in the lobby. The pause made me miss the elevator on the left, so I waited with a few others. The middle elevator was the one that came for us. Alongside me, there was a Spanish boy of about 4 or 5, an overweight British man, a grey-haired older woman with frail arms, 2 teenage boys, and a guy wearing glasses who was just a little older than me. I will remember all their faces for the rest of my life. I pressed 4. A series of hands pressed 5, 7, 11, and 15. I remember because the pattern of lights impressed itself upon my memory when the elevator first jolted roughly into motion. Upon seeing my discomfort, the British man laughed kindly. "Fellow tourist, it's just how it is here. You get used to it." I nodded politely but continued to clutch the bar in the back. It was a bit loose, prompting me to look around at the shaking walls as they bounced back and forth, what looked to be a full inch from the corners that they should have been locked into. The naked bodies of the bolts were visible at various moments, and I remember thinking that this elevator was basically a sparse cage with thin aluminium walls sticking on through nothing more than low-cost glue and premium-grade bullshit. I could even envision the building manager's face as he might hypothetically explain that elevators were perfectly safe because no one had ever been hurt in them before. Small consolation. Still gripping the bar, I watched as the elevator passed the 4th floor and continued on up. Had I pressed the button? I had. The 4 was still lit up. But we had gone right past it without even slowing down. Looking up, I tracked the floor indicator until it hit 6, and we jerked to an abrupt stop. The sound of something metal whirled and clanged beside us, and then below. We looked at each other for a moment before comprehending that something had fallen off the elevator somewhere, and that we'd come to a stop when we shouldn't have. The old woman said something in Spanish to the guy my age, but he just pushed up his glasses and shook his head fearfully. "Brakes must have come on," the British guy said to me, already moving forward between the others to test the door. He slowed his step when the car shifted and swung slightly under us. The 2 teenage boys and the old woman screamed. The brakes had not come on. We were hanging free in the elevator shaft. Careful with his movements now, the British guy tried the doors. The outer layer opened a bit, but he couldn't get good leverage in the crowded car. Hesitantly, and very, very slowly, I let go of the bar in the back and crept forward to help him. I was no hero. I just wanted to get out of here very quickly. We managed to pull the doors open to find ourselves staring at white brick. Wherever we were, the floors above and below were not visible at all. We were, quite simply, stuck. We tried our cell phones, but the old building was a heavy-set one, made of brick and concrete. None of us had any signal. The British guy lifted the elevator phone, but the wire beneath came with it, attached to absolutely nothing. I guess we just stay here and yell as loud as we can. Somebody's bound to hear us," he said. The car swung perceptibly back and forth as he shifted his stance, and he gripped the bare brick to slowly stabilize us as more terrified screams rang out. "Nobody move, right?" We didn't need to be told twice. For an unknown and exhausting span of minutes, we clung to anything we could, stayed absolutely still, and stared at each other's horrified faces as the British guy bellowed at the top of his lungs. However, no response was evident. when we decided to all yell together, one of us must have moved, because the car began to swing, and the left wall of the car, that thin aluminium I'd silently insulted with its aging bolts and bouncing corners, suddenly screeched and fell away. We all froze, while a crash of metal on concrete sounded, then sounded again, then echoed from far below. Our dangling cage now felt more like a swinging bucket trying to spill us out into the darkness. The left car was above us, so there weren't even any cables to mark the pitch-black elevator shaft that was waiting to swallow us. Worse, the young Spanish boy that was 4 or 5 years old started crying near the open edge as we swung back and forth. The old woman was the first to react. Quietly but insistently, she spoke in Spanish to the boy. He looked at her, but he was too scared to move. She tried again. He did not move, but cried something out in Spanish. He says he's not supposed to talk to strangers. The British guy lifted his arms to reach, but then thought better of it. I can't move, or I'll swing the car more. He looked at us. Is the boy alone here? Any brothers? The 2 teen boys widened their eyes. They didn't know him. Grandmother? The old woman replied, No. Father? The man my age with the glasses clung harder to the bar in the opposite corner and shook his head. He was sweat-soaked from fear. The British guy looked to me, but it was obvious the boy and I weren't related. I said, his family must be in the building somewhere. They probably let him play outside with the other kids and ride the elevator alone. I felt my heart swell with hope. They'll be missing him. Sooner than any of us will be missed, I suppose. His family will wonder where their child is. He's not on the playground outside, and he's not with any of his friends. Yeah, the British guy breathed. The 2 teen boys nodded and laughed with nearly explosive relief. Come on, I said to the boy, who still stood frozen by the edge. We'd stopped swinging as much, and it was getting safer to move. Tears were running down his face. His lip was trembling. It's fine. Come on. I clutched the bar and I held out my hand as far as fear would allow. Even if he was scared of strangers, I would grab him by the wrist if I could. The rightmost elevator, on the side we couldn't see, chose that very moment to kick into life. The car shook. The boy sailed out of sight, swallowed up by darkness without a single sound. He was just gone, just like that. We didn't react. We didn't even scream. None of us moved for at least 30 seconds. I stared at the place where he'd been, hoping that I had just hallucinated the event. Nope, no such luck. The British guy swallowed loudly and finally said, We're only on the 6th floor. It's survivable. But it wasn't. We knew. 6 floors down, to sheer concrete and metal. There was no way a child... Well... There were no more attempts to solve our situation after that. We sat there in silence. We cried, without sobbing. We stared at the floor, without words. An hour passed, then 2. My sorrow and terror solidified into something darker and sharper, and I'd found myself staring at the still lit buttons we'd all pressed on the way in. 4, 5, 7, 11, and 15. 5 numbers. When I finally broke the silence, my voice was colder and harsher than I'd ever heard it. "What floors are you all from?" Noticing the dangerous tone in my voice, the British guy responded slowly. 15. He and I looked at the old woman. She replied sadly, 5. The 3 of us looked at the teenage boys. Nervously, they replied together, 7. And I pressed 4. I said flatly, letting the words spill out of me as the 5 of us looked to the sweat-soaked man with glasses. "Which leaves 11. Huddled in the corner, yet still clutching the bar, he nodded. He paused, thinking of the words. 11. That's all of us. Why? I think I knew what was happening, even as I was speaking. That's not all of us. The tears were running down my face again, but not because I was afraid. The anger rose with each word. That's all the floors, yes, but that's not all of us. What floor was he going to? What floor did that boy live on? I think the man with glasses realized it too. He looked to each of us in turn, finding us as a united community of fury. He half smiled, hoping to lie, but his smile fell as he realized we already knew. He tilted his head and opened his mouth as if to bargain or plead for his life. But that too faded as we began to creep towards him across the unstable floor. He clung to the bar for dear life as we grabbed at him. But the words he finally chose were not about that. He screamed something in Spanish. Granted, the British guy replied, his jaw trembling with anger and sorrow. His strength was important to the process, but it was my kick that finally sent the man with glasses over the edge into the darkness. As before, there were no screams. There was not so much as a thud. With justice served, the energy went out of us like a deflating balloon. We sat in silence once more. The only words exchanged were between me and the British guy. I asked him, what did he say? What did you grant? The British guy looked at each of us to confirm our agreement before settling his gaze on me. He said, "Don't tell them what I did. I don't want her to know what I did." We were rescued 7 hours later. When they asked us what happened, we all looked at each other and told the same story. Father and son had fallen together, accidentally. Several family members clutched the new widow tight, but she held it together. I don't know why she chose me. As the police finished taking statements, the bodies were being carted out and we were all turning to leave, a hand fell on my shoulder. "You," the widow said, as I turned around to face two piercing eyes surrounded by halos of grief. "Is that what happened? Did he die trying to save our boy? Was he a hero?" I couldn't think. Maybe I said it was all an accident, but he was no hero. He was a pathetic coward who was too afraid to even just speak up to save his son's life. Maybe I said, "I don't know. I was too scared to look." Maybe I said, "No, we murdered him for sitting by and watching his son die." Maybe I said, "Yes, he was a hero. A brave man. I'm embarrassed I could not match his courage." I said one of these things. I honestly can't remember which. Even at that moment, I didn't know which of the screaming phrases in my brain actually left my mouth. The only image that survived the stress of that moment is of her nodding lightly and letting me go. And I could only wait, paralyzed, for her to hug me, cry suddenly, nod in agreement, or shout for the police. Instead of any of those reactions, all she said to me was, "I understand." And I was left to wonder, for the rest of my life, which one I told her. I suppose some of the younger generations would no longer know what an iron lung actually is. You can look up a picture of the type of iron lung I stayed in. In short, an iron lung is a machine that allows people to breathe once they are no longer able to naturally. They are most commonly associated with the polio epidemic of the 1950s. I vaguely remember getting sick when I was 11 years old. The year was 1952. None of us thought it was anything serious at first. I had a fever, achy joints, felt nauseous. It didn't seem like a big deal. But then it started getting worse. I remember complaining to my mother that my reflexes were getting dull and I was slowly losing feeling on the left side of my body. We went to the hospital immediately, and I was diagnosed with paralytic polio. The hospital tried a few different tests and medications, but none of them worked. It began to get difficult for me to breathe, as some of the muscle groups in my chest had become paralyzed. This is when a doctor told us about the iron lung. I had never heard of one, but my parents both looked concerned when the doctor spoke of it. I was told that my body could most likely fight off the disease in a few weeks, but I would need a machine to help me breathe during that time. I remember when I was first brought to the iron lung, how strange and unnatural it looked. A little boy's head was sticking out of the compartment right beside mine. I was told his name was Jason. I said hello to him, but he ignored me outright. A series of mechanical sounds were coming from inside of his iron lung, it was like the sound of some futuristic robot inhaling and exhaling. It was loud. It sounded painful. It looked like a monster. I feared that it would rip me apart. The doctor opened up my iron lung, put me on a stretcher. I called it the cookie tray, and he slid me in. About 15 minutes later, I was all ready to go. I would barely leave over the next 4 weeks. I still don't fully understand how this iron lung worked. Something to do with a motor-powered vacuum that would suck the air out of one side and blow it in the other, simulating breathing. What I do know is how difficult it was for us patients. The breathing was out of my control, so I never got used to it. I could only talk on the exhale, which made it frustrating for myself and anyone trying to converse with me. Another problem was eating. I had to time precisely when I would swallow my food, because the inhale cycle of the machine would draw the food into my lungs, causing me to choke. And when you're choking but can't control your breathing, well, that's a whole other mess. What I remember most about my time in the iron lung was the boredom. My parents would come in and read to me sometimes, and some of the nurses were nice and they would chat with us. But Jason beside me still never spoke. Not in the daytime, at least. Nighttime is almost completely pitch dark in the hospital room. One night, after I'd been in the iron lung for about a week, I awoke and looked over at Jason. He was staring at me. He had never even looked in my direction before. He'd never had a guest visit. He'd never yet uttered a word. But there he was, staring at me. Hello, Jason," I said to him. He kept on staring. He barely looked like himself, almost as though he was possessed. "We're not supposed to be alive," he told me. "These machines, they aren't natural." "What do you mean?" I asked him, but he didn't respond. He rolled over and he went back to sleep. I tried to just move past it, to try and continue coping. Another problem in my iron lung that I recall was cleaning the human waste. They had to pull me out on the cookie tray twice a day. They would clean the inside and change my clothes. This was always excruciating. I couldn't breathe at all during this process. They would set a timer at 1 minute and 30 seconds. When that alarm went off, they would have to slide me back in as quickly as possible. But waiting, unable to move, speak, or breathe for a full minute and a half, that was torturous. And they always seemed to take their time too, chatting away, while I lay there motionless, suffocating. On one of those cleanings, I looked over and I saw Jason staring at me again. He looked expressionless. The nurses finished up, left, and turned off the lights for the night. it was again almost pitch black. His shadowy outline barely resembled him when he spoke. "It's going to rip me apart, devour me. I can feel it licking me, salivating. It's almost ready." "What is?" I asked. "My iron lung." I thought this whole ideal must have driven him mad, but I heard the terror in his voice. I tried to comfort him as best I could. He just rolled over and went back to sleep. I woke the next morning to screaming. "It's biting me," Jason bellowed. 3 nurses and a doctor came running in. "What's the problem?" they asked. "Is it pinching you? Can you still breathe?" Jason looked around the room in hysteria. "It's taken my feet." He was now speaking quietly. "Pull me out. Get me out." A doctor started trying to pull out the cookie tray. "It won't budge," he said. "I'll need some help." Jason started screaming again. "Get me out!" I now saw blood start to gather around his abdomen and in his mouth. "It's eating my legs!" A doctor and a series of nurses had grabbed on and started pulling. They had gotten him out a few inches. His shoulders were out now, completely covered in blood. Jason let out one last bellowing scream before passing out. Maybe he was already dead at that point. The doctor and nurses all yelled together, 1, 2, 3, and they yanked as hard as they could. Jason was fully pulled out, up to his belly button anyways. Everything below that was still in the iron lung. His stomach was covered in massive bite marks from a mouth at least twice the size of a human's. There was so much blood, so much hysteria. And then I started to feel something licking my legs from inside my iron lung. I let out a quiet, "Get me out," before I fainted. When I came to, I was in a hospital bed, breathing all by myself. A doctor looked at me. "You're all better now. 25 days in that iron lung and you're all good to go." He smiled. "Jason," I said. "What happened to him? Is he—" "We're not going to talk about Jason," the doctor replied. Another man beside him, maybe a lawyer, spoke up. "There's nothing to talk about with Jason. The iron lung was ineffective for him and couldn't cure him. He's no longer with us." "But—" "Know when to shut your mouth, boy. You really believe anybody is going to believe what you saw? Just shut your damn mouth. Jason died naturally, in the iron lung." I did shut my mouth. This, right now, is the first I've ever written or spoken of what happened. I'm not sure what exactly occurred. Did the machine malfunction and rip him apart? Or was Jason right? Did it eat him? And that lick, something licked me. I'm certain of that. Being that I was 11 years old in 1952, you can probably figure out my age. I don't have much time left, and I'm writing this in a hospital. Maybe this is just nonsensical rambling from a dying man, but I still sometimes think that I was supposed to die back then, in 1952, before the information age, when the world had almost 3 times less people, before the oceans were ridden in dead zones, before the ice caps were melting, before we'd pillaged the earth of most of its resources in order to meet ever-growing global populations. Vaccinations, antibiotics, antivirals, iron lungs. Maybe they really are all monsters trying to devour us. Maybe they helped individuals in the short term, but will inevitably lead to our demise. 7.5 billion of us. We all die, eventually. Sometimes far later in life than was natural. Far later. I was supposed to die in 1952 with Jason. And sometimes I think maybe Jason was the lucky one. They say if you stare into the abyss, it stares back at you. Well, I stared into the abyss, and all I saw was a mirror. To be a bit more specific, I stared into that mirror with a candle in my hand and stared into the inky blackness behind my reflected face. The full-length mirror on the back of my bedroom door seemed like a monolith as I knelt before it with a single candle clasped between my hands. I knelt there and I chanted. I wanted to believe the story I had been told, but I also wanted it to be wrong. My friend Glenn had walked me through the ritual. I was to kneel before a mirror in a dark room with both hands clasped around a lit candle. Once I was able to see the reflection of the flame shining in my own eyes, I was to stare into my reflected eyes and chant a single line until I heard a voice say, "Petit adobator vobie." Once I heard that voice, I could ask one single question and receive a 100% truthful answer from some all-knowing demon. This was a long shot, but I had a question that had been eating away at me for months. I had all but given up hope of finding an answer when I mentioned it to Glenn, and he told me about this ritual. I, of course, figured this to be unlikely at best, but I wasn't willing to rule it out. As I stared into the mirror, I chanted, "Orobas Veritam Revelanum." I chanted and I chanted as I stared into my own eyes and watched the candlelight flicker in their reflection. This continued for nearly 10 minutes before a gust of wind came from nowhere and left me in complete darkness. I was getting ready to stand up and flip the light when I heard an ethereal voice say, "Petit adobator vobis." Slowly, an image formed on the mirror. It seemed to look more like a horse than a man, but as I stared, he simply stared back at me. Glenn had given me instructions for that part of the ritual as well. I quickly reached to my side and grabbed a composition notebook and an unopened pack of pens and slid them towards the mirror as an offering. The horseman reached down and grabbed them before saying,
"Cuidas, tu cuidas."
I tried to summon the courage to speak, but all I could summon was a whisper as I said meekly, "Would you please speak English? I only know the Latin that Glenn showed me." The horseman replied,
"What is your question?"
Feeling a little bit bolder now, I asked, "How can I be happy again?" The horseman laughed and said,
"I am not permitted to lie, nor can I refuse to answer. But this is not an answer which will please you."
I shot back, "What is that supposed to mean?" The horseman responded,
"It is what it is. You will not be happy when I reveal to you that you will never find happiness. I am not permitted to lie, nor can I refuse to answer."
I shouted back now, "Why won't I ever be happy?" The horseman replied sternly,
"You are afforded one question, and two questions were answered. Release me and go forward with this knowledge."
I replied again, "I will not release you until you tell me why I will never be happy again." Fire billowed from his nostrils as he took the shape of a large horse in the mirror, and he shook the glass as he flared his nostrils. The room glowed in the orange light of the flames as he shouted,
"Et non moriaris in diabus septem, hic estile me pretium."
I shouted, "I don't understand you. Speak English." The horseman reverted back to the form of a man with a mane of fire as he slammed his hand against the glass and shouted,
"Release me."
By this point, any courage I had fled in terror. I stumbled through the words as I said the final line that Glenn had given me. "Et nunt absolve vos." With that, the spirit left and the moonlight began to shine through the window behind me. Having had more of an experience than I had expected, I went to bed. The following morning, I caught up with Glenn at school, and I told him about my experience. His expression turned to one of stark terror when I repeated the Latin the horseman had shouted at me. When I asked him what had him spooked, Glenn simply asked me, "You did remember to write 'You cannot harm me' in that notebook, like I told you, right?" I had not, but I nodded anyway. Glenn sighed in relief and said, "Then you've got nothing to worry about. If you don't write a command in the notebook, the demon can choose your fate." I still have no idea what that horseman said to me. one subject that fascinates film buffs like myself is lost films. More notably, lost silent films, as they were made in a time before proper film archiving and copying. So many films didn't survive. They were thrown away, destroyed in warehouse fires, or they just deteriorated over time to the point that they could no longer be projected. Many of these mass destructions of films occurred during the World Wars, as film was often burned to be recycled into materials vital for the war effort. In addition, many studios and warehouses were bombed during the raids. Over 90% of all films made between the 1890s and 1920s are lost. Famous examples of these films include the horror classic London After Midnight, 1926, as well as the first film adaptation of F. Scott Fitzgerald's famous 1925 novel, The Great Gatsby. For a long time, many of special effect pioneer George Méliès films were thought to have been destroyed. But over the years, many of them have since been recovered and restored. I work as a film editor, and I have reviewed and edited several vintage films for release. These films are usually in the public domain, as back in the day many filmmakers did not copyright their work, as this was before 1977 when copyrighting work became a law. Many of these old, public domain films have been uploaded online. Usually, I review and edit these films and email the edited files to my boss, who then makes them available for download and online distribution onto sites such as YouTube. However, there is one film I have seen which I never bothered to edit. It is a film that continues to haunt me, which I think about each day, and which, for weeks, if not months after viewing, had a strong and effective influence on my nightmares. To this day, my boss knows nothing about it. I've never heard back from the person who sent the unedited film to me. Maybe this is because he got a new job and didn't tell me. But now I'm starting to wonder if he actually disappeared after he ended up in the same mental situation as me. Except he couldn't take it anymore. The film I am referring to is Enfants aux yeux noirs, a short, 15-minute film by French filmmaker Jacques Moulin. It was made in 1913. I know little of this guy, though from what I've heard he made this after a severe depression caused by the death of his newlywed wife. It was his attempt at making a truly surrealist film 15 years before Louis Buñuel and Salvador Dali produced Un Chien Andalou, 1929. The film was rumoured to have caused riots in Paris upon release, which was soon overshadowed by the outbreak of World War I only months after its release. Not much is known about Moulin after that, other than his death date in around 1915. For the longest time, Enfants aux yeux noirs was considered a lost film. The last surviving copy of the film was thought to have been destroyed during German bombing of Paris in World War II Though the film was lost, there were a few surviving stills of the film that surfaced on the internet during the late 1990s. As of now, only 2 stills are left, both of the same scene. The scene these 2 shots were taken from was set in a gazebo. The first shot was a low-quality still of a gazebo in a garden, where a woman, well, I think it was a woman, was sitting, her back turned away from the camera. The second shot was of that same gazebo, except instead of a woman in the gazebo, there was a child standing still, facing the camera. These 2 shots fascinated me, and for a long time, they were the only shots thought to have survived. That was until recently. One day, I got an email from Derek, a friend and co-worker of mine. His job was to convert the original film reels into digital files so I could edit them. I had already told him about Enfants and how, like many other lost films, it really fascinated me. Of course, at the time I thought the film was lost forever. But I always imagined, what was that movie like? Sometimes, finally seeing a piece of media that has been lost for decades can be extremely disappointing. Like, what if the film was just 15 minutes of Jackie Moulin's daily life, spending time with his wife and family? It could make sense, since movies that just depicted daily, unconnected events with no real plot could have been considered surreal at the time. I would feel super disappointed and very angry. But Derek seemed very enthusiastic in this email, as the title was, "I Found It," in all caps. This is what it read. "Hey there, you know how you told me about one old French film about the black babies? Well, look no more. I recently received a stash of old films that some guy found in an old film vault in France. On one of the film reels he sent me, the black-eyed children was written on the label. I remember the film you told me about and I immediately thought of you. I sent the guy an email and thanked him for finding the film and sending it to me. His response, however, was negative. He got really angry at me for some reason, saying that he watched it, but 8 minutes in he started crying, to the point that he forcibly pulled the reel off the projector. Strange, huh? I decided not to waste my time and watch the whole thing, but I did convert it to a digital file, so you can see it for yourself. I promise I'll get around to watching it soon. Thanks, Derek." I can't tell you how excited I was when I got that email. Have you ever finally found something you've been looking for years? That was the feeling I had. It was a huge relief for me. My heart was pounding as I downloaded the file, and I slid around in my desk chair as it downloaded. For some reason, the download took about an hour, which was odd since most of the movies I've edited downloaded in a matter of minutes. How could a 15-minute film take so long to download, yet a 2-hour film could download quicker? It just didn't make sense to me. When the film finally downloaded, I clicked on it and opened it up in QuickTime Player. And yes, QuickTime took about 10 minutes to load. You'd think that with such a slow download speed and opening speed, that the movie would buffer for a very long time before starting. But, much to my surprise, the movie started the instant the player opened, without any buffering at all. The first shot was of the opening title, which simply read the name of the film in white text over a black screen. Then, the opening shot abruptly started. It was the shot of the gazebo. I was shaking with excitement and anticipation. After years and years of mystery and occasional feelings of hopelessness, I finally was able to watch this long-lost film. The scene was much clearer to make out on film than in the still. I watched as a woman in a white gown slowly and carefully walked down the path to the gazebo. It was hard to make out the expression on her face, given the poor quality of the film, but it seemed as if she was crying. She went to the gazebo and sat down, her back turned away from the camera. This sequence went on for a few seconds before a caption with some text appeared. In French, of course. Now, I don't know French, so I had no idea what the titles read. This caption card, it stayed on the screen for about 5 seconds before briefly cutting back to the gazebo. Then, suddenly, it cut to a scene of a man sitting at a small table with his head down, as if he was depressed. Suddenly, he yanked his head up, his eyes disturbingly wide open. First, looking at the camera, then towards the left. It then cut to a shot of a door. A caption card with French words repeated twice appeared, before cutting back to the door. The man opened it, and behind the door was a small child. For a few frames, I swore it briefly cut to a close-up of the child's face, but it went too quickly to make out any facial details. It cut back to the image of the child standing in the doorway. This time, the man was gone. Another caption card appeared, which contained a wall of text, written in French, of course. But it went by too quickly for anyone to read, even if they did know the language. The next scene was of an empty room. Light was pouring in, so there must have been a window out of the camera's view. For about 10 seconds, the room was empty. Suddenly, a man, the same man who opened the door for the child in the previous scene, walked out from behind the camera. He dragged a chair across the floor and set it right in the middle of the room. Then, it cut to yet another caption card in French, before cutting back to the gazebo, where the woman was still sitting. The same man who, from the previous 2 scenes, slowly crept up behind her. Who was this man? It seemed as though he was the central character of this movie. I watched as he suddenly grabbed the woman's hair, untying it and dragging her across the ground, where she violently kicked and thrashed about, trying to break free. Even though the movie had no sound, I could tell she was screaming in agony, crying for help. That's when I realized, holy shit, that's Mulin, and he's abusing his wife. As soon as I realized that, the film cut to a shot of the house on fire. Then, it cut back to the room with the chair. Except this time, someone was sitting in the chair, which I was certain was Mulin's wife. This sequence of his wife went on for 2 minutes. Just his wife, sitting there, motionless, her back turned to the camera. I began to think she was dead, or maybe Mulin was yelling at her from behind the camera, but I couldn't tell because, well, just like the screaming, there was no sound, of course. Following this long 2 minutes, a title card appeared. It stayed on the screen long enough to be read this time. After that title card was over, shit really started to go down. I'd rather not share in detail the next 8 minutes of the film, but I'll tell you that it was no surprise why it made the guy cry so much. I saw horrible images flash by my eyes. They were terrible things, evil things, things that looked like they came straight out of someone's nightmare. My heart was pounding, and I began to feel lightheaded, dizzy. The images flashed before my eyes, faster than the mind could comprehend. Thousands of them. It was as if there was a horrific image on each frame. It is hard to imagine where Mulin was able to get all these pictures in the days before the internet. They looked like something straight out of the deep web. About 3 minutes into this hellish compilation, the images went from being creepy nightmare fuel to just being outright disgusting. I could catch a few clear glimpses of some frames that especially stood out to me as being truly graphic and nightmare-inducing. And those made me want to vomit. In fact, I began to tear up, and I began to feel like I was being watched. The film was just becoming too much for me. I wanted to unplug my computer, but the images on the screen kept me paralyzed, too afraid to move. I tried my hardest to pull myself together and not pass out. After what seemed like hours, this horrific nightmare sequence finally ended, and I was greeted by yet another horrific sight. It was a close-up of the child's face, the same one that had briefly flashed on screen in an earlier scene. His eyes were gone. That, or Mulin had taken the time to carefully black out his eyes on every single frame. A single tear of dark liquid, which I assumed was blood, trickled down from this empty eye socket. He was obviously staring at the camera, but it felt more like he was staring at me. Then, it cut back to Mulin's wife in the room. I watched as she slowly turned her head to the camera, revealing her face, or what was left of it. It was horribly scarred, up to the point where she didn't look human. All the skin had been scraped off her face, and her eyelids appeared to have been burned off. Her lips were pretty much torn off, revealing her gums and teeth, several of which appeared to have been knocked out. I was physically trembling now. Suddenly, there was a flash of light, and her head practically exploded, leaving a large splotch of blood on the wall in front of her. The rest of her body simply fell onto the floor, and the camera continued rolling for another 20 seconds. I was waiting for something else to pop up, like the child's face or yet another gory montage. But none of that happened. Instead, that was just the end of the movie. His wife's head blowing up. That scene faded to black, without even an end card. For a moment, my heart was pounding. There was no way that was done with special effects. That had to be real. It then dawned on me. I had just watched Moulin murder his wife. That scene where he drags her through the garden, that was obviously abuse. He had abused her to the point where her face was mutilated beyond recognition before finishing her off with a shotgun. I realized that only a few short years later, Moulin would use that same shotgun to shoot himself in a similar fashion. That night, I had great difficulty falling asleep. Whenever I tried to close my eyes, stills from the movie were ingrained into the back of my eyelids. I don't know how long I was awake for, but I only slept a few dreamless hours that night. The next day, the movie was all that was on my mind. I couldn't do anything else but think about what I had just seen. Most likely, I was the only one in the entire world who had sat through the entirety of his lost movie. The few people who knew about it had only seen those 2 frames. Suddenly, I remembered the 2 frames. I remember seeing the scene of Moulin's wife crying at the gazebo. But what about the scene of the child standing in the middle of it? I don't remember seeing that scene in the movie. Was it one of the frames from the montage from hell? No, it couldn't have been, as I would have been able to spot it. And no such image came up in that revolting compilation. I decided to do a Google search. I clicked on one of the links that talked about the movie, and sure enough, the frame of the child in the gazebo was there. I scrolled down, reading about the mystery of the film and Moulin's life. But at the bottom, I saw something new. It was a picture of the original film reel. On the label was written, "Children with Black Eyes." That was no doubt the English translation of the film's title. The filmmaker's name was also written on the label. But there were 2 things on that label that confused and shocked me. Though all sources claim the film was made in 1913, this particular reel was dated to 1908. This could have been a mistake, Why would Mullin wait 5 years to show his movie? Then, I read the bottom of the label, where the duration was written. The original film was 2 hours long. Where are we going? I was seated between my brothers Roger and Greg in the back of my brother-in-law's Black Sierra. It was 3 days until Halloween, and our parents had left my sister and her husband in charge as they went to attend a school function. After dinner, Jody and Carl piled us into the car without a hint of our destination. The sun was setting behind us and the sky was fading from a deep brick to a morose purple. "We're going to a haunted cave," Carl said, turning down the radio. "Haunted cave?" Greg asked. There was a hint of anxiety in his voice. Greg was the youngest and the most timid. We got him to watch an episode of The Twilight Zone once, and he'd had nightmares for weeks. Carl pulled off the highway and onto a one-lane road. Open fields blurred past as he floored the car. Roger and Greg grabbed the car's "oh shit" handles instinctively, and I, with no other recourse, covered my eyes. The acceleration pushed me back into the cold leather of the seat. My stomach lurched as we went over a slight hill. Carl loved to go fast. It's located on a farm. He glanced at us in the rearview mirror. There are people who set it up every year, some wandering theatre troupe. They build a path through the tunnels and, well, you'll just have to see. "Have you been there before?" I asked. Carl didn't answer. We all sat, waiting for him to respond. The moment of silence lingered uncomfortably long. Finally, Jody looked at him and whispered, "Was that the year What's-His-Face disappeared?" "Turkish," Carl replied, his voice cracking slightly. "Who's Turkish?" Greg asked. Carl looked in the rearview again. This time, his expression seemed very dark, very somber. Someone I knew 10 years ago. I used to be friends with this kid named Jasper. Jasper was friends with Turkish. So, all three of us hung out together. Turkish was a prick though. He picked fights all the time, got kicked out of class, and he was always on the verge of expulsion. One October, Turkish found out about this haunted cave and talked Jasper and me into going. Turkish was a horror fanatic. He used to ramble off information about obscure serial killers he'd read about. Jasper agreed to go because Jasper didn't care what he did as long as it got him out of the house on a weekend. His father was an alcoholic, you see. I went because I wanted to keep Jasper out of trouble. You see, things had a way of going south whenever Turkish was around. We agreed to meet up at the cave, which you'll see in a couple of miles. Turkish showed up late as usual. He'd stopped to get his most recent girlfriend's name tattooed on his chest. It was his idea, and he made us wait for him. That's the kind of guy Turkish was. Carl paused his story. Ahead, we could see tail lights illuminating what looked like a fairground. There were hundreds of cars parked along the side of the road and in a makeshift parking lot across from the main thoroughfare. People were everywhere, mostly dressed in heavy jackets for the weather, but some were decked out in costumes. I counted half a dozen witches, 2 werewolves, and 1 ghost in a bedsheet who looked kind of lost. There were more zombies than I could keep track of. We pulled into the parking lot and climbed out of the car. Greg squeezed Jody's hand tightly as we crossed the road. People milled past us, some laughing, a few crying and clinging to their friends. We followed Carl over a slight rise where most people seemed to be congregating. And there it was, the cave. It was as if the earth had been punched from below by a fist the size of the house. A gigantic hill of jagged rock with a black, gaping maw in the center, the size of a bus. Dripping torches lined the sides of a plank walkway, descending into this mouth-like hole. In acknowledgement of the cave's monstrous form, 2 equally enormous papier-mâché skeleton hands had been erected on either side, ushering victims into the cavern, almost as though to be consumed. Screams and the sound of roaring and chainsaws emanated from the darkness. Greg hugged Jody's side. His eyes were full of panic. "I don't want to go in there." "Just stay close to me." Jody rustled his hair. "And if it's really scary, just close your eyes and hold me tight." We got in line behind a family of 4 who seemed to be having similar difficulty with one of their crew. A little girl of probably 8 or 9 who just would not stop crying and tearing at her mother's pant leg, begging her to take them all home. I watched her with interest. I've always had a bad curiosity for the macabre. Even when I knew things would scare me to tears, I had trouble looking away. I sympathized with the fear Greg and the little girl were feeling. I could feel the skin on my arms trying to shimmy its way up to my neck. Something in my stomach made a noise like it wanted out, and I was afraid it might just find a way. At the same time, though, I was practically shaking with anticipation. "Looks like we've got a few minutes before we reach the front of the line," Carl said, standing on tiptoes to see over a few heads. "Anyway, where was I? Oh, right. So, we got in line and Turkish showed us his tattoo. I remember laughing at it because it turned out I had named my car the same thing. So to me, it looked like this guy had tattooed my car's name on his chest." "What was it?" Roger asked. "What was what?" "My car. It was a gremlin." Jody hissed. "Ew." "No, what was the name?" "Oh." Carl scratched his head for a moment, looking up at the night sky. "I forget. M something. Matilda or Melissa? Anyway." Turkish got ticked off when I laughed at his tattoo, so he pulled a switchblade on me. I wasn't really afraid he was going to use it, but people around us didn't know that. Before he or I had a chance to react, the guy selling the tickets, this huge brute, big as a refrigerator, grabbed Turkish by the wrist and twisted hard. Turkish screamed and dropped the knife. I thought, that's it, we're not getting in. But the ticket guy picked up the knife and said, "Now you can go in." Well, Turkish was turning beet red. Everyone could see he was on the verge of going apeshit, but he was holding back. First time in his life, I thought. We went inside, and after we were out of sight of the ticket guy, Turkish started swearing that he was going to go back and kick the ticket guy's ass. There were these fake corpses along the way, and after ranting for 10 minutes or so, Turkish climbed over the railing and started taking his anger out on the props. He was just going crazy on stuff, tearing the scenery down, and Jasper and I were like, "Let's get out of here before he gets us arrested." We bailed on him, just walked off into the rest of the cave. Of course, that led to some very loud swearing when he realized we were gone. We could hear his tantrum change into absolute rage 5 minutes later, echoing through the tunnel system. Our group approached the cave entrance, where a tall man cloaked in a Grim Reaper costume was taking money and stamping people's hands. He wore a grey shroud that concealed his face. A rather real-looking scythe was strapped across his back. "Your guide will be along shortly," he said in a voice that could curdle milk. "We don't get to just go in alone?" Carl asked. "We've had incidents in the past," the Grim Reaper replied, reaching up to stroke his chin. "People getting injured. Too many lawsuits." Greg continued, hugging Jody tightly around the waist and whimpering. She hunched over him and petted his head, saying his name over and over, trying to console him. Carl looked at me and rolled his eyes. "I guess they don't want people ruining the cave for others," I said. "I wonder if he's referring to Turkish," Roger remarked. He rubbed his hands together to keep warm. The Grim Reaper cocked his head with interest. Everybody looked at Carl. Well, when Turkish caught up with us in the tunnel, his hands were all bloody. We asked him what happened. I was scared that he'd attacked someone. He told us that he'd torn his hands up when he tripped getting back over the railing and falling on the rocks. I wasn't sure whether to believe him or not. The night was ruined, as most were when Turkish was involved. I just wanted to get out of the cave and go home. But we didn't get a chance. Before I could say, "Let's get out of here," we heard someone very angry shouting. Other people started screaming. There was this thundering sound and the floor shook. And what came out of the tunnel but that gargantuan ticket guy? He came barreling at us like a monster, scaring the living piss out of everybody that got in his way. He came right for us. It was like a sixth sense. He knew exactly who he was looking for. Turkish. I knew that we didn't stand a chance against that guy. Jasper and I turned and ran. Turkish just stood there, trying to look tough. But Just as this guy got within arm's reach, he shrieked and fled. Fortunately, the guy was big and slow. We made it out of the cave without him catching us. Once we hit the open air, we ran into the crowds to lose him completely. Let me tell you, being chased by that guy was scarier than the cave itself. The look on his face, it was like he wanted to tear us apart. I spent a good 15 minutes just circling around people in cars and trying to keep an eye out for Jasper and Turkish. I ran into Turkish first, unfortunately. He was practically insane with rage. I swear, he was frothing at the mouth. Jasper found us a couple of minutes later and we hung out by the cars to have a smoke, trying to relax. Turkish kept on kicking the car next to him and shouting, "That prick still has my knife." Jasper and I were like, "Forget it, man. Get a new knife. That guy'll pop your head off if you go back there." But Turkish was, well, stupid. He kept waving his bloody hands around and swearing he was gonna come back and beat the shit out of Ticket Guy and get his knife back. Then, he glared at us and said, "Are you guys with me?" "Hell no," I told him. "We're not going to fight that gorilla for your stupid knife." Turkish turned fuming red again. I swear, steam was coming out of his ears. He stamped his feet and then flipped us both off and stormed off towards his car. I didn't care. He'd be over this whole thing in a week, I was sure. I remember the last thing I heard him yell before he slammed his car door and drove off. The last thing he said that night, and ever. "If you assholes aren't with me, I'll just bring a friend of my father." The next Monday, when he didn't show up for school, Jasper told me that a friend of his father was Turkish's way of saying he was going to go home and get his father's Beretta. "What's a Beretta?" Roger asked. "It's a gun." We thought for sure he'd gone home, gotten the gun, and then done something stupid as usual and was now in jail. But he wasn't. He was just gone. "You never saw him again?" "Never. I've only told a few people that story." "And a riveting story it is, my friend," the Grim Reaper said, crossing his arms. "If I see your friend during my journeys, I will tell him you still speak of him." Carl gave the Reaper a sideways glance and frowned. I couldn't help but smile a bit. A gaunt man walked out of the shadows in front of us. His face was long, pale, and his eyes hollow and dark. He wore these filthy overalls and a plaid shirt covered with multiple wounds. On his head was a straw hat with a torn brim. Greasy black hair hung down in his face. "Welcome, travelers," he groaned, lifting his arms like they were weighted down like piles of sand. "If you will please, follow me. Keep together, do not stray, and do not cross the railing for your own protection." We followed him as he requested. Roger, then Jody with Greg hugging her back, me, and then Carl in the rear. The ground dipped down almost immediately as we entered. The fake torches were replaced by cheap light bulbs that ran along the ceiling and cloaked the ground around us in the shadows. The railing and path were made of rotten, old wood. It looked slimy, so I kept my hands tucked into my armpits. After descending for a couple of minutes, the tunnel curved into darkness. I reached out and put my hand on Greg's shoulder to not get lost, but my sudden touch made him scream and he buried his face in Jodi's back. She glanced back at me and gave me her patented death stare. "Greg, it's okay," Jodi sighed. She reached behind her and patted his head. "Sorry, Greg," I said. "I wasn't trying to scare you." The tunnel widened into a chamber of smoother rock. Several glass cases had been set up around the perimeter. Fake-looking cadavers were propped up in them, mutilated, dissected and crushed. Dim spotlights were set up in front of each display to illuminate its contents, casting this nauseating yellow glow about the room. I stepped out from behind Greg and looked in the nearest case. A pair of hands, severed at the wrists. 2 legs, lost below the knees. Blackened feet. A torso. A head, crushed beyond repair. I was mesmerized by the gore. It looked so real. I stood there, taking in all the details. Something inched up my back and I twitched with panic before I realized it was just my nerves going haywire. "These are the bodies of previous explorers," the guide said somberly. "Be careful, lest you join them on display." I stared at the corpse, the sounds of distant screaming echoing in my ears. Greg sobbing, muffled by Jodi's jacket. The image of that case's contents etched itself into my brain. I closed my eyes and I could see every detail as clear as if they were still open. After a minute, the guide made a sweeping gesture with his arms and we were escorted out of the room and back into a narrowing tunnel. The lights were gone. Everything around us was pitch black. Greg was sobbing harder now, causing Carl to tell him to calm down. I put my hand on his shoulder again, and he flinched but didn't scream. I held onto him, suddenly afraid to let go. Something in my head whispered, "If you let go, you'll be lost forever." We inched forward, step by step. Somewhere ahead of us, a buzzer sounded, followed by a strobe light. Jodi screamed, causing me to look up. The walls around us were sectioned off by large panes of glass. To the right, a man was sitting in a sturdy-looking chair, his arms and legs bound by leather straps, a metal cap sitting on his head, and he screamed loudly at me as sparks flew out of the top of it and smoke billowed out around his head. I screamed with him. Roger shouted up in the lead, and I turned away from the electrocution scene to see another cage light up. Inside it, a woman was laying on a table while a man in a pig's mask brought a chainsaw down on her abdomen. Blood sprayed over the glass wall, concealing the carnage. But I could still see the woman's arms and legs sticking out stiffly on the table. I breathed a sigh of relief, realizing that they were, of course, fake. The woman must have had her head sticking up through a hole in the table with a prop body tied down on it. It was an impressive special effect. Greg shoved himself into Jody's back, screaming like I had never heard him scream before. This was too much, too realistic. Greg had no business being here. None of us did. I pushed Greg forward, causing Jody to yell at him. I didn't try to tell her it was my fault. I just wanted to get out of that room. We shambled forward as a unit. The guide, swaying his head like the horrors around us were just another day in his life. He turned to look back at us, catching my stare of disgust, smiled and winked at me. I shook my head, as if to say, no more. He tilted his head to the left as if to say, just one more look. The last glass wall was illuminated from the other side, revealing a teenager in a torn-up baseball jersey and filthy jeans. The look on his face was of absolute terror. It didn't seem fake to me at all. The boy was yelling, but the glass there, it must have been soundproof, because the only sound we could hear was the man screaming while being electrocuted behind us. I tried to read his mouth movements, but the only word I could figure out was help. As we watched, a large, muscle-bound man in nothing but a pair of black leather pants appeared from a dark corner with a very large axe. The blade on the axe, it was grimy and dull-looking. The teenager went wild inside this glass case. He thrashed against his restraints. The lights went out for a moment, causing Greg to give out a short scream, and then they came back on. The man with the axe turned to look at us, and I heard Carl whisper, "Oh my God." The axe man hefted his weapon up over his shoulder, turning back to the panicked teenager. At the same time, Carl started shouting, "Let's go, everybody out." I tried to look over at him, but I was hypnotized by this scene unfolding on the other side of the glass. The kid in the shredded clothing was crying. I could see that he'd pissed his pants. This was no prop body. How were they going to pull off this effect? I couldn't figure it out. The axeman tensed his arm, then leaned back before pivoting as he swung the axe. That's when the lights went out. Greg's screaming was making my ears ring. I heard Carl shove past Roger and the guide. Jody was shouting his name over and over. I could feel Greg being jerked out of my grip. I stumbled to keep up as we fought our way through the tunnel. Left, right again. I almost ran into the wall a couple of times trying to keep up. We turned a corner and the tunnel lighting returned. Carl was storming for the exit, not saying a word. Roger was running to catch up. Jody was dragging Greg, who was stumbling with his head buried into her back. I looked around and I realized that the guide had somehow gotten behind me. I looked over my shoulder and there he was, staring back at me. his expression blank. The path went over a small, underground lake, and as we crossed it, a huge form rose up out of the water. It was a man in a hockey mask, though at the time the reference was lost on me. Slowly, methodically, he strode through the water towards us as we crossed the bridge. "Go," I whispered to Greg, but we had caught up with the group ahead of us, and we were stuck. "Go," I said louder, pushing Greg. "Go, go, go." The man in the hockey mask began climbing over the railing, and I lost it. I started screaming. The guide started laughing. Greg hadn't stopped screaming through any of this, but it was clear his throat was getting raw from it. Jody screamed at Carl, and Carl started shoving through the group ahead of us, who started shouting because they didn't know what was going on. We were full on running when we came out of that cave. Greg collapsed on the ground crying, and Jody picked him up to cradle in her arms. Carl was white as an albino, and his eyes seemed wild, panicked. Only Roger appeared to be unfazed by everything that had happened. I hated him for his calm. "Let's get out of here," Carl said. And that was it. We didn't even get the chance to stop and catch our breath. Jody gathered up Greg. I went over and held Roger's hand, and we walked away from that hellish place. "I'll see you later, Greg," someone shouted from behind us. I turned to look, and the guide was standing there, waving slowly to us. Nice touch, I thought. We rode back in silence, except for the sound of Greg crying uncontrollably in the back seat. I got to sit up front because Jody elected to sit in the back and try to comfort him. She wrapped her arms around him and hugged him tightly as his body shook with racking sobs. Roger sat quietly, looking out the window. I watched Carl with curiosity, but he stared blankly out at the road. This time, we didn't speed, though there was a clear sense of urgency, like we had to get away as quickly as possible. "Carl," I whispered, to keep Greg from hearing. "What happened back there?" "It was him," Carl said, not trying to lower his voice. "That man with the axe. That was the gorilla who chased us out of the cave 10 years ago." Greg was still crying when we pulled up in front of the house. Our parents had not returned yet, so Jody and Carl read stories to him to try and put him to sleep. It took them more than half an hour to calm him down, and I think in the end they may have given him something like NyQuil to assist them. I lay in bed, looking out the window, listening to his sobbing in the next room until it died down. I shivered, laying there, thinking about everything I remembered from that night. All that horrible imagery burned into my skull. I relived it over and over in my head, as I am prone to do when something traumatic occurs. Eventually, Jody came in and sat at the edge of my bed. "Jody?" I looked at her for a moment to make sure I had her attention. She had dark circles under her eyes. "Promise me we won't ever go back there." She sighed. "Oh yeah, I can definitely promise we'll never take you guys back there." "No," I said, looking her straight in the eye. "Promise me you'll never go back there either." "Hell no," Jody frowned. I turned and stared out the window at the black October night. "Madeline," I whispered. Jody looked out the window with me. Her brow furrowed for a moment. "What are you talking about? Who's Madeline?" "Carl's first car." She stood up and looked down at me. "How do you know that?" I pulled the covers up to my chin. I could feel a shiver developing in my arms and legs, and uncontrollable trembling that seemed to want to shake my internal organs loose. I could feel my fingernails digging into my palms, even through the thickness of my comforter. I saw it tattooed on the chest of that dismembered body in the first room of the cave. I was home alone for the week, as my family had gone on vacation while I had to stay and work. It was around 2 a.m. I had decided to stay up and watch a scary movie in the darkness in my basement. I was intent on really scaring myself, seeing how far into terror I could go while still knowing I was safe here in my home. It was then that I heard pounding footsteps on the first floor. This was a common, annoying occurrence when my family was home. Every time they passed through that front hallway, past the basement door, I heard their footsteps. This time though, fear immediately shot through me at the sound. My reflex was to turn the television off immediately. The basement door was up a flight of stairs and around a corner, so whoever it was would not have seen any light. I heard the basement door click and turn as I sat there in absolute darkness. I moved slowly, so slowly, so as to be absolutely silent, and I crawled behind our large television. As I passed it, inch by inch, I noted with panic that its black screen still dimly glowed. I heard footsteps coming down the carpeted but creaky stairs. I froze in my hiding space, listening. For many long minutes, I heard nothing. Had the intruder seen the TV's afterglow? Or had it faded in time? Was it standing in the pitch dark, listening for me? I seemed to lie there in total silence for an interminably long time. My panic began to fade, and I began to think more clearly. Had I really heard an intruder? Could someone possibly be standing there in silence for so long without making any noise? The basement was so exceedingly quiet that the silence itself began to hurt my ears. Could the unknown person really avoid any noise from shuffling or breathing or anything else? If there was an intruder, it was still in the basement, because the creaky stairs were incredibly loud. The door handle clicked, and it wouldn't know to mask its footsteps on the first floor, so they couldn't be heard down here. I began counting in my head, trying to pass time. I didn't dare risk the sound of swallowing. I reached 60 seconds once, twice, 30 times, 60 times. By now, my fear had faded, and I was more confused than anything. I estimated that I had been crouched in this absolute blackness for almost 2 hours and had still heard nothing. If there was an intruder, none of this made sense. Finally, I decided that I would have to make a move. If I did nothing, eventually the sun would come up. It would shine in through the small basement windows. And worse, I began to smell something horrible and cloying. Slowly, ever so slowly, I began inching my way towards the stairs by way of the walls. If someone was standing there in the dark, I should be able to go around them and then make a break up the stairs. Meanwhile, the horrible odor grew stronger. Had something died down here in the night? No living person could smell like that. Terrible images of some kind of corpse monster listening for me in the dark erupted in my thoughts, and I moved as fast as I could without making a sound. Just as I finally approached the stairs, there was an enormous clatter, as if something falling or collapsing on the floor. It was at that moment I leapt forward and I crashed up the stairs, running out through the open basement door and my wide open front door. Now, certain that someone was in the house, I called the police from my cell phone and I watched my house from afar. The police came, checked inside the house, and then grimly came back to question me. They had found a body in my house. My elderly neighbor, who seemed to have died of a heart attack. Their belief was I must have left the front door unlocked, and he must have wandered into my house while dying, looking for help. At first, I felt horrible, thinking that I had sat there in the dark while this man literally died a few feet away. Then, it occurred to me, what the hell was that loud noise of things falling that last prompted me to bolt up the stairs and out of the house? I asked the police and they confirmed the back door of my house had been left open as well, near a single bare footprint in the mud. Somehow, for some reason I will never know, there was someone else in that basement with us. Silent, waiting, and listening in the dark over the fresh corpse of an old man. A Thursday 2 months ago, I stepped into the kitchen and noticed a small puddle of greyish water on the floor. A huge moist spot of greyness covered the ceiling. I called my landlord straight away. I told her that there was a leak and either a pipe must have burst or some water might have accumulated on the flat roof. She said she would send someone straight away. I asked whether she needed the key. She said no. I suppose I am an idiot. I assumed that the lack of phone calls during the day was a good sign and that when I got home, it would all be fixed. I felt some nervousness on the ride home. The bus was slow and my thoughts went a bit overboard. I scolded myself for being ridiculous. Far from ridiculous. From outside, the bungalow looked fine. I pressed the key into the keyhole, turned it and pushed the door open. Immediately, a mouldy, old water stench welcomed me. If you ever cleaned an old aquarium thick with algae, you might know the smell I'm talking about. The water and debris were already in the corridor. The kitchen looked like an earthquake had struck. Pieces of wood, cement, insulation material and chipped off paint were all over the kitchen. The sticky grey water covered not just the centre of the room, where the ceiling had crashed, but seemed to have splattered on every single wall and piece of furniture. The old water stench by a pungent smell of rot. Some of the water seemed to have flown in small trickles into every room. There were small puddles or dried grey stains in every single room. First, the landlord apologised profusely. Then, when the handyman came and told her that there was no pipe to fix, she blamed me instead. She said that I must have done something to the ceiling. One of the men suggested that it must have been rainwater. Rainwater that had trickled through small holes in the roof and had collected over weeks, months, maybe even years in the insulation material of the ceiling. I understand why my landlord was so suspicious that I had done something. Basically, since the first week of moving in, I had complained about the paint that occasionally chipped off the walls and ceiling. Paint of so many layers that had been painted on top of one another. The bungalow badly needed a renovation and she knew it, but she didn't want to spend any money on it. The, for its condition, far overpriced bungalow was her cash cow that she wanted to milk until the cow dies. Or rather, until the falling ceiling killed someone. I only stayed there because it was so close to work. For 3 weeks, I had to get up half an hour earlier to make sure that I got my shower in before the builders came. In the evenings, I came home every night for a new smell. Plastic, plaster, powdered insulation material. It was hard to imagine what exactly the 4 guys did during the day. But they didn't just leave smells. They also left trash. Obvious trash that I ended up throwing out because they never bothered to do it. I had to live in the mess, eat my cereal between heaps of trash until I threw it out myself. In a way, it was curious to stare at the different materials that made up my home. In a way, it was fascinating to guess what each of them would be used for. The black sticky rolls were likely for the roof. The yellow, fluffy rolls, they were clearly insulation. The wooden planks and drywall plates likely were part of my future ceiling. The trash was harder to identify. Of course, there was also the yellow drywall, soaked in some sort of greyish water and covered in a mouldy slime. I asked the builders 3 times to get rid of it. In the end, I did it myself because just the sight of it made me feel sick, not to mention the smell. I pulled the slimy, yellow marshmallow-like material into a large, black bag and pulled the bag outside. It was at the bottom of the heap where I found the white bag. I call it bag because I don't know what better to call it, and it was my first impression that it must be a bag. But the texture, that was different. It was flexible and strong like a bag, but it also seemed to have some structure. A scale pattern was pressed into the material. I hated the builders. I hated that they used my bedroom for their smoke breaks. I hated that they ate my food and particularly my bread during the day. I hated that they left piss on the toilet seat and dirty water all over the apartment. I was happy when they finally finished. The ceiling looked like a patchwork because the landlord felt I was the one that should do the paint job. The kitchen and corridor were a mess, and a few persistent spots of sticky mass were on the kitchen counter and outside the front door. But, all in all, I was happy to be on my own again. For 2 days, I lived in the mess. Then the weekend came and I finally had time to clean up. I spent maybe 4 or 5 hours on cleaning the apartment. I got neither rid of the old smoke nor all of the permeating smell of mouldy old water. Still, after those 4 hours, I sat in my armchair and, for the first time in weeks, maybe even months, I felt relaxed. Truly relaxed to the core. I fell asleep like that. I woke up at maybe 3 a.m. because the light was still on. I made my way to my bedroom and I nearly had a fit of rage. There was water on the floor. Greyish, slightly thick water. The ceiling looked perfectly fine. No holes, no dripping, no wet spots. I wiped it off and checked the walls as well as the floor for any possible leaks. Nothing. By 4:30 a.m., I was finally in my bed. Every night, a few more puddles of greyish water appeared. I told the landlord about it, and she had a go at me that I should be more responsible. At that point, I made the mental decision to move out of there. But only now that's a really conscious decision. Only now that's really a fact. It took me a whole month to overcome my denial. The puddles were always in the same place, at the foot of my bed, right next to the door, at the entrance of the bathroom, and at several places in the kitchen, mostly the fridge. There were not any leaks around, and the air was not moist enough to create whole puddles of liquid, and even less to create puddles of greyish liquid. After a week, I had found the common pattern. First, I looked for repeat spots in order to figure out where the leaks or stored liquid in the ceiling were. There were the 3 spots I mentioned already, but still, occasionally, there were wet spots in the middle of the corridor or near the back door. In the second week, when I knew the repeat spots, I watched the ceiling and surrounding areas closely. Still, there was no sign of any liquid seeping through the many cracks in the ceiling, and certainly not enough to form any puddles. In the third week, I gave up on the puddles. I made sure all the windows were locked, and I made sure that I checked all the suspicious areas for signs of moisture. But honestly, work was exhausting, and I just didn't want to think about any of it. I didn't even bother wiping the puddles up unless they got too big. I felt hopeless. The smell had soaked through my clothes. Even at work, the smell seemed to come out of my skin as if I myself was filled with dirty, greyish water. At the end of the third week, the puddles suddenly stopped. There was nothing more. I wondered, probably more why they had disappeared than I had wondered why they had been there to begin with. Still, all I felt was relief and happiness, a deep sense of liberation. I slept well again. 6 days in a row, the puddles were gone. That brings us to today. That brings us to the reason why I'm in a hotel I can't afford. When I woke up this morning, I smelled it right away. It was more pungent than ever before, and in between the smell of stale, rotting water, there was something else. Something fresher. A note, like sweat. On the way out of my bedroom, I stared at the huge puddle in disgust. It led straight from the door to my bed, and it continued behind the door and to the kitchen. There was also a branch of thinner spots towards the bathroom. I wiped it up straight away. I knew I would be late for work, but I just didn't want to come home only to expect to see more suffocating liquid soaked into the cheap floorboards. I started in the bathroom because it felt the easiest. Then I made my way to the kitchen and wiped the liquid up. I had to change the cleaning water 2 times to get rid of all the grey marks on the floor. Finally, I got back to my bedroom. It was definitely the worst of the rooms, and I wondered why I hadn't woken up from the noise that this obvious flood of liquid surely must have produced. I had just changed the cleaning water for the 3rd time when I realized the puddle continued under the bed. I pulled the blanket up and I pushed my bed towards the far corner. The bed moved. The puddle seemed to have spread even larger under the bed. Suddenly, something white appeared. Something white and thin, like a plastic bag. The wrinkled and ripped textile was soaked full of greyish water. In size and shape, it was only a bit smaller than me. I pushed it around with the mop. A corner folded over and I saw a piece of bread. A piece of fresh bread right next to the top of the white bag. It took me nearly a minute to recognize where I had seen it before. I recognized it because of the scale pattern. Then it took me only a second to realize what it was. Not a bag. A shed skin. I woke up on the floor. The feeling of cold, wet concrete on my face and the distinct taste of copper in my mouth. It worried me. I opened my eyes, but I saw nothing. It was pitch black. The darkness that surrounded me was so thick that it seemed to have a texture to it. I groggily sat up and looked for a wall to lean against. I found none. I cursed aloud, and my words seemed to echo. My arms felt heavy as I reached into my pockets. I didn't know if I'd been drugged or I was experiencing a hangover. As my hands slid across the cold plastic and glass of my phone, I halfway rejoiced. I pressed the power button and I swiped at the screen to unlock. The dim glow of my phone did not comfort me. As I pointed the screen away from me so I could see, I saw only that the concrete floor around me was expansive. I couldn't make out any walls, nor could I see the ceiling. My sluggish mind finally came to the conclusion that I should call for help. I dialed 000, only for the phone to return an error. No service. I stumbled to my feet and started forward. I figured I would eventually find a wall and from there, I could attempt to find a door. Each step from my point of origin seemed more difficult than the last. The light from my screen, it barely seemed to penetrate more than 10 or 15 feet into the darkness that felt more and more moist as I moved towards the edge of the room. I stumbled forward a few more steps before tripping over an unseen object and dropping my phone. I had landed on my hands and knees, which, in turn, shattered the screen on my phone. Without light or anything resembling hope, I wandered through the darkness with my hands out in front of me. After several agonizing minutes, I found a wall. Between the exhausting and the lingering feeling of grogginess, I was happy just to have something to lean against as I sat down. The concrete floor was wet and sticky. The walls, also concrete, were cold to the touch. I began to wonder if perhaps I was underground. I walked, with my left hand against the concrete wall, as I hoped with each step that the texture on my fingers would change and I would find a door, a window, or anything resembling a light switch. I was moving slowly, but with more confidence since finding the wall. With one hand out in front of me and the other grazing the wall, I finally found a corner. I figured that this was as good a place as any to stop and rest. It was around that time that I heard him for the first time. "Hello?" a male voice said from somewhere in the darkness. "Is anyone there? Where am I?" For half a moment, I considered answering this voice. But then, it occurred to me. I had no idea how I had ended up here. He could very well have been the one who brought me here. I sat in silence as I listened to him loudly shuffle about, calling out for help. His voice seemed to be getting closer. I stood as best I could, and I continued along the new wall. I made it a few paces before my hand bumped into something cold and metal. As I probed this object with both hands, I concluded that this was a stairwell of some kind. I felt around for a moment before climbing onto it. The stairs creaked as I slowly made my ascent. I could hear the voice below me. "I can hear you moving. Why did you bring me here? What did I do?" I must have been near the top of the stairs because as I was about to take another step, my shin hit a metal bar. I put my hands out in front of me and felt a guardrail. With my right hand on the guardrail, I made my way forward for a few steps before planting my extended hand on what felt like wood. I fumbled around for a doorknob. Just as I clumsily opened the door, I heard this unknown individual making his first steps onto the stairwell. I fumbled around, looking for a light switch. The first few moments of light made my brain hurt. I closed my eyes just to stop the pain. As the room slowly came into focus, I began to realize where I was. It was one of those offices that you find in warehouses, one that was suspended from the ceiling. There were various switches for turning on other lights. One by one, I turned on all the lights in this place. I was so excited about the prospect of light. I had all but forgotten about this unknown person from before. As I peered out onto the floor, my jaw dropped. It looked as if the entire floor was coated in a thick pool of blood. I looked down to see the dried blood on my hands and clothing. Upon gazing upon the nearly 30-foot tall concrete walls and the steel support beams that seemed to hold all of the concrete ceiling, I was taken aback. It seemed that the only exit was a ladder on the other side of this massive room. At that moment, he came through the door. He couldn't have been more than 14 or 15, but he was covered from head to toe in blood and holding a metal bar in his hand. The look in his eyes was devilish. Whether he was just another victim or a crazed madman, I will never know. He lunged at me with the metal bar, and I sidestepped him just in time to push him through the open window. He fell 2 stories down and landed face first on the walkway. As I made my way back down the metal stairs, my eyes never left his body. I am ashamed to say that I did give him a kick to the ribs, just to make sure he was dead. I grabbed his metal bar and I made my way across the floor. I wandered over to where I dropped my phone, and I realized the object I'd tripped over was yet another resident of this massive room. She seemed to be sleeping. I pushed on her shoulder, trying to wake her, but she seemed unfazed by this. Her breathing was shallow. I rolled her on her side and I searched through her pockets to find a cigarette lighter and a pack of cigarettes. I helped myself to one, and I tapped her on the shoulder a few times before deciding it best to make my way towards that ladder. The toll of the past couple of hours was adding up. I was exhausted. I was thirsty, fatigued, and still incredibly groggy. I struggled to make it up the ladder, but at about 20 feet up, my arms and legs started feeling like jello. After 5 more rungs, I felt like battery acid was pumping through my veins. I barely had the strength to hold on when I reached the top. As I pushed the hatch open, I slipped and almost fell to my death. I panicked as my hand began slipping from the rung, only to swing my arm forward and grab a lower rung. After taking a few moments to steady myself, I used what remained of this adrenaline rush to pull myself up and out of this massive room. The hatch slammed closed as I rolled onto my back to rest. I lit a cigarette and started laughing. This room was as dark as the previous one had been. It has taken me well over a year to gather the courage to talk about this openly. I can't help but feel responsible, and you'll understand why soon. On a late night in October of 2015, the sky collapsed over my town. The clouds which had descended blanketed themselves over my small suburban neighbourhood and the nearby highway. The fog was so dense that looking out of the window yielded nearly the same results as staring directly at a blank piece of paper. That night, I remember hearing the weather sirens sounding off, echoing out their unearthly chortle across the empty streets surrounding my home. I ignored them at first, choosing to instead continue my ritual of watching my nighttime sitcoms. That, however, ended soon after the first siren went off. The flickering imagery on my much too old television broke apart, exposing warnings of low visibility and severe lightning in place of my sitcoms. I watched and listened as the television seemed to join the call of the sirens outside, letting loose their bleeps and emergency tones. The signal warned us to stay inside and to avoid driving for our own safety and the safety of others. I let out a quick huff in distaste as my nightly routine was interrupted. I set my eyes on a radio and decided to give it a quick try. Anything would be better than sitting in silence. Unfortunately, that thought was wrong. As I wandered towards my radio and flicked it to life, the only noises that escaped were robotic and emotionless warnings from the National Weather Service. I felt my shoulders shrug in defeat. If this had been a tornado or hailstorm, I'd have appreciated the heads up. I could prep for the storm, but there was nothing I could do about a fog. From there, I let my eyes wander over to the far too bright mist sweeping across what should be the naturally dark streets. I let out a sigh and broke my gaze before heading over to my kitchen, deciding that maybe some hot chocolate would relax me enough to doze off and allow my dreams to take me away from this strange but boring evening. As I was stirring in the hot chocolate mix into the steaming milk, an idea hit me. I had an old CB radio locked up in my attic. I may not be able to watch my shows or listen to my radio, but maybe, if I was lucky enough, some trucker would be stopped on the highway and be willing to have a chat with me. I knew it was going to be a bit of a long shot. CB radios were very rapidly going out of style for truckers, but I knew a few still had them for emergencies or just idle chit-chat. I left the kitchen with my hot chocolate in hand, and I crept up the attic steps. I blew softly on the steam rising from my cup as I made the journey to my chest of goodies from yesteryear. I lurched the old chest open, and I began to set up my little communications area. I even pulled up an old dusty table I had stored away for parties and placed all my necessary equipment on top of it. After a few minutes, I was all ready to go. I took a small sip of my drink, and I turned the radio on. I listened as the age cracked through the speakers. I had hoped the radio had survived the prolonged stay in storage and, luckily, besides from the faint crackles, it seemed rather functional. I keyed the mic and I called out through the fog, hopefully to anyone as idle and bored as myself. Calling out to anyone stuck out in that fog. Is anyone out there? I listened as the static of the radio faded in and out, nearly silently. Then, a sputter of white noise came across the net before an old man's voice came in relatively clearly.
Oh, thank goodness. Someone's out there. I'm losing my mind out here. Can I get a radio check?
His elderly voice was gruff and hoarse, the type of voice you'd expect from someone who spent a lifetime on the road. I let my lips curl up into a smile. I really did not expect a reply. "You're coming in clear. How me?" I asked, making sure he could hear my end of the conversation.
A little broken up, but audible. Shit weather come out of nowhere,
he grumbled. I imagined him leaned back in his seat, arms crossed with a radio dug into one hand. I could practically envision his windows, completely smothered by the fog, isolated from everything. Yeah, I didn't see anything on the television until after the fog hit. All the stations are playing that emergency frequency. I waited for a few seconds for his response.
So, you're holed up inside your home then, are you? I thought you might be on the road like me.
I heard a slightly disappointed groan from his end.
Did you at least get to see the clouds fall?
I paused for a moment. I had been watching my shows, oblivious to the weather outside until the warnings. I didn't have the privilege to see it roll into the neighborhood. That's a firm. I'm at my place right now and no, I didn't get to see it hit. A brief chuckle and wheeze came over the radio.
You missed out. Craziest thing I've ever seen. It was almost like the clouds hit a cliff mid-air and fell straight down. And they came hard enough that I was actually worried they'd beat me truck up.
His voice trailed off slightly in thought.
I managed to park up on the side of the road and didn't see anyone else near me.
Well, damn. Sorry I missed it then, I replied, my smile escaping through my voice.
Yeah, well, maybe some kid got on
Static interrupted him, squealing loudly on the speakers. I jumped back slightly, reaching for my ears. His voice fought through it.
What the hell? What was that?
Everything all right? I radioed in.
Yeah, I think so. I think I just saw a car zip by. Some sort of weird black light on it.
He gave a dismissive sigh.
I know damn well they can't see nothing in this fog. Hell, I couldn't see anything but their dumb light going off.
I leaned in closer to the radio, thinking of an explanation, but came up empty-handed. Some people just have a death wish, I guess. I shrugged.
Damn stupid if you ask me. I'd say they only give a shit about themselves. But if that was true, they'd be parked on the side of the road like me.
He gave another wheezy laugh, ending in a coughing fit. Getting a little curious, I began asking him some questions. Any chance you can make anything else out there? They said there's some bad lightning in the area, but I haven't seen or heard anything like that yet.
Nah, not a damn thing.
Haven't heard any thunder either. Besides you, it's quiet as the grave out here. This fog doesn't even look like it's moving, and I sure as hell don't hear any wind hitting my truck. I bit my lip, trying to concentrate on any noises outside. Being in my attic, I should be able to hear the wind sweeping its way through the wooden boards of my house, but he was right. There was none. This is the weirdest storm I've ever seen. To be honest, wait, no, the lights are back. He interrupted himself. I could hear his voice strain as his focus shifted outside of his truck. They don't look right. They're not on the road. His voice slowly trailed off. What do you mean? Where are you? I asked, hoping everything was all right. That's not right. Shit. The only thing on that side of the road's a tree line. No way in hell a car could squeeze through there. The lights, they look too high off the ground too. They're a little higher than my eye level, and I'm a goddamn semi. Hey, just keep your eyes on it. Let me know if you're alright. You'll be okay. I could hear him swallow hard. They're gone. They zipped away again. Actually, my God, they didn't just zip away. They looked like they ran away. I swear they goddamn crouched and sprinted off. Static consumed his transmission again, but nowhere near as badly as before. It's just some lights. Maybe someone's got some flares out there. Could be some hunters trying to find their way back home in this fog. I tried sounding reasonable. I figured that there must be some sort of rational explanation. Yeah, that's gotta be it. Fog must be screwing with me depth perception. I can't see anything out here. I think I'm good. I heard faint noises coming from the radio, just behind his voice. It didn't sound like something trying to make contact with us through the radio. Rather, it sounded like something that happened to be captured while the old trucker was talking. Is there someone there with you? I asked, trying to sound unconcerned, as if it was just a normal question to ask. Negative. Just me. He sounded a bit off-put, like he knew something was wrong. I could tell he was on edge. I just wanted to know if you were alone or not, just to see if maybe you had an extra set of eyes and ears out there. Oh no, it's just me out here. There was a brief pause, followed by another explosion of static. He eventually radioed back. All right, I'm done. Something just slammed into my trailer. I heard a loud, metallic crash explode from my speakers, followed by yelling. That ain't no hunter. It's rocking my truck. His voice sounded frightened. Static kept pulsating through the radio. Do you need me to call the police? I asked, worried about the safety of my new friend. No, I'm already dialed in. They just put me on hold. I'm just gonna hold off a bit on making noise. Hope it goes away. If this is some sort of bear, then this is a record holder. I left the radio alone for a little while, waiting for the old man to reply. I was scared for him. After a few surges of static and several minutes, I finally got a reply. The old trucker seemed hushed, and he talked under his breath, Hey, I hope you're still there. I don't want to be a burden to you, but I'm not feeling all that safe out here. Do you think you could pull up a map or something to get me out of here? I'll have to leave my trailer behind, but my job ain't worth my life. The faint sound of static hauntingly trailed off of his words. I felt bad for the man. Something out there was really setting him off. Hey, yeah, sure. If you can make it to my front door, I'll let you in. I'm just around the corner from the highway. You're a real lifesaver. Just give me a second. I'll get out my mobile radio and you can lead me there. I bit my cheek anxiously. I had no idea if what I was doing was right, or even safe for that matter. But he needed help. I didn't want to turn him away. All right, I'm opening up my truck, he called in, his voice distorted heavily by static. The fog must have made the transmissions come in broken, I reasoned to myself. Let me know when you hit a sign. I'll tell you where to go from there. A few seconds passed before he responded again. Willard Street. His voice crackled in. Take a right down that road and keep going until you hit an intersection. A few more seconds passed. Johnson and Avery, the voice remarked. I felt confused. He would have to be sprinting to have made it that quickly to the next sign. Are you all right? Do you need me to call someone? The radio echoed my voice back to me, muffled and contorted, before I got a response from the man. No, I just want to get out of this fog. The trucker's voice repeated a few times before breaking apart into static. All right, then take Avery all the way down, I replied. I felt the hair stand up on the back of my neck. Something about this was not right, and I wasn't dumb. My neighbor, directly across the street, was a police captain. I figured if I sent the old man there, he could get the help he needed, and I could pass it off as a mistake with my mental directions if asked. Tucker Court. The man reverberated in with the static. Let's see. Walk 3 houses down, and my place should be on the left. I closed my eyes tightly, my forehead scrunched up in worry. I prayed that this would work out for the best. All right, I'm outside, the old trucker chortled while different pitches of his voice all resonated nearly at the same time, repeating themselves. I put the mic to my mouth to tell him to knock, but I couldn't muster up the courage. I set the radio down and I turned it off. I looked over my shoulder to my attic's window. I took a deep breath and released it before deciding to take a gander. I wasn't expecting to see much. I mean, how could I? The fog covered everything. But I looked anyway. I got out of my chair and I crept towards the window. I placed my hand on the wooden frame surrounding the glass and I took a deep breath, conjuring up my courage. I slowly grabbed the curtains and very gently pushed them to the side, allowing just enough space for my eyes to peek through. I know you want answers as to who or what was out there. But the fact is, the fog was too strong. Nothing but whiteness exposed itself to me visually. But physically, emotionally, I felt it out there. I can only describe it as dread incarnate. It was a visceral, primal feeling that washed over me stronger than anything else I've ever felt. I knew someone or something was out there, and it wasn't natural. It had a goal, an indecipherable, incomprehensible goal, and that goal led nowhere good. I could feel the sense of death creep into my bones, locking my joints in place. My body was stiffening for a quick end. As that feeling burned its way into my memories, I forced myself to summon the courage to run away from that window. I turned my back towards the fog behind me and I ran for the stairs. I ran on instinct. I felt my feet land on my lower floor, and I let myself be guided towards the only place in my home where I couldn't see into that mist. My windowless closet. I jumped inside, and I slammed the door behind me. I remember sitting in that closet for hours, staring off into the darkness, praying and hoping I imagined the feeling. I stayed up all night until I could see the rays of the sun filter in from under my closet door. I exited my safe haven and I crawled to a window before I peered outside. I felt my mouth gape open when I saw my neighbor's attic window broken into. No marks on the walls of the home gave any sort of hint as to how whatever it was had climbed inside. I instinctively called the police and they responded with haste. After all, my neighbor was one of them. They took me in and refused to tell me what they found inside. Even afterwards, the newspaper said nearly no information regarding the crime. The most I gathered was that my neighbor's family was murdered in their home while they slept. Him, his wife, and their 2 kids, all gone. Those lives were extinguished because of me. Though that was not all that happened that night. There was another murder that also happened on the highway. An old trucker named Gale. Unlike the captain and his family, Gale's death was listed as an animal attack, and it was separate from the murder investigation. They claimed he parked too close to the woods, and a bear must have wandered up to his door. They said they don't know what possessed him to open his door, but that had to have been when the bear got inside. He was mauled to death. That so-called bear ripped his head from his shoulders and took it off into the woods. They never found it. But we know differently. Or at least I do. That wasn't a freak accident. Something is out there, just waiting for directions. I dropped out of high school in 1982 at the age of 17. I promptly left my parents' house and I fell in with the wrong crew. For a while, to sustain myself, I would knock over houses. I kept it simple. B&E, small neighbourhoods, mostly. Smash and grab jobs. I'd wait until the beamer left the garage, go in, get the loot, get out. One problem with those jobs was the payout. It was feast or famine. And more often than not, it was the latter. The risk of incarceration was ever present, of course. And after narrowly escaping the long arm a couple of times, I started feeling untouchable. I thought I was hot shit. But then, along came the old lady. It was the summer of 1989. Batman with Michael Keaton had just hit the theaters and everyone was talking about it. I was more of an Indiana Jones fan myself. I kept my ears to the tracks, always on the lookout for jobs. An old woman showed up one night in July looking for help. She was looking for a cat burglar. I fit the description, I guess. She just appeared from the darkness of the street. So I listened to her. She asked me to break into a house. Inside it was a lockbox. Inside the box was something very important. She wanted me to retrieve the contents and bring them to her. Simple, right? Just one thing. She wouldn't tell me where the box was located or what was contained within. Also, she punctuated her offer with this simple statement: "Look out for the flat man." What the hell was that supposed to mean? Was he the landlord? She wouldn't go into detail. The warning had me feeling apprehensive. But a job's a job, I guess. And I needed money. I needed money bad. One thing I knew for sure: she was afraid of that house. To be fair, she was old enough to be my grandmother. Maybe she had dementia. Needless to say, I took the job. A week later, I found myself at the arse end of town, in a small, residential area near the industrial district. It was hot as hell out there. This was the last street of homes before it was factories for miles. The house in question was situated at the end of the road, in a small cul-de-sac. On the other side of the property was a sprawling rail yard. I spent a night or two just casing the place, and it didn't take long to see that this place was abandoned. The other houses on that street might as well have been too. The curb was lined with rusted out junkers and stray cats staunted along the fence lines. The street was a shithole. I barely saw a soul most of the time I was there. I probably could have waltzed into that house in broad daylight. Nobody would have noticed or cared. It was the biggest building on the street, and clearly the oldest. 3 stories and worse for wear. It was an older, Queen Anne-style Victorian home, with a steep roof and a spire poking up above the treetops. It looked like it had been once painted blue, or maybe turquoise. But most of that colour had been lost to the years. All the glass was broken or cracked, save for one tiny round window up at the attic level. The front porch was sagging in spots, and the awning above dropped down, threatening to collapse almost. The yard, if you could call it that was just grey dirt dotted with poultry scrub. Broken tiles and pieces of wood and shit were all over the place. I patiently watched from my dented Subaru DL wagon, parked just a few houses down. I smoked some ciggies with my seat back, listening to the ghost-like moans of train horns in the distance. Paula Abdul serenaded me from the radio, in between ads for McDonald's pizza. Yeah, that was a thing. And this new thing supposedly called the Sega Mega Drive. From time to time I would open the tiny box. Oh yes, the box. I forgot to mention that. As if this job was not strange enough already. It was a handcrafted, wooden box, a little smaller than a pack of cigarettes. The old lady, she had given it to me the night I agreed to do this, said that I would be needing it. Inside was lined with blue velvet, and it contained a small gem. The gem was pretty enough, pigeon's blood red with facets cut into a teardrop shape. It was about the size of my thumbnail. It interested me as much as it perplexed me. After casing the house for 2 nights, it was time to make my move. On the 3rd night, I silently made my way up to the house. It felt bigger up close. The front door was boarded up, so I cut through the yard to the side and into the backyard. Above me, the moon hid behind clumps of clouds. There was not a sound. I climbed the 4 steps to the back door. A quick check of my watch. 12:46 a.m. Inside was some kind of mudroom with dusty shelves along one wall. Nearby was a cracked ceramic sink and a stack of old steel buckets. There was a heavy-looking wooden door at the end of the room. Next was a sizable kitchen. Save for a heavy layer of dust on everything, the place seemed much tidier than it had any business being. A heavy silence hung in the room. Despite the broken windows, it was quiet as a tomb in there. I wiped the sweat from my forehead. I started searching around for the lockbox. The beam of my flashlight struck the stained wooden cabinetry and marble countertops. The floor was covered in dark green tiles. There were still pots and pans and dishes in the cupboards. This house, it seemed, decently preserved. After the kitchen was the dining room. Dust and cobwebs blanketed the room. There was a stale smell. The ceilings were tall, and from them hung 2 expensive-looking chandeliers. My gaze fell on a gigantic table, covered in this flowered tablecloth. I then entered a small hallway which led to a large main hall. From here, I could see a wide staircase which led to an upper landing. The stairs took a right turn along the black wall and continued up and out of sight to the third floor above. The walls here were wine-coloured. As I passed, I gawked at the bizarre paintings covering the walls. A horse with wild eyes, ridden by a man in Victorian clothing. A baby with an unusually wrinkled face. A woman with a outright vengeful expression, baring her teeth. The paintings may have been worth something, but I couldn't bring myself to touch the grotesque art pieces. I was about to make my way upstairs when I heard a sound. It was barely audible, but then it got louder. Tiny clicking and tapping noises. Rain. But what? Rain. It was hot as hell outside and cloudless when I had entered the house. I listened as the rain's intensity increased until it was downright pouring. Raindrops rattled the roof far above and dribbled through the broken windows. I made my way upstairs. I found the master bedroom at the end of a long hallway, spangled with more freaky paintings. The door was wide open. Inside was a weathered bed frame, heaped with comforters and pillows. The room smelled like mildew. Water dripped down from the high ceiling to form a pool on the hardwood floor. I shone the flashlight around, searching for a lockbox. I checked inside the huge walk-in closet, then under the bed, then behind the heavy wardrobe in the corner of the room. Suddenly, there was a flash of lightning, which lit the room for a brief second. I realized two things at this moment. One, the entire ceiling here was made of glass skylights. And two, the wall behind the bed was dominated by a massive painting, at least 10 feet tall and just as wide. It was once a huge portrait of someone, apparently, but it had been altered. It was as if someone took buckets of black paint and splashed it over their entire face. Now, the face was black and smeared, featureless. Something about it seemed malicious, hateful even. Just then, a snarl of thunder crackled through the house, shaking the windows in their frames. Wind whipped sheets of rain into the windows and skylights. I realized I was shaking. I wasn't cold. The house was just unnerving. So I moved on, back into the hallway. Just then, I heard a voice downstairs that made me stop in my tracks and strain to listen. It had to be coming from the dining room or kitchen area. It was a soft voice, but it echoed in the large main hall nonetheless. It was a man's voice, talking constantly, as if carrying on a conversation. I was frozen in place, listening carefully. As it got closer, I realized, to my horror, the voice was speaking in absolute gibberish. It was like someone talking in their sleep. None of it made any sense. Something about the way the words all slurred together. It chilled my blood. And then, 20 feet away, at the end of the hall, a silhouette came into view. It was the shape of a person, but flat. Flat, as in two-dimensional, like someone's shadow. It stood stationary now, arms down at its sides. I couldn't move. The figure did not budge either. The weird, unintelligible words came spilling out of it, filling my ears. Just then, another peal of thunder tore through the house. I took a step backward and immediately tripped, falling onto my back. My eyes darted to the end of the hallway, but the flat man was gone. Somehow, I pulled myself to my feet quickly and headed towards the main hall. I moved from room to room, desperately looking for this lockbox. Each room had a different feel. Some of them were furnished, as if frozen in time. Others contained boxes stacked to the ceiling. Another room was filled with mannequins dressed in various outfits, while a beat-up sewing machine sat against the back wall. One thing was for sure: there was no damn lockbox anywhere. Finally, I headed up the steep staircase to the highest floor. I was met by a narrow, wood-paneled hallway with 2 doors on each side. The end of the hall was punctuated by a 5th door, half the height and width of the others. Before I could try any of the doors, I heard the voice of this flat man again downstairs somewhere. Nonsensical babble echoed through the main hall. I moved as quietly as possible, trying the first room on the left. In here was a simple bed, and next to it, a desk, covered with a stack of yellowed papers. I checked the other rooms. Same deal. Nothing special, just a bed and a desk. I went back and checked out the miniature door. It was covered in intricate carvings: birds, goats, horses, wolves, fish, lizards, foxes, all kinds of animals. I tried the tiny doorknob with a trembling hand. Locked. Of course, I whispered to myself. My first instinct was to pry the door open or kick it out of the frame, but I didn't want him to hear me. I did not want that thing climbing the stairs, that shadow shape. I could still hear the strangely calm voice muffled through the floor, moving from room to room downstairs. I took a knee and I checked out the doorknob in the light of my flashlight. My breath came out shaky and frantic. Maybe I could pick the lock. It was made of brass or gold, and edged with leaves and flowers in an impressive pattern. In the center was a teardrop-shaped indentation. I took my fingertip and gently felt along the edge of the shape. Then, it hit me. I produced the small, blood-colored gem. Carefully, I pressed the faceted stone into the indentation on the doorknob. It fit perfectly. Something inside the door clicked gently. I tried the knob again and it turned smoothly. It was a key after all. I opened the door, tiny as if it was made for a toddler. It wasn't a room at all on the other side, but rather a small closet. The walls were patterned with purple flowers. On the hardwood floor was a crystal bowl. Within that, a single silver coin. I scooped up the coin to examine it closer. It was like no currency I've ever seen. On one side was a bird, surrounded with holly leaves. And on the other side, a galleon, adorned in a billowing sails. Pocketing the coin, I silently made my way back to the top of the third-floor staircase. Now, this unintelligible voice downstairs was gone. I decided not to wait, and I headed down to the first floor as quietly as possible. Unfortunately, each step was answered with angry creaks and groans from this ancient floor beneath me. I headed to the only door in the house I had not opened yet. A narrow door underneath the stairs. The hinges squealed loudly in protest as I opened it up. I stepped in to find the top of a staircase leading down to the basement. I took a few deep breaths. I descended the rickety basement stairs. The basement was cold, damp, and quiet. It took me a moment to realize what I was looking at, but it sank in when I pointed my flashlight at the wall. Skulls. Human skulls. It was as if the wall was built out of them. And it wasn't just skulls. It was femurs, tibia, vertebrae. The entire basement was adorned with human bones. I nearly dropped my flashlight as I retched. I could not believe what I was seeing. Then, I found it. There was a heavy-looking iron lockbox in the farthest corner of the basement, sitting on a wooden table. Thunder growled outside. I had been planning all this time to carry the lockbox out of the house where I could open it later on my own time. I had not anticipated it being so sturdy. It was big, and it looked as if it weighed 100 pounds, maybe more. I approached and examined the mechanism. The lockbox was nothing like I'd ever seen before. The entire unit was covered in ornate designs. It was made to look as if metal vines had taken over the outside, twisting and intertwining delicately. The whole thing was beautiful, and I'm sure it was worth a fortune in itself. But I could give a shit less at this point. I wanted the contents, and I wanted out of there. I ran my fingers over the front of the lockbox. There were no dials, levers, or keyholes. There was, however, a plaque on the front, on which the following expression was etched: Ego non relinquam vos. There was a thin slot underneath the plaque. My mind raced as I remembered the coin I had found earlier. It was a long shot, but this whole job was messed up enough that it made sense in its own bizarre way. I pulled out the coin. My hands were shaking so hard I nearly dropped it to the floor. I sank the coin into the slot on the front of the lockbox. It fell into the mechanism with a clunk. There was a sudden silence. Even the rain outside finally seemed to subside. Somewhere inside the lockbox, I could hear the gentle clicks and clockwork moving. Then, the ornate lid popped open. My heart slamming in my chest, I grabbed the door and opened it completely. There, sitting at the bottom of the lockbox, was a tiny black velvet pouch, and nothing else. I snatched it hastily, and I shoved it into my pocket. I didn't walk or jog. I ran the hell out of that basement, to the main hall, then to the mudroom in the back. As I entered the mudroom, I realized that the rain had stopped completely. As I stood there, listening for the rain, a new sound came. The sound of whispers. I spun on my heels and I found myself facing the flat man. The shadow stood directly in front of me now, whispering accursed nonsense like some twisted serenade. I pulled my arm back to take a swing at the flat man, but as I raised my flashlight, pain exploded in my chest. I looked down to see a shining length of steel stuck deep in my ribs. My muscles hardened around the blade. Adrenaline dumped into my system. I pushed hard into the figure, but it was as if there was nothing there. I pitched forward, but managed to catch myself on the countertop in the next room. Dime-sized drops of blood pattered to the floor. The flat man and the blade were mysteriously gone. I grabbed my side, looking for something to help stop the bleeding. I found a dusty hand towel and I clutched it to my side. Pain fired through my chest and arms. I stopped abruptly as the strange voice returned. Just out of view of the main hall. More nonsense. I forced myself up and out of the kitchen. Out of that mudroom. I pushed my way out the back door to the warm evening air. It made no sense. The ground was dry. It was the same 80-degree summer night. I didn't question it. So much weird shit had happened. I just wanted to leave and never come back to that dead-end street again. I made it to my car and I climbed in. I looked at my shirt, which was now wet with dark blood. When I was sure it was safe, I opened the black velvet bag and I poured the contents into my hand. Contained within was a heavy gold comb. Engraved on the side in fancy script was the name Lucy. I checked my watch. 1 a.m. Had I really been inside that house only 14 minutes? This made even less sense. I gave up trying to make sense of anything and I drove away. The next night, she insisted on meeting at night. The old lady returned. She accepted the black velvet pouch, then thanked me profusely. Her gnarled old hands clutched the bag tightly. It occurred to me that she was wearing the same clothes that she was wearing the night I accepted this job. Her gaze landed on the bandages wrapped around my chest. Her expression looked solemn, and her eyes glistened, as if she might begin to cry. But she said nothing. She handed me a crisp envelope with a single, shaky hand. It was stuffed full of 20s. There was no conversation. I did not ask her about the flat man, nor about the catacombs, or how she was related to that house. I really had no interest in learning any more, nor to have any further dealings with this strange old lady. She took the black velvet bag and walked off into the darkness of the street. I never saw her again. I still have nightmares, even now, about the flat man standing there at the end of the hallway, waiting for me to make my move. And then the blade stuck in deep. Every time I wake up, my chest hurts. The pain has never really gone away. And I swear, I can still smell the scent of that house in the air. Just for a moment. Around mid-November 2011, Konami had finished work on a title known as Escape from Merrywood. This particular game was more of an experiment in design and advertising, rather than a AAA project. Not given any advertising or knowledge to press of any sort, and initially only released in a few locations, kind of as a test release. Due to the minimal cost of its development, such an experiment was not at all costly. At first, the game, released on Xbox 360 and PlayStation 3, no Wii version, for reasons that will soon be obvious. Only in a few select stores peppered throughout the states of Massachusetts and Maine. Included with a special code to be entered into their website, which would allow direct feedback to the marketing and PR departments. The experiment was an overwhelming failure. Out of the feedback given, approximately 98% of the people who bought and finished it were extremely negative and in some cases, violently angry. As damage control, the game was pulled from shelves. A complete product recall issued that would return the customer's money at double retail price, as well as hefty donations given to the stores and employees to keep quiet about it. The game was stricken from any records, and those involved in its development were even given bribes or threats of termination as a gag order. Of course, any attempts to ask Konami about the game will just get you denials and sent across phone trees until you give up. That's why I'm the one willing to talk about the game. I never gave up my copy for the recall, and thus have not received any sort of silencing bribe, leaving me free to speak as I wish. Feedback on the game's content notwithstanding, the marketing for Escape from Merrywood was absolutely brilliant, being that there was none at all. Not a single word of it had ever reached me before finding it sitting on the shelves of my local GameStop. What caught my eye, though, more than anything, was the box art, which looked like a chalkboard with a scribble of a weird, human-like creature on it. Like a jointed stick figure, though one arm was bloated and claw-like. This creature was the only thing on the box. Not even a title across the top, nor on the spine. Hell, the price tag hadn't even been put on it. Curiosity gripped me like a vice. Not knowing what the game was about or even called, it sent me right up to that counter, forking over my $60 and jetting home as fast as possible. Starting up the game would be the standard affair. Konami logo and all that, leading to a rather nice menu screen, keeping the chalkboard motif that was on the cover. There are not many options to choose from. Being a single-player only game, you really only have new game, load, and options. After selecting new game, you are immediately thrown into the game after a short, rather haunting jingle. The first thing the player would notice is the beautiful, surreal, and rather terrifying graphic style. Everything looking as if it were drawn with crayons. The player, lost in a forest of black and green. The night sky, depicted in red. The second thing one would notice is that white creature from the box, right in front of them, and charging with a horrific scream. Such an abrupt beginning led to quite a few players dying immediately, as being touched by this creature results in a brutal mauling, made even worse by the game's first-person perspective. What you are supposed to do is actually quite clear if the shock of the creature doesn't paralyze you. Simply turn and flee. The character's sprint, while not unlimited, is swift enough to carry the player for a good 30 seconds or so, and they will eventually come across a village of poorly drawn huts and stick figures. Upon reaching this village, the creature stops chasing the player, and it can be heard lazily walking away, back into the darkness. Its heavy, thumping footsteps slowly receding, while the player's character collapses from exhaustion and the screen fades to black. Thankfully, The game auto-saves at this point. When the player regains control, the time of day will have shifted to morning. The red sky, now a pleasant blue. The childishly drawn sun, wearing a smile even. Walking around the village, the stick figure people will inform the player that the creature is known as Merry, a guardian of sorts who seems to enforce a curfew on the villagers of the forest, attacking anyone who leaves their homes at night or tries to leave the forest entirely. From here, the player is given quite a bit of freedom, able to buy a sword and even a handgun from the village and go off into the woods. I admit, the first time I went out of the village during the day, I nearly had a heart attack as I encountered Merry almost immediately. Thankfully, when the sun is up, Merry will not harm the player, and he will even chat with them. "The sun is so nice. Don't look directly at it though," he'd chirp. All the voices in the game being garbled gibberish. Mostly, Merry's dialogue is either exclamations of how nice the day is, how cute the animals are, or generic advice one would give to a child such as, "Don't talk to strangers." While he is pleasant, for lack of a better word, the player is advised to not attack Merry in any way, as he will turn immediately hostile and is completely invincible to damage. Getting hit by his massive claw arm results in a rather piercing scream from the player character, as well as the screen starting to rip as if it were paper being clawed at by a bear, until being entirely sliced to ribbons and falling away, replaced with "You are dead," a sad face emoticon, and an option to continue or quit. However, as long as you do not attack Merry, attempt to go past a certain boundary on the map, helpfully outlined with red, or leave a village at nighttime, the player can pretty much ignore him. Though they may also talk to him to get new dialogue, which will be explained later. Upon reaching the second village, either by following the map or simply wandering about, the player character will come to learn that Merry is indeed invincible and can only be killed by any damage he inflicts upon himself. The player will also be laughed at for asking the likelihood of Merry committing suicide, as he is apparently the happiest thing alive. In case that last sentence didn't hit you like the brick it is, let me spell it out for you. The objective of this game is to escape the woods by finding a way to make the happiest thing alive kill itself. From here on, the player's duty is to wander the woods, searching for any artifacts scattered around, as well as searching for things called Merry's happiness shrines, which are crudely made altars adorned with flowers, trinkets, and even candies. The player finds these altars and must destroy them with complete and utter malice, smashing them, ripping the flowers apart, stomping on the sweets, etc. Along the way, they'll have regular enemy encounters, mostly hostile wildlife, bandits with knives, and these strange guys called Okimen, who carry handguns and tend to be rather annoying surprises when you get shot in the back. In addition to breaking these altars, the player is encouraged to observe Merry, see which animals he's taking a liking to, or what items he seems fond of, and either killing and destroying them while he is away, or finding a way to do so right in front of him without being seen. This is where Mary's additional dialogue comes in. Talking to him after breaking a few altars will have him talk about an unfortunate accident. But the more the player does to wreck his emotional state, the worse the dialogue gets, to the point of Mary flat out saying things like, "Please leave me alone." Eventually, the player will come across the items necessary to complete the game. A teddy bear, a faded photograph, and a lighter. Once the player has these, they may confront Mary by trying to leave the forest and waiting for him to come charging at them as always. This time, however, instead of being killed, which in the case of attempted escape would be instant death via cutscene, a QuickTime event will appear labelled "Present Teddy." Upon doing this, Mary will stop in his tracks, angrily ranting about how he started to suspect you were the one doing these awful things to him. If you wait too long, Mary will attack and kill you. So instead, the player has to ignore his ranting and press the attack button, which will lead the character to rip off the teddy bear's head. Mary will screech in an agonized fashion, his angry rant turning to one of a child whose pet just died. And from this point on, he will not attack. The player must continue pressing the attack button. The sequence of events following being throwing the teddy bear to the ground, taking out the photo, setting it on fire, and tossing the flaming photo onto the ripped teddy bear. The entire time, Mary will be screaming, sobbing, saying how he just wanted to make you happy. But the player is to ignore this and continue pressing that button, which will lead to the character screaming insults, telling Mary that nobody likes him, that he'd be better off dead, and flat out telling him to kill himself. And the last few lines simply being, "Do it, do it," repeated again and again. After a painfully long time telling this creature to die, the weapon select menu will appear on screen, though the option Equip is replaced with Offer. From here, the player can choose anything. Giving Mary a sword will lead to him stabbing himself repeatedly. Give him a handgun, he shoots himself in the head. Give him nothing, he runs into a pack of nearby wolves and just allows them to devour him. The most painful to watch, though, is giving him a shotgun, where the beast will clumsily fumble until the barrel is in his mouth and pull the trigger with his normal hand. Regardless of your choice, though, the instant Mary falls dead, the music comes to a halt and the graphics suddenly change, going from the crude crayon look to sudden realism. The perspective remains in first person as the player character steps over something that cannot be seen and calmly exits the forest, stepping out of the woods onto a highway where a beat-up old truck is waiting. The entire time, only the sounds of footsteps, the opening of the truck's door and the starting of its engine are heard as the player character begins to drive off. The game ending with a sudden cut to black, no credits, and simply booting the player back to the main menu. If you're reading this, I apologize in advance. I'm sorry it's so long. There's a lot that I've been keeping on my shoulders for a long, long time. I trust all of you here, and I had to share my story. You don't have to believe me. I'm sure that most of you won't. But I'm laying it all out here, so at least I won't go to my grave with this horrible secret. Okay, so I'll stop rambling now, and I'll lay it down for you. For a long time, me and my two closest friends, Logan and Joel, had a ridiculous tradition. When one of us had a birthday, the birthday boy got pranked. A little background on my friends. Joel was always the skinny kid. No matter how much junk he ate, he always seemed to be 10 pounds underweight. He always wore the same clothes, t-shirts and jeans. If it was cold, he wore a hoodie. If it was warm, he wore shorts. He had this shaggy blonde hair that usually fell over his face. He couldn't grow facial hair if he tried, and believe me, he did. Joel was naive, but endearingly so. Logan was the outgoing person in our crew. He was athletic, extroverted, and at least a foot taller than the other two of us. He had buzzed black hair and thick eyebrows. He came from a family with Mediterranean roots. Logan could be very persuasive. He had this amazing way of taking himself out of almost any situation. He could diffuse people without saying anything. He always said that it was his award-winning smile. And then there's me. You can call me Edward. Anyway, our tradition started when we were high schoolers in the late 90s. Joel and I decided to pull a practical joke on Logan for his birthday in July. We showed up at his house before he got up and we prepped him for the worst morning of his life. We almost woke him up, giggling like idiots. Just a few of the highlights. We put plastic wrap over his toilet seat. We filled his shower head with red Kool-Aid powder, and we replaced his face soap with school glue. Let's just say, he had an interesting morning. Of course, he swore revenge shortly after. Joel and I got a good laugh out of it. Since my birthday is in mid-October, I would have been next on the list. I braced myself for retaliation. At first, I thought I was off the hook, as my birthday came and went uneventfully. The prank didn't come until Halloween night. I spent the entire evening out in my neighborhood with my little cousin trick-or-treating. He was dressed as a Secret Service agent, complete with a little black suit, aviator sunglasses, and a coiled earpiece. He was even strapped with a plastic pistol in a holster. When I got home, I was exhausted. Chasing a 9-year-old kid around and making sure he didn't get run over. That was a lot more tiring than I'd anticipated. At the end of the night, I ambled to my room like a zombie and flung the door open, intent on passing out the second my head hit the pillow. As soon as my door completely opened, an ear-piercing siren assaulted my ears, instantly triggering my fight or flight response and filling me with adrenaline. My brain struggled to understand, while my body decided to attack the doorframe, clawing helplessly at the wall. I spun around on my heels and I bolted in the opposite direction, slamming my shoulder hard into the doorframe. After my senses returned, I realized the noise was coming from inside my room. When I checked behind my door, I found an air horn duct taped to the wall, perfectly aligned with the door handle. I instantly knew who was responsible. Joel, of course, was next. His birthday was in late January. Logan and I got together and we planned our prank carefully. Logan invited Joel over for a night of StarCraft, pizza, and various sugary junk foods. I was also invited, but pretended to have other plans, so I wouldn't be able to make it. While the two of them were hanging out, I snuck into Joel's house and kidnapped Rocco, his 2-year-old Lhasa Apso. The next day, Joel came to school thinking his dog ran away, which for him was the cruelest prank of all. I actually felt bad, and it wasn't long before we told him the truth. He didn't speak to either of us for a week after that. And so, the tradition was born. And this went on for years. That is, until things went wrong. One year, when we were all in our mid-20s, Logan and I ran into each other at a party. We hadn't seen each other for a couple of years. After catching up, we started reminiscing about our old pranks. It was only a matter of time before we had formulated a plot to prank Joel. The first part of the plan was to invite him to Logan's grandfather's cabin for a weekend. It was situated in the woods by a lake, about 3 hours out of town. Of course, Joel, knowing his birthday was just around the corner, and the fact that we had not hung out in a while, immediately suspected foul play and called us out on the prank. Miraculously, we were able to convince him that we were done pranking, too grown up for dirty tricks. When we finally got out to the cabin, we actually had a great time bonding and just doing buddy stuff. This basically amounted to drinking, goofing off, and telling ghost stories around the fire pit behind the cabin. The second night, after we were good and toasted, the second part of the plan was engaged. We were passing a cigarette around when Logan suggested that we take his grandpa's boat out to the lake and go fishing. Catch the little buggers while they sleep, he said, laughing. This was, after all, a tradition of ours as well. The three of us had fished together countless times on that lake over the years. This was as good a time as any. It was cold, but not cold enough for the lake to freeze. We climbed into the boat and I paddled us out to the center of the glassy lake. I could see my friend's breath puffing out in a swirly wisp. We then proceeded to drunkenly fumble through an old stained tackle box, attempting to bait hooks. Suddenly, Logan shouted at me, "Hey, be more careful." He grabbed his left hand as blood ran down his finger. "You slashed me with your hook, jackass." I stood up in the boat. "You did that yourself, you drunken idiot." I fired back. Logan stood up and shoved me with his good hand. He forced me back down to the sitting position. Within moments, we were wrestling and rolling around on the floor of the small fiberglass boat. "Stop it! The boat's gonna tip over!" Joel yelled helplessly. I let go and Logan stood up abruptly to yell something at me. He lost his balance suddenly, pitching off the side of the boat. He fell backwards, and he was swallowed up by the black water instantly. He sank like a stone. "Holy shit!" Joel screamed, looking over the edge into the water. It was too dark to see our friend. He wasn't thrashing around and he didn't seem to be surfacing either. I pointed the flashlight into the water. Joel quickly hit the switch on his Duracell headlamp. The beams cut into the murky lake, but apparently not deep enough to make out any contact. First there were bubbles, lots of them. Then there was nothing. "Do something!" shouted Joel, on the verge of tears. Joel's head was on a swivel, checking back and forth for Logan in the water. We silently shone our lights from point to point, looking for any sign. Logan was just gone. Joel turned to me, his headlamp shining into my eyes. "What the hell, man?" he said. He was crying now. "Logan's a good swimmer. It doesn't make sense." Joel slumped back into the boat and cradled his face in his hands. I leaned back over the boat's edge, shining my light again. Logan was nowhere to be found. Now, of course, I knew Logan was a good swimmer. He was an exceptional swimmer, as a matter of fact. He spent time at the lake every summer growing up. He was such a good swimmer that Joel didn't realize he had swam under the boat and off towards Fidget's bar, a small island near the center of the lake. The actual name was Box Island, if you were to look it up on a map. In an age long past, Logan's grandfather had an Australian shepherd named Fidget, and he named the island after the pooch allegedly long before they did. So we always just called it Fidget's Bar. The island was only 100 feet or so away from where our boat was situated, so I had no doubt the swim was a breeze for Logan. At this moment, Joel looked back at me again. "Do something! Why don't we do something?" I started to remember back in high school, when we made Joel think that his dog had run away. That feeling of guilt, that the joke had maybe gone a bit too far. I saw Joel's face now. His eyes red and swollen, his nose running, his hands trembling. I shouted to Joel, "Let's go over to Fidget's bar and regroup." I grabbed the oars and I started to paddle in the direction of the island. Joel grabbed onto the front of the boat anxiously. Soon, the boat made landfall, scraping ashore. Joel sprung out and pulled the front of the boat in. He yanked hard as I was getting up and I fell backwards into the boat. I didn't say anything. As I was climbing out of the boat, Joel was already stripping his clothes off. "What are you doing, Joel?" I asked. "I'm going in after him," he shouted as he pulled his shirt off. "Look, Joel," I started, but he was not hearing any of it. Joel waded out until he was waist deep in the frigid water of the lake. I shouted after him, "Joel, it was a prank. Logan's here on the island." As the word prank escaped my mouth, I could see Joel's shoulders go up. He didn't turn around, but he was frozen in place. There was a long pause as I stood at the shore near that fiberglass boat, looking out at Joel. An icy wind dragged across the surface of the lake. The trees on the island behind us thrashed around in the gust. For a moment, my eyes caught the moon in the sky, and I looked up. Just for a moment. The hit came next, and I did not expect it. Joel's fist collided with the bridge of my nose, hard. I heard a pop, and then nothing. And then I was on the ground. The cold wind was still blowing, but for the moment, my face was hot. I heard a ringing in my ears. For a few seconds, Joel paced around the rocky shore. When the wind stopped blowing, it was suddenly eerily quiet on the shore of Fidget's bar. I stood up, and I saw that Joel was standing with his back to me, still shirtless, no shoes on, and wearing only his wet boxer shorts. His ribs stuck out as he breathed. I didn't say a word, but I started to pick up his clothes. Once I had gathered all his stuff, I handed it over to him. Joel took the clothes and got dressed. Meanwhile, I sat down and I lit up a cigarette. I ran my hand over my face and felt my nose. My hand came back bloody. "So," Joel asked me quietly, "where is Logan now?" I pointed my thumb behind me at the thick mass of trees heading into absolute darkness. "I have no idea. He should be here, on the bar somewhere." I pulled myself to my feet and I looked into the dark of the woods. There was no noise on Fidget's bar. The wind had ceased to howl and the trees stood still and silent. Joel and I stood side by side at the precipice of darkness. It occurred to me that I had never actually explored the island before. Neither had Joel, to my knowledge. Logan used to talk about blazing trails in the brush of the bar with his grandpa, but well, that was years ago. Presently, we stood at the edge of the dark woods with no real knowledge of what lay ahead. One fact remained. Logan hadn't shown himself yet. Then, Joel inhaled sharply and took a step towards the woods. He flipped the switch on his headlamp, casting a beam into the darkness of the forest. I turned my flashlight on, and I followed suit. Joel's head was on a swivel, sweeping back and forth to dimly reveal our surroundings. Together we walked upon what appeared to be a trail that led deep into the trees of Fidget's bar. Up ahead, there seemed to be some kind of clearing. At this point, I wanted to find my friend and get the hell off this island. I wasn't upset about the punch. I deserved it, probably. Mostly I was still in shock of what had happened and regretting this whole prank idea. Also, something felt wrong. We hadn't discussed hiding on the island like this. We should have seen Logan by now. The original plan was to regroup on the island, and then Logan would jump out, scare Joel, and that should have been the end of it. Joel would have laughed, "You got me," and we would have headed back to the cabin for more drinks and shenanigans. This plan had gone sour, and I had a feeling in the pit of my stomach I couldn't shake. Up ahead in the clearing, we could see a well. It was an old-fashioned well, built from stone with a pulley suspended above. The rusted crank looked like it hadn't been touched in ages. Ferns and spindly vines of ivy had grown around the base of the well, coiled up around the wooden frame above. There was no rope or bucket to be seen. Just beyond the well, nearly swallowed up by trees, was a small shack, buried in underbrush. I couldn't hear a single sound here. For a brief moment, I felt as though I might have hurt my ears when Joel hit me. Or maybe it was just the fall. There were no birds, no voices, no wind, no nothing. Nothing but stillness and the silence of the forest. Finally, a noise. It was nearly inaudible at first. Then it grew. It was a voice, calling out. I recognized it as Logan's. Initially, I was flooded with relief, but his voice sounded far away and echoed. Joel and we ran towards the sound, which appeared to be coming from inside the shack. It was a dilapidated old building, not much larger than a detached garage. Once we looked into one of the foggy, cracked windows, it was obvious that someone, at some time, lived in there. Most of the windows were broken or covered in branches. The siding was unpainted. The roof collapsed. The front door had once been painted green, but was all bubbled and rotten, splitting from the inside. One hard push from Joel, and the old door disintegrated. We went inside, and we saw a pale blue table turned upside down with a heap of broken chairs nearby. There were some utensils scattered about the floor, as well as broken plates and a rusted-out kettle. A pile of ancient newspapers, bound in string, were stacked to the ceiling in one corner. The place was wet and it smelled like mildew. Then we heard the voice again. Logan's voice. It didn't seem to be coming from the house this time. No, it was coming from below us. Somewhere. Joel and I noticed this at the same time, and we started searching the damp floor for a trapdoor or a hatch of some kind to get down below the shack. I pushed the pile of newspapers over and over until they fell to the floor with a heavy thump. Meanwhile, Joel was throwing the rotted old chair parts aside, looking underneath. It occurred to me that part of the floor we were standing on was actually matted with the remains of an area rug. I pushed with my shoes to try and move it, but it seemed to be fused to the floor. I dropped to my knees and I felt around for a seam. It was in vain. We didn't find anything. After our exhaustive search, we went outside to look for a cellar hatch or anything to get to Logan's voice below. I realized it almost immediately when we stepped out onto the crude porch. The well. The two of us made our way over to this ancient-looking stone well. We stood on either side and peered down. Joel's headlamp cut down a ways, but the bottom of the well remained dark. I shouted down the shaft, "Hey, Logan, are you down there?" Joel yelled too, "Logan, can you hear us?" And then Logan's voice echoed up, "Hey, you guys made it. Finally." Joel gave me an inquisitive look. "What are you doing down there?" Joel said into the darkness of the well. There was no answer. "Logan," I said, "how the hell did you get down there?" Finally, his voice came back. "Hey, Ed, remember when we made Joel think his dog was gone?" Joel and I exchanged glances again. "Yeah, I remember," Joel said smartly. "I'm right here, dick." Logan's voice again. "Hey, Ed, it is really cold down here." "How do we get you out?" Joel shouted back. "It's so cold, you guys," Logan's voice said. "Give us a second, Logan. We'll think of something," I shouted, grabbing Joel's jacket and pulling him away from the well. When we were a few feet away from the well, I pulled Joel close enough that our faces were nearly touching. "Joel, he's not making any sense." "I know. What do you think he's doing down there?" Joel asked. "Well, maybe he fell. He might be in shock. Maybe there's another way down there. We should ask him," I said. We went back to the opening of the well, and I shouted down, "Logan, is there another way into the well?" There was a long silence. "Logan!" shouted Joel. "The well?" said Logan's voice, finally. "What are you talking about?" "You're in a well, Logan," I said back. "Hey, Ed," said Logan's voice. "You should really come down here. It's delightfully cold." When Logan's voice said, "delightfully cold," something sounded very wrong about his voice. It was almost sing-songy. It chilled me to the bone. Joel and I looked at each other again. I could see the fear in Joel's face. Joel whispered, "What the hell is he talking about?" Logan's voice rose up from the darkness again.
"We got you good with that air horn, didn't we, Ed?"
I had almost forgotten about the air horn on Halloween all those years ago. "Yeah, you got me," I said. "Now let's get you out of there. Don't you want to go home?" "Yeah, Logan. This island is creepy as hell," Joel said down the well. "Maybe we can lower something down for you to grab onto." Logan's voice came back.
"Just jump on down, guys. I can catch you."
"We need to get you out of there," I said back. "There's no way in hell we're coming down."
"It's such a beautiful day,"
Logan said, in that strange voice again.
"Such a beautiful day."
And that was the last time I ever heard Logan's voice. Joel and I shouted for him for nearly an hour before we decided to go back to the cabin and call the police. For the following week, a search crew, including the local police, searched Fidget's bar top to bottom. They combed the entire half-mile-long stretch of forest without finding anything. After that, they searched the lake. Police boats dredged the lake for days, until finally, they found something. 9 days after the search began, they found what they were looking for. Logan's body was extracted from the lake, about 80 yards away from the shore of Fidget's bar. The police would tell us that his neck was broken. When Logan fell from the boat, he hit his head on a large submerged rock. His death was instant, they told us. He would have been dead before he was completely in the water. Because of the sudden trauma, he exhaled sharply and sank to the bottom, they said. He never drew another breath. So, if Logan was dead when he hit the water, who did we talk to in the forest on Fidget's bar? Whose voice was it? Now, you understand why my story needed to be told. Like I said, I don't expect you to believe me. Why would you? It's crazy. But at least it's out there. And you can decide for yourself. Most of you would probably agree that high school is not nearly as awesome as TV shows make it out to be. These are the best years of your life, parents often say. What a load of crock. It's no surprise then that when I received an invitation to attend my 10-year high school reunion, my reaction was not so much yay, but rather, yeah, nah. I crumpled up the invitation into a neat little ball, which I promptly threw into my overflowing recycling bin. I had been bullied a lot in high school. The last thing I wanted was to talk to those people again. It was only after relentless nagging from my friends that I reluctantly agreed to go. I wish I hadn't. The night of my 10-year high school reunion was the weirdest and the scariest of my life. I sat there in the parking lot, waiting for my overzealous friends to show up. They promised me we didn't have to socialize and that the three of us could just hang out all night, suss things out. I looked at my phone. They were late, and they hadn't left me any messages. I shifted about in my seat, tugging at my extremely uncomfortable suit. I'd been forced to buy it for the reunion, which just added to my frustration. I've never been at ease in a suit. Wearing one just feels unnatural to me, like I'm galloping around in a clown outfit. I sent my friends a text message while idly eyeing the banner above the main doors. "Welcome, Class of 2000, it said, in big, bold letters. I could hear music blaring from the agora. It started to get a bit chilly, so I just headed into the school. My friends had still not replied. Annoyed and already wanting to go home, I grabbed my name tag off the table and pinned it to my suit. I followed the horrendous sound of techno music and I found my way into the cafeteria, which then opened up to our school's large agora. On the stage, huge speakers throbbed and vomited the sorry excuse for music into a dancing crowd. There were oceans of balloons and streamers hanging from the ceiling. I glanced towards the table of refreshments. A group of at least 30 people stood in front of it, obscuring my view of the punch bowl. There was something off about the whole scene, but I couldn't quite put my finger on it. I scanned the room, and I realized something. I didn't know most of these people. At first, I figured that they were my classmates' significant others. But upon inspection, I realized they outnumbered the familiar faces 3-1. I checked my phone again. Neither of my friends had contacted me. Figures they bailed on me again. I was fumbling, trying to get my phone back into my pocket, when someone bumped into me. I recognized her immediately, and my stomach dropped. It was Marie Cloud, my main tormentor. I was sure her deadbeat ass wouldn't show up here. I was wrong. She gave me a weird look and spoke. "Hi, it's nice to see you again," she began, then paused to look at my name tag. "Carl," she finished. I forced a smile and I nodded. "Yeah, you too," I answered, feeling nauseous. This bitch tortured me for 5 years, and her cordial attitude didn't sit well with me. I wasn't that surprised that she'd forgotten my name. I couldn't recall the name of most of my classmates. I remembered their faces though, so there's that. I excused myself and I walked off. In a quick pace, I walked towards the refreshments. People were still swarming around it like fruit flies on a rotten apple. Strange thing is, I could have sworn it was the exact same people as before. one of the many strangers roaming the cafeteria approached me. "Hi, it's nice to see you again, Carl," he said, using the exact same tone and inflection that Marie Cloud had used earlier, and checking my name tag, just like she had done. "I don't think I know you," I replied, taking a step away. His vacant stare suggested that he'd had too much to drink. I turned away and I walked right into another stranger. "Hi, it's nice to see you again, Carl," he said as well. By then, I was thoroughly creeped out. Things were getting too weird for comfort. I scurried off to the side, trying to gather myself. But everyone I came across said the exact same thing. Was this some kind of elaborate prank? Techno music continued to blast non-stop. I stared at my cell phone, pretending I was doing something so I could avoid having to socialize further. It took me a good 10 minutes to look up again. It wasn't my imagination. The group around the punch bowl, they hadn't budged. I slowly shifted my gaze towards the agora to get a better look at the dancers. Upon closer inspection, I realized they were not so much dancing as they were thrashing about, repeating the same motion over and over again, like moths banging themselves against a window to get to the light outside. Have you ever looked at the audience in those sports video games? To give the illusion of a living crowd, the audience is given a set of 2 or 3 recurring moves, which they randomly cycle through. That's exactly what the dancers looked like to me. My focus then changed to the music. I may be a little biased here because, well, as you may have guessed, I don't much like techno. But I could have sworn the song hadn't changed since my arrival. It was just looping, the same noises in frustrating repetition. It was giving me one hell of a headache. I walked off into the washroom, feeling an immediate sense of relief. The thick, concrete wall shielded me from the assaulting music outside. I smiled as I spotted the sink. It protruded from the wall in a large semicircle, around which you could fit at least 5 people. A step pedal underneath allowed the user to activate 24 small streams of water. I always liked this sink. It was user-friendly, and it reminded me of a fountain. I pushed down on the pedal, and I splashed water onto my face. Ah, so refreshing. It was then that I heard the bathroom door slowly squeaking open. I instinctively retreated into one of the stalls and locked it. I remembered this stall. The crack on the wall, the chip in the floor tile, the profanities carved into the separators. I had spent almost all my breaks hiding in this very stall. Technically, there was no reason to hide now. Someone wanted to use the washroom. Nothing weird there. For some reason, however, I felt an enormous amount of dread. I could hear the person's footsteps as they entered the room. "I know you're here," they uttered in a sing-song voice. My jaw dropped, and I nearly screamed. I slapped my hands to my mouth to keep myself silent. The skin of my arms formed a mountain range for the microbes living on them. I held my breath, slowly climbed onto the toilet seat, and crouched. I used an arm to steady myself, and I hoped that I would go undetected. I didn't want this person to find me. I didn't know what would happen if they did. I saw them through the cracks in the stall's door. They were leaning down, trying to find my feet. My heart thumped hard. I hoped that they could not hear it beating. Shit. After a few moments, this person turned around and headed back to the party. I finally exhaled and shakily planted my feet back on the floor. I waited for a couple of minutes and then I snuck out through the washroom's other door. I was half expecting this person to be standing outside, but I was relieved when I walked out to an empty hallway. I headed back towards the Agora. I was sure now the music had not changed. Same people at the refreshment table, same weird dancing. Just when I thought things could not get any scarier, shit got real. The dancing stopped. Everyone's heads twisted slowly and mechanically towards me in unison. They were wearing eerie, crooked smiles. My stomach dropped and my heart nearly stopped. I turned towards the cafeteria and the punch bowl crowd stared at me with the same unearthly grins and vacant eyes. Shit. I had had enough. I ran out of there like a bat out of hell, my legs spreading out so far that my suit almost ripped. I didn't stop until I reached my car, then sped home, going right through a red light. Honestly, I think I would have been relieved if the cops had caught me, because at least then I could tell someone to go and check out that school. Hands trembling, I opened the door to my apartment and locked it behind me. I could barely catch my breath. Again, I wondered if this was some kind of horrible prank. Maybe all my bullies had gotten together for one final hurrah. No, there were too many people involved, too many moving parts. No one would go to that much trouble to freak out someone that they hadn't seen or spoken to or probably even thought about in 10 years, right? Damn, it was scary as shit though. I still have nightmares about that night. If it was a prank, mission accomplished. It's been almost 5 years, and I still get rattled just thinking about it. Today, in the mail, I received a save the date for the 15-year reunion coming up this spring. Oh, hell no. You better believe I ripped that bitch up. I am not going, and no amount of nagging from my friends will convince me otherwise. Pokemon Red and Green versions began development in 1989, and they were considered complete and fit for release in 1995. It took a long time because of the problems surfacing along the way. These were considered, at the time, to be due to the game being on the cutting edge of new technology, because the programmers were overcoming bugs that no one had needed to work around before. In 1992 to 1993, when the first playable sections of the game were completed in alpha form, is what started the long struggle. HM moves didn't exist at this point. Instead, the player had to use items to get around. For example, the surfboard item allowed the player to surf across the water. This item was still in the programming when the beta version was released, and some more hardcore gamers managed to hack into the game again. Instead of cut, the player would use the item axe on trees. Instead of flash, you would use candle. The escape rope was supposed to be replaced by dig, but for some reason, that item wasn't removed. It made perfect sense and seemed to work just fine, until one of the alpha version testers used the candle inside of a building. The screen fogged up. The smoke screen attack animation covered everything. A text box appeared saying, "Hurry, get away." The door sound played. The character would then be returned to the overworld. The building would be blackened, and you could no longer enter it. The axe item worked perfectly for removing small trees. It also worked perfectly on people and some sections of the fences that hemmed in the entire playable world. Upon using the axe on a human NPC, the sprite would vanish and be replaced by a small patch of dark pixels. This looked most like the blood it was meant to represent in the red version, and slightly odd in green. It became a morbid joke among the testers, who all assumed these things were programmed in just to try and spook them, and that they would be removed from the final versions. They were. Mostly. Escape rope was considered a step too far by some. Upon the player standing and facing a doorway, if you were to select the escape rope, it would form a noose, and the player character would be hung. The only way to get out of this was to switch the game off and continue from the last save. One of the testers left, and a new employee was hired in his place. The new guy did not appreciate the sick jokes that the programmers played on the testers. The others simply laughed it off and told him not to be so touchy. He insisted, however, that these were children's games and that the programmers shouldn't be adding these things, even if they were temporary and meant as a joke. That was so long ago. I've forgotten his name. Kenta, or something. He complained to the higher-ups about the added extras. The programmers were questioned, and one was even fired over the incident. The claim was that they were wasting time and resources. To be fair, by this time, we had music and basic sound effects in the game, which made these extra effects even more gruesome. Using the axe on a person would now trigger a high-pitched, squealing sound, along with the disappearance in the puddle of blood. Burning buildings also had an added repetitive crackling sound effect that was obviously meant to imitate fire to the best of the Game Boy's ability. Lastly, if the escape rope was used, a singular crack would play. None of the programmers ever actually owned up to putting these dark extras in. They all claimed to have never seen them before. But they began to suspect each other when they realized their jobs were on the line. Who knows if that programmer that was fired actually had anything to do with it? It was decided that the items would be scrapped entirely, and HM moves were invented to enable the player to progress instead. The remaining programmers found that it was a lot of trouble attempting to erase the items from the code, and they resorted to burying them to render them unusable or inaccessible. The effect was the same as erasing them, right? It worked, and the whole incident was forgotten. That is, until the beta versions were released to the public. Hackers started taking an interest in the game's code. There were the famous incidents surrounding Lavender Town and the music that so badly affected people. But there were 1 or 2 cases in which the hackers had uncovered these buried items in the game's code, and the disturbing images that came with them, combined with the overall music, caused them to completely lose themselves. Almost no records of what happened exist, but I remember hearing on the news back then that a high school student had taken an axe to her classmates. She's pulverized them as brutally as possible, turning them into indistinguishable puddles of human flesh. Her surviving friend said that she had become obsessed with her new Pokemon game in the time leading up to the attack. One of them, in an interview for a TV news bulletin, described her as a maniac for Pokemon. She was always excited about secrets in the game. The axe-wielding girl, of course, was hospitalized. She never spoke a word to anyone. But the nurses that took care of her claimed to hear her hum a tune at night. They said it was creepy and unsettling and made them feel uncomfortable. The girl is in her 30s by now, hopefully still somewhere secure. An older fan of the games had his office building burned down just months after that incident with the girl and the axe. It was played off by the media as nothing more than a tragic accident. After all, fire is quite a common risk in old, multi-story buildings full of paperwork. The strange thing about it, though, was that the only survivor was the man. Apparently, he had left the building preemptively, blocking all the doors as he went. All the police managed to find was that the fire had started in a stationery cupboard. The only evidence being a pool of melted wax among the charred shells and debris. He claimed that the tragedy shocked and horrified him, and that he had nothing to do with it. He was still under suspicion, and the police found several boxes of candles and a few hacked copies of Pokemon Red and Green in his apartment. I don't remember if he was convicted for arson after that. I just remember a news bulletin on TV showing a burned game cartridge in the man's home. There were more incidents, all hushed up and forgotten with time. But with the modern world's computer technology, game ROMs and so on, there is a real risk that someone might be able to uncover those items again. Unless, in the newer versions, the old alpha coding was successfully removed. But nobody would have been looking for it in order to do so, would they? The thought terrifies me. I don't think I can handle seeing those things happen again. Knowing that I was a part of it. That someone might eventually find me and question me. The music plays in my ears every day. That tiny pulse of Lavender Town. Although I've survived for this long, I feel it is time to end the struggle. I'm writing this now as a warning to anyone who may read it. Don't go looking for buried items. My escape rope is waiting. It's raining again. To be honest with you, I'm terrified of rain. I never leave the house when it's storming outside. But to give myself some credit, I never used to be like this. I used to love watching the rain fall from outside the windows, but now I always have my curtains pulled tight across the edges of the windowsill. I wish I could show you what made me the way I am. Partly to warn you, partly to verify myself. But I can't. I can only write out my story like it's some sort of fantasy. As if it's just another bizarre story on the internet that deserves to be forgotten in a week. If you see it like that, then that's fine. But I won't forget. I'll never forget. In 2012, I was a 21-year-old college student. I was absolutely madly in love with nature and all things wild. I had spent my childhood roaming up and down the tree lines, fantasizing about mythical creatures and fantastic monsters. Now, there I was in 2012, as an adult, studying forestry with dreams of defending those tree lines and fantasies I held so dear. I was absolutely ecstatic when my professor announced an opportunity for some extra credit. He suggested that we spend a few days of our upcoming break walking along some trails and paths to remind ourselves of why we were doing what we were doing. As an avid hiker, I knew of a hiking trail a few hours over from our town that offered plenty of room to walk with very little crowding. The only ones who really walked more than a few minutes down that trail were the park rangers, and the chances of seeing one of them on the ever-winding and expanding trails seemed rather small. "Hey, Lily, do you want to take a trip down to the preserve with me?" I asked as the bell finished tolling, signaling the end of the school day. The girl next to me, Lily, was a quiet and sweet girl. She had long brunette hair that stretched just past her shoulders and her gentle green eyes. She was the type of person who people admired from afar. Beautiful, but silent. A passing joke or compliment would make her smile, but she'd very rarely comment back. To most, that would make them move on to the next person. To me, that only made me want to be closer to her. We had been friends for a while at this point. Whether or not any sort of romantic intent was had between us, I couldn't say. We just knew we connected on some sort of level. "Yeah, of course. Just tell me when." She looked into my eyes with a soft smile on her face. I smiled back at her. I hoped that this trip would turn out well. A few days passed. Lily and I spent our free time in stores gathering food, supplies, and tents together. And soon enough, we were all packed up and ready to head out. We took my small car with our bags tied down on the roof, and we took the highway a few hours east. By the time we got there, it was mid-afternoon. Still plenty of time to walk, but also a bad time to find parking. There was plenty of people here walking their dogs, setting up lunches, and just walking the paths. "I thought you said it'd be quiet," Lily asked, with a slight snicker. I just rolled my eyes in response. "I'm sure these kids aren't planning on hiking a few days in. It'll get quiet, I promise." I spun around and began taking our large packs off the roof of the vehicle. For as big as they were surprisingly easy to carry. Lily slipped the straps over her shoulders and waited for me to start heading towards the park. As we approached the trail's entrance, we spotted a ranger loosely standing guard. "You guys heading in?" he asked. There was no hostility or caution in his tone. He was merely asking a simple question. "Yeah, that's okay, right?" I questioned the fit middle-aged man. "Of course. Just let me know your names and take my card. If you need anything, call down to the station. There's a couple of ranger shacks deeper in. Feel free to use them if you need to, just make sure you clean up." The ranger gave a welcoming smile and handed me a small business card for the local ranger station. "Thank you. Oh, and my name's Max. This is Lily." Lily gave a small nod to the ranger and he nodded back respectfully. "Well, Max and Lily, you enjoy yourselves out there. We'll be patrolling around, so if you see us, don't be scared to say hi." With those words, the ranger backed away from the entrance and we began our hike. We spent half of the first day slowly walking in quiet appreciation. There's something so liberating about walking with no time limit. It's like all of the world's stresses slide right off your back, and the only thing you have to worry about is yourself. In that exact moment, you are all that matters. No bills, no studies, no cares. Just avoid snakes and strange plants and you're all set. It wasn't too long into our journey before the sun began to nestle itself behind the trees, and the warm but steadily dropping temperature of the late afternoon winds began sweeping under our sweaty clothes. "Let's find a clearing to settle into," Lily said, her head tilting from one direction to the other, looking for a place to set up. I nodded in approval and I saw a small opening further down the path, clearly made by others who took a similar trip. It only took a few minutes to set up our tents in the clearing and to start a small fire. After all that walking and hard work, we were finally ready to be off our feet for a while. Lily plopped herself down on the opposite side of the fire. She pulled out a granola bar to eat. I felt a rumble in my stomach, and I pulled out one of my own. "This place is really beautiful," she said, taking a large bite out of the bar. "Yeah, haven't seen many animals yet though." I unwrapped my food and placed it on my lips, ready to take a bite. I quickly glanced over at Lily, and I froze. In the increasingly darkening forest, just off the trail, just behind Lily, was something about the size of half a football. It was cloaked in the darkness, but I assumed it had to have been some sort of small critter. I began to squint my eyes, trying to focus on it. But whatever it was, it seemed to fade out of existence, going straight into the ground. "Everything all right?" Lily asked. I realized it must have seemed like I was staring at her with food half in my mouth. I laughed and shrugged, shaking my head softly. "Yeah, sorry. I thought I saw an animal or something, off in the woods. It was small. Could have just been a rabbit or something. It must have burrowed into the ground though." Lily peered over her shoulder into the silent woods and looked around. I knew she wouldn't see anything. Whatever it was, it left as quickly as I caught sight of it. We ended up finishing our meal, extinguishing the fire and climbing into our separate tents. I slept like a log. All of that walking put me out like a light. It wasn't until the morning that I woke up. I stumbled out of the tent, nearly tripping on the small fabric ledge at the exit of my portable shelter. The hot and humid summer's morning hit me like a pile of bricks. "Just so you know, I think we need to watch out for snakes," Lily said softly while I was wiping my brow. I looked over at her to see her undoing the tent supports from the forest floor. "Did you see one?" I asked, bending down and following suit with the camp cleanup. "I think so. I heard something. rubbing on the bottom of my tent last night. I opened my eyes and the indents on my walls, it looked like a pretty thick snake trying to wiggle its way in. She didn't seem too bothered by the potential late-night visitors, so I kept her warning in my mind, but I continued on. As our journey went on, we realized that every step we took, there was another blotch in the sky. Somehow, a storm was brewing overhead that none of the forecasts we had watched had warned us of. How much longer until it rains? Lily was interrupted by a large thunderclap nearby in the clouds. I felt the earth tremor below us before a few raindrops began falling from the dimly lit sky. "Thanks, Lily," I said, arching my head towards her direction. She scoffed and laughed. The rain was a little more than a small drizzle at that moment, but it was clear that it was going to get worse. "Let's hurry and find a place to set up." I watched as she began to increase her pace, slowly moving from a walk into a jog, heading deeper down the trail. I followed suit right next to her. For a while it seemed like we weren't going to find a clearing anytime soon. We were already on the verge of being considered undoubtedly drenched, and to our luck, at that exact moment of thought, another strong explosion of thunder erupted from above. This time, the floodgates were opened. Rain began to fall with a purpose, and with enough force to erupt on impact, splashing everything nearby with the drop's watery contents. "Hey, right over there," I heard Lily yell out. She was just barely audible through this thunderous rain. She was running off on the main path down a small side trail nearby. I looked at where she was heading, and I saw it. A small cabin. I ran off the path along with her. With each step, more and more mud thrust itself against my legs. I increased my speed, hoping to catch up to my light-footed friend. But something caught me off guard. The tip of my foot slid underneath something, and my momentum carried me downwards, face first, into a mud bath. For a few seconds I was dazed, just laying down in that running muck pit. I eventually looked down to my feet, and I saw what looked like a thin tree root, also caked in dirt, erupting out of the ground. But as my eyes kept on the root, those initial assumptions fell to the wayside. The shimmering of the mud is what made me realize that whatever this was, it was moving just beneath the mud. Then, it clicked in my head. The snakes Lily had brought up. I had just tripped over one of them. I felt a shiver cross over my back, and I jolted back up to my feet, continuing on my path. Without another incident, I made it to the cabin doors and busted inside, finally free from this hurricane-like storm. "Wow," a familiar voice rang out in the shack. I looked over to see a drenched but otherwise clean Lily staring at me with a somewhat amused smile on her face. "Decide to have a wrestling match out there, did we?" "Ha ha, funny," I said, looking down at myself. Mud was dripping off of just about every pore of my body. "I think I met one of your snakes you mentioned out there. It decided to give me a little trip." "Oh, really?" Lily said, as she grabbed me and turned me around, searching the pack on my back for something to help clean me up. "You were right. They're pretty thick. I wonder what kind they are. I can't imagine them being venomous being that wide." I felt the hands of my companion yanking out fabric from my pack. I took some time to look around the cabin as Lily pulled the towels free. It was wooden, old, and completely empty. There was a cooking stove off to one side, but other than that, it looked quite sparse. Clearly, it was only meant for a quick one-night stay. "Here, get yourself cleaned up." I turned back around and Lily handed me a bundle of towels. I immediately wiped off my face and brow. The dirt was already starting to dry and cake to my skin. "Thanks," I replied to her as she began setting up her things. I put my pack down against the door and I walked over to a window, still wiping myself down. I watched as the rain continued its assault on the earth, the dirt running like rivers down the valleys and trails, both natural and man-made. "Oh, it looks terrible outside," I remarked. I heard a small groan of acknowledgement come from behind me. I let my eyes trail over the forested wetland, over to the path we took to get up here. My body locked up when I saw something right where I tripped. Something was protruding from the ground, like a small pillar. I rubbed the inside of the window fruitlessly to clear off the fog and the obstructing rain. I could barely make out what looked like a thick, partially submerged branch, broken off on one end with small twigs splintering off skyward. "Hey, come and look at this," I called out to Lily, who was still fondling around with her bags. "Is it the snake?" she asked, rising to her feet. "I don't think so. Looks weird though." I watched the mud-coated object get hammered by rain as Lily approached and peered outside. "Is that a broken tree root?" she suggested. I could only shrug. Whatever it wasn't moving. "Wait," Lily chimed in again. "Look at the color." As more and more of the rain ran its way down the object, the less obstructed by mud the object became. I narrowed my eyes, pushing past the raindrops on the window, and I noticed exactly what Lily was talking about. Whatever was under that mud was a pale shade of grey. "Oh my God!" Lily gasped and grabbed her mouth. "What is it?" I turned and looked at her, my eyebrow upturned in confusion. "Look at the end of it," she said, holding her breath. I turned my gaze back outwards and focused in. As I did, I felt my heart drop. Fingertips. It was an arm, reaching out of the ground, still as the grave. Oh my God. My voice wavered slightly. "We should call the rangers and get them out here. Where's their card?" she asked, hand extended outwards towards me. I reached into my pocket and pulled out a wet but legible business card. Without hesitation, Lily snatched it out of my hand and began dialing the number in. "Hello? I'd like to report something on one of the trails." She paced back and forth on the squeaky cabin floors. I turned and kept my gaze on the hand. It looked petrified in place, fingers eagerly reaching towards the sky, letting the water rush over it. "We're at..." She began to stutter. "We're at, I heard the voice on the other side of the phone chirp up and Lily nodded. "Hey Max, can you take a step outside and tell me what numbers are next to the door?" I peeled my eyes away from the hand. I felt an increasingly oppressive air pressing its way inside the cabin. I shook my intuition away and I walked to the door. I opened it up and stepped outside. I peered towards the arm, and I could see it more clearly without the blurry window between us. It was hairless, smooth, and the fingernails seemed clean and trimmed. The water that gushed over it almost seemed to vanish on impact, as if it was some sort of sponge. I had to force my eyes away from it to view the number on the wall. 17. I took a deep breath, repeating the number in my head, before the sound of a loud clap echoed off behind me. I jumped, slightly on edge. I turned back towards the direction of the arm and I saw nothing in its place. Just the mud quickly running down the trail. I swallowed hard and I rushed back inside. The number's 17, but I think the arm fell back into the mud. It's not there anymore. Lily's eyes went wide as she relayed that information over to the dispatcher. It wasn't too long until she pulled the phone away from her ear and hung up. "They told us to stay put and this storm's not gonna pass anytime soon. They said they've got a ranger on the way and the police have been informed, but it might take them a while to reach us out here." I bit my lip and I looked back outside towards the empty path. "I hope it didn't get dragged away by the current," I mumbled. Lily came right up beside me, joining me at the window. "I'm sure they'll be able to follow that mud slick down to wherever it goes. On the bright side, that rain cleaned you up a bit." She gave a reassuring smile and I looked down at myself. My clothes were still riddled with mud, but the rain on my skin seemed to have washed away most of the dirt. "I guess that's always a plus," I said stoically. "Come on, Max. Let's make ourselves at home at least. I'll just lock the door in case, well, you know." Her voice trailed off. "In case there's a killer out there," I mumbled at her as she walked over to the door and flipped the lock. She turned around and averted her eyes from my gaze, choosing instead to continue her mission of getting set up. After a few minutes of silence, we had our food laid out in front of us. We'd agreed that once the ranger gets here, our little expedition would be over. We had seen more than enough in just the past 2 days than we could have in a lifetime. "Let's eat and try and get some sleep," I said, chowing down on some extra rations. Lily nodded and joined in on the feast. With full stomachs, we set up for bed. I noticed my friend kept looking out towards the darkened windows. I could feel the tension in the air. "Is everything all right?" I asked. Lily shook her head dismissively. "I just feel weird, like I'm being watched. I'm sure it's nothing, but just to be safe." She ripped off her pillowcase and then mine, before walking over to the windows and draping them over the glass as makeshift curtains. "I just don't want anything looking in at us while we sleep." "Yeah, I don't blame you." I made my way to my bedroll and caseless pillow before lying down, trying to get comfortable. Lily did the same. It was a few hours into the night before I heard Lily's hushed voice. Max, wake up. Do you hear that?" I opened my eyes, less groggy than I expected, and I met Lily's gaze. She was staring at the wooden door of the cabin. I spent a few seconds watching that door before I saw the handle lightly jiggle. Someone was trying to get in. "What do we do?" Lily asked. I was speechless. "Maybe it's the..." Our whispered conversation was interrupted by a loud knocking coming from the other side of the wooden door. Bang, bang, bang. I jumped to my feet. "It's gotta be the cops," I began, my slow, meticulous walk to the door. "Who's out there?" Silence. "Hello?" I yelled again. Abruptly, the banging started, yet again. It was loud enough to drown out my voice now. I took a step back from the door, and I kneeled close to the ground. Each impact on the door rocked the wooden frames of this small cabin. I watched as one of the pillowcase curtains began to slowly slip off the window. "No," Lily whispered, tears in her eyes. I rushed over to the window just as the fabric fell, and I was met face to face with the darkness outside. The banging on the door stopped suddenly. I very carefully kneeled down and I grabbed the fabric in my hands to toss back over the window. Thud. Appearing out of the darkness was the palm of a hand. It slapped the window with a heavy force. I could only see the pale palm in the shroud of the blackness outside. I quickly threw the pillowcase back on the window and I backed up to Lily. She was shivering. Her eyes were wide with fear. "That was the hand, Max. That was the hand. The one outside earlier." I felt my heart drop into my stomach. I wrapped my arms around Lily, for as much my own comfort as hers. Thud, thud, thud. The wet palm of the hand kept on slapping against the glass. I could hear tiny ripples of cracks spreading along the window pane. I squeezed onto Lily as she balled up and kept my eyes focused on that pillowcase covering the glass, hoping it would not fall and expose that lifeless arm again. With one final thud, it stopped. A light shone through the fabric of the window, mere seconds after the attack halted. I could hear the struggling sounds of wheels rolling up towards the cabin. I let out a sigh and a prayer that the Rangers may have finally made it. With the sound of the wheels stopping just a few yards away, I finally heard a voice call out from the void outside. "Lily? Max? You in there?" The voice sounded familiar. It was the Ranger from the day prior. I slid to my feet, dragging Lily with me. "Yeah, we're inside, but someone's out there," I yelled. I rushed over to the door and opened it to see the Ranger standing stiff off in the middle of the small opening in front of the cabin. He was facing us, but the light from his rover, coupled with his hat, covered his body in intense shadows. His body seemed rigid. "Come out of that box and we'll get you home," the Ranger said. His voice seemed different this time, disjointed from his body. I stayed quiet. Something was very wrong here. "Step out of there now," the voice grumbled, unrecognizable from earlier. "Are you all right?" I called out, a little more than a whisper. "Of course I am. Can't you see my smile?" The Ranger tilted his neck backwards. His hat slipped from his skull, which allowed the light from behind him to illuminate his face. His eyes were wide, full of both pain and fear. His lips were quivering in shock. I backed up, more into the doorway, and watched as two impossibly long fingers trailed their way from behind the Ranger's head and made their way across his cheeks to his mouth. They slid inside with little resistance and began pulling his lips outward in a mockingly gruesome smile. Then they kept prying. I watched as his lips strained with the force of the fingers inside his mouth. His lips became white, with the stress placed against them, before a shower of red erupted from his mouth, parting the center of his lips like sliced meat. "I'm so perfectly happy," a voice called out from just behind the Ranger, its voice thick and unnatural. I looked for the source, and I froze. There, right next to the Ranger's feet, was a half-submerged human face dug deeply into the mud. Its black, cold eyes shone from some unknown source. Whatever this was a monster of the strictest definition. Its gaze was so vastly separated from humanity that there was no common ground between us. As I locked eyes with this thing, human in shape and deviled in eyes, I saw the Ranger fall into the mud. Just behind his head was a long, spider-like arm stretching out of the ground. Seemingly, it was changing its size and shape, as if it only faintly followed the laws of this reality. The Ranger's body twitched and spasmed on the ground as more and more lifeless hands began to slither out from the mud, wrapping their hands around his body. I was so thirsty, but now I'm so very hungry. The submerged head called out unblinkingly towards me. Without another warning, the ranger's body was ripped under the earth and devoured by the mud. The ground where he stood shifted and bubbled over like a small eruption. This thing's eyes stared at me with a deadening gaze. It was observing me. I let out a small chirp from my mouth. Without changing expression, the head effortlessly started gliding through the earth towards the cabin, fingers and arms popping out from the earth around it like fins from a shark. I had stored enough courage to slam the door shut and lock it before running back over to Lily, who had seen the whole thing. "What is that?" she asked, her voice trembling. I shook my head and I slumped down next to her. "I don't know." We sat in silence until the sounds of scratching came from below the floorboards. Hundreds of fingers tearing away flesh to the bone, trying to burrow their way upwards. All we could do was sit in the corner furthest away from the windows and pray that they did not get in. That night, we watched as the floors pulsated upwards and downwards as the foundation began to crumble. Those arms were going to drag us and our wooden coffin downwards into the earth. I didn't know what to do. I sat there as the floor cracked open and mud crept up through the seams of the boards like blood flowing from a vein. I sat, waiting to die. But Lily had other plans. She grabbed my hand and she yanked me up to my feet. She stared at the door for only a split second before sprinting off with me in tow. She bursted open the door and ran towards the ranger's vehicle. Luckily for us, the ranger never shut it off before the earth took him down. We both hopped on its seat and zipped off the path, back from where we came. I hazarded a single glance back towards that cabin to see that it was crumbling into the ground, but there was something else there. Still half submerged on the path, mere yards away from us, was that unblinking head. Its black eyes shone dead set and emotionless on our escape. We kept on driving and driving for God knows how long, until we hit some other rangers who were on a scouting mission up to us and their missing comrade. We told them everything we could, but the looks of disbelief said more than enough to us. We were labeled as emotionally distressed and unreliable witnesses. The powers that be listed the disappearance of the ranger and the cabin as accidental by case of mudslide. Now, every time it rains, I wonder if somewhere out in the woods, a single head peers out onto the trails, waiting for someone to pass by. A million hands waiting just below the surface to drag them into the earth. I have to start off by pointing out that I don't spend much time in my own neighbourhood. However, who comes in and out of it on a daily basis is usually pretty obvious. If a vehicle seems unfamiliar, you kind of ask yourself, "Oh, who's that?" And then you move along. This is not about the cars that visit my cul-de-sac though. It's more mysterious than that. I get the feeling that it's more sinister than that. I usually take a cab to work. I was broke on that Tuesday morning, however, so I ended up deciding on a walk to work. It's around a 45-minute walk, and that's on a good day. But it was breezy and sunny, so I didn't mind the scenic stroll. I stepped off my lawn at about 9 a.m, and I made my way down the first stretch towards the main road. I looked down at my phone, and I placed my earbuds into my ears. I decided on some heavier music, to pump me up for the walk. After selecting a playlist, I threw it onto shuffle and looked back up from my phone. My heart immediately skipped a beat. Just ahead of me, in the foliage-laden side years of the first house on my street, stood a woman. She seemed odd and out of place, with her bright, scarlet evening dress and long, greasy black hair. Her pale skin glimmered dully in the morning sun, sticking out amongst the brush and the array of rainbow flowers. What is she doing? I wondered to myself. She was just standing there, looking at the ground. I continued walking closer, which, at some point, left a grey pickup truck between the unusual lady and I. I walked a bit faster, so as to get eyes on her again. Unfortunately, as I got close enough to be looking directly where she had been standing, she was no longer there. I blinked a few times, and I stopped walking for a moment. I was confused about what I had just witnessed, or if I had even witnessed anything at all. Was it simply a mirage? I mean, even with the breeze, it was still hot as hell out here. I hadn't even eaten breakfast. Also, the town I live in, it's full of weirdos and druggies. She may have just been an addict. I wasn't too sure, but I had to continue walking so I wouldn't be late for work. I didn't get home that night until just about sundown. I had been thinking about the event of the morning all damn day. Laying in bed proved useless in helping the creepy image of that lady in the scarlet dress leave my mind. So I opted for some whiskey and a cigarette on my porch. She was just standing there, I kept saying to myself, staring at the ground. Who was she? Did she live there? And that's when it hit me. That house. Years ago, I had gone to a yard sale there. I had to have been 11 or 12 maybe. The previous owners were selling a bunch of their belongings, and I had noticed something about what they had on display. almost all of it, had something to do with witchcraft. Pendants and strange dishes and cloths, jewelry with symbols on them, even a stuffed black bird. My mother made me walk back home while she scolded the lady for showing me those eerie items. The house has been empty ever since they moved out. Could that woman maybe have something to do with the previous owners of the house? If so, why was she there? I had to find out. I threw my cigarette and I went back inside to grab a flashlight. I didn't pack anything special. I was only planning on checking out the property and then leaving. This won't take long, I told myself. I probably won't even find anything anyway. I arrived outside of the house at about 10 o'clock. The streetlight across the road was broken, leaving the yard almost completely black. That made the flashlight nothing short of necessary. I clicked it on and I stepped onto the grass. The air was cool and still, and the whole neighborhood, it was eerily silent. It was that type of silence you get inside of an empty building in a way. No sound, nobody around. I usually describe this as a echoey silence. The chimes by the back porch reverberated in the wind. I shone my light on a rickety old garden shed around the backyard, which caught my eye immediately. Now, the smart thing to do would have been to just not go in the shed. It looked so menacing against the otherwise inarguably beautiful landscaping. Upon entering the shed, I was greeted by nothing. It was cleared out, empty of everything, except a dismembered trowel and a cracked plastic watering can. I sighed in relief, not really sure what I expected in the first place anyway. What did I think I'd find in there? A dead body? I laughed to myself, shaking my head as I turned to exit the shed. That's when my flashlight hit the floor as I stumbled backwards. My head hit a higher up shelf on the wall by the doorframe. The loud clack of my light hitting the floor pierced through the night as it popped open, leaving the batteries to roll across the wooden floor. There, looming just outside the shed entrance, was the woman from that morning. Her ghostly pale silhouette hovered over my body as I just stared in horror from the floorboards. Who are you? I stammered, my head throbbing from that fall. I could barely see through the darkness in my now blurred vision. Her scarlet dress stood out though, a bright oddity in the wooden structure around me. She did not reply to me. I crawled backwards a little bit, attempting to find flashlight and batteries in the shadows. I never took my eyes off the woman though. Her stringy, greasy dark hair covered most of her face, but I could almost make out a nose and lips as my eyes began to vaguely adjust to the dark night between us. She had gangly white arms, which hung lamely at her side, and her long dress swayed in the breeze around her legs, which I imagined were probably just as thin and long like her arms. My heart was racing out of my ribcage. Incredibly, I was able to assemble my flashlight in the dark, finding my batteries just below the workbench behind me. I clicked it on and shined it right at the ghostly woman's face. That's when it happened. Her hair, it parted away from her face. Instantly, she opened her mouth, revealing scarlet teeth, just the same color as her clothing. Her nose, it was partially torn in the left nostril, and it hung part way from her face. Her eyes, though, they were missing. Then there was the scream. She let out a scream that I could describe no other way but as blood-curdling. I must have gone just as she did, as my blood cells scrambled away from my head and down through my neck. Her vocal cords must have been shattering from this type of trauma and abuse. My eardrums popped and rang as I joined her with a scream of a different kind. Fear. I turned to my left and I noticed a window slightly ajar, perfect for a quick escape. I darted towards it and I slid it open all the way before ultimately hurling myself out of it. I didn't stop running until I got to my bedroom. I couldn't risk stopping and my heart wouldn't allow me to anyway. It was beating out of my chest now, and the blood was pulsing through my body. I had no idea what I had just seen. I don't want to believe it anyway. She's probably still out there, somewhere. And as I gaze out the darkness of my window, I dread my next encounter with the Scarlet Woman. Ref spoofing is the practice of sending incorrect data in an HTTP request in order to prevent a site from obtaining accurate data on the identity of a web page previously visited by the user. It is a nifty little trick that can be used to access hidden directories on websites and sometimes even find passwords or usernames. Several years ago, there was a site called hell.com, and it had a flashy front end that was intentionally creepy. On a particularly slow afternoon in 2005, I got bored and I decided to poke around the site, see if I could find anything interesting. As I dived through directory after seemingly empty directory, I noticed that I was in a seemingly recursive loop of folders. The site was primarily coded in that flat HTML, and it used embed tags to show various Flash presentations. However, I had noticed a few references in the source code for various forms being handled by a PHP script. On a whim, I changed my referrer ID to a page commonly found in phpMyAdmin. Just like that, the next directory, one I had already been to and found empty, was filled with links to various pages. Most of these pages seemed to be strange, avant-garde art presentations. Some were videos, and others were rather well-designed web pages. Looking back, some of the pages looked a lot like what we now call Web 2.0. Back in 2005, it looked almost futuristic. As I watched a slideshow set to industrial techno music, where each slide showed a different children's book that had been photoshopped to have a perverted title. Some examples would be Goodnight Boob and Everybody Shits. I switched windows to look at the source code. I found an internal link, one I had seen on a few other pages. But when I had clicked it before, I was redirected to another random page. In fact, that was how I landed on where I was at. I had my referrer ID locked onto that phpMyAdmin page. So, I reset my referrer and I clicked the link as if I had just come from the page I was on. It was a blank white page with just a HT access login prompt. I was prepared for this one. I loaded up a brute force application. I began submitting random usernames and passwords whilst I got up and went to the corner store for a soda. I hadn't made much progress while the brute force was running in the background in the short time I was gone, so I went to pester my roommate for a while. A few hours later, I returned to find that the attack had been a success and I had landed on the front page of the real site. Everything I had found up to that point had been a smokescreen, put up to confuse and entice visitors into thinking the site itself to be mysterious and/or supernatural. The truth was almost as interesting. The site itself was a collective of artists, musicians, and filmmakers who came together to work on high-concept projects. I recognized a couple of names from the members directory almost immediately. Darren Aronofsky and Brian Warner. In fact, there were several other names linked to individuals who were not celebrities then but are now. Before I could do anything of merit with this information, I was kicked from the site. The account I had used to log in had been temporarily suspended. Now, this is where it gets odd. Out of nowhere, my browser history, download history, bookmarks, and several other common features of my browser had been completely wiped. Moreover, my roommate was shouting from the other room. His computer had suffered the same fate. I assumed it was a tech-savvy psyop that hacked me to make a point or something. I had been stealing my neighbor's Wi-Fi for the hack. I could only assume I had been IP banned as well, so I grabbed my laptop and I went to a local coffee shop. I recreated the hack from memory. I followed every step, and eventually, got to the point where I had to brute force my way in. I minimized the window and passed some time on my Game Boy. About an hour later, I was back in. But it wasn't the same page. In the time it took me to get back in, he'd changed the structure of the site and made sure that the page I landed on was nothing more than a flash video in the center of a black background. The video that followed was gruesome, on a level that I had not yet seen. I scoff at the Pain series, and most shock sites are boring to me. Amongst all these gruesome images and video clips of what can only be described as horrific crimes against humanity, some red text slowly came into focus. Those who seek hell are destined to find it. I closed my laptop and I headed back home. It was getting late, and I figured that I could take another crack at this in the morning. On the way back, I walked past a church sign. It read, "Those who seek hell are destined to find it." When I got home, I hopped onto my desktop and I logged into a game called Tibia. If you haven't played it, you're not missing much. As I ran around killing mythical creatures and chatting with other players, a GM, noted for typing in red text, typed, "Those who seek hell are destined to find it." I asked the GM if he had spent any time on hell.com, and within a few minutes I was banned from the game for using inappropriate language. With little else to entertain myself, I just went to sleep. The next morning, there was a knock at the door. The feds had first stopped at my neighbor's house, but after a quick conversation, headed downstairs to ask me some questions. The PSYOP of hell.com reported the unlawful access. Whilst the agent couldn't prove any misdeeds on my part, he was sure to confiscate my desktop and scold me for my illicit behavior. As he walked out the door, he snidely remarked, "Careful, kid. Those who go looking for hell tend to find it." It was only the 5th or 6th time I had run into that phrase. After the agent left, I pulled my laptop from the false bottom in my desk drawer and I Googled the phrase. No results. You could Google it now and find all sorts of references, but on that day, at that time, it returned absolutely nothing. With the police scare and everything else, I decided to back off. Years passed. Everything blew over. Apparently, the PSYOP nuking my history was enough to make it look as if I hadn't accessed the site at all. In fact, I hadn't thought about it until this morning. A certified letter arrived via UPS from an address in Nevada. Inside was a letter with a single phrase written in red. Those who seek hell are destined to find it. I've moved 6 times since then. None of the utilities are in my name. Heck, I haven't received any mail at this address in my name since I moved here. This guy is good. Oh yeah, one more thing. On the bottom of the letter, it was signed LCF. The PS read, "See you soon." It was the summer before my sophomore year of high school. My older brother had just left for college, leaving a box of 80s-era VHS tapes in the closet of his recently vacated bedroom. This was actually a renovated loft over the two-car garage, which was attached to my parents' house. What my brother, Josh, had referred to as his Mike Seaver bedroom, though I never got the reference. Well, I do now, because I googled it as I was writing this. But I digress. I had always envied the apartment-like privacy of my brother's room, and I was pestering my folks to let me have it the moment Josh announced that he was going to an out-of-state school. My mum eventually relented on the grounds that I first moved everything he left behind into the old bedroom. I quickly agreed, and the closet had been the last thing I cleaned out. When I came across the tapes, I immediately assumed vintage porn, but I was quite surprised to find that the entire box was nothing but old, obscure horror films. Mostly stuff with ridiculous titles and dated cover art. But being a fan of these terrible B-grade horror movies, it was actually quite the find. The only problem was, my brother didn't have a VCR. At least, not one that he left behind. And neither did my parents. I begged my mum to let me use her credit card to buy one I found online for like $30. And she of course asked me what a boy with a Blu-ray player and a laptop needed with a VCR. I explained about the box of tapes in Josh's room and she scoffed, saying, "I'm really starting to worry. You're always watching horror movies and playing those violent games. You need to start reading more books." Okay. Can I use your credit card to order books then? "Nice try," she said. I spent that entire afternoon scouring the stores near my neighborhood, and I was eventually able to locate an old DVD VCR combo. It was tucked away in a dimly lit section of Best Buy's home entertainment department. I then dusted off a price tag that read $199.99, and I promptly put it back. What the hell am I? A drug dealer? I was walking home and contemplating simply swiping my mum's credit card when I spotted a large, black rectangle lying beside several bags of trash. They were laying out on the sidewalk in front of a weird vacant lot. Odds were it was just a busted DVD player, but I stopped to check anyway, just in case. Imagine the look on my face when I saw it was not a DVD player, but, I shit you not, an actual, for realsies, VCR. I practically ran home, the old bulky machine clutched to my chest, and me looking like the world's most needless burglar. One of the main benefits of my new room was that I was able to enter through the garage, and I would therefore avoid any possible questions from my parents, who are both middle upper class white people and generally quite judgmental of anything that involved pilfering trash. I hurried up the stairs to my room and I plugged in the machine. It was then I discovered that, big surprise, the VCR which I found on the side of the road didn't work. I don't know what I was expecting, to be honest, but this still managed to frustrate the shit out of me. Luckily, I was the type of guy that, when you asked who my favorite X-Man was, would answer Forge, which obviously meant two things. One, I enjoyed tinkering with machines, and two, even in this age where nerds were actually considered cool, this guy still wasn't getting laid. So, of course, my first reaction was to retrieve a soldering iron from my dad's workbench and bust that bad boy open. I sat up most of the night, Googling VCR repair manuals and watching tutorials on YouTube. Eventually, I located what seemed to be the problem, and in the end it was a relatively easy fix. The only real speed bump was when I cut my hand while replacing the VCR's metal casing, and a few drops of blood managed to end up on the exposed video heads. If this had been a horror movie, I probably would have heard an ominous clap of thunder right about that moment, but no such luck. I carefully wiped off the video head, secured the casing, and I plugged in the VCR. And yet, after all of this, I was still genuinely surprised when it actually turned on. The green digital clock-style display lighting up as the machine whirred to life. I quickly hooked up the VCR, and I dug a tape from the box at random. I slid the movie in. It was called Blood Train, and I pressed play. An image appeared on the screen. A static, black and white shot of a dimly lit windowless room. The back wall looked like it was made from packed clay. Aside from the clay wall and a few feet of cement floor, the only thing visible within the frame was this rusty, floor-mounted chair, kind of like what you see in a dentist's office, which was partially visible to the left of the screen. Not exactly Kubrick-level composition, but there was something that began to feel oddly menacing about the shot as I watched it continue, uninterrupted, for almost 2 minutes. What the hell is this? There was no score or audible sound. Nothing. And if it hadn't been for the grainy quality of the film or the time code ticking away on the VCR's display, I would have thought I was actually looking at a still image. I tried to fast forward, but nothing happened. Hoping that this was just a busted tape, I hit eject and I grabbed another movie. She-Snake, the label read. I replaced Blood Train with the new tape and once again pressed play. I blinked at my TV. The image that appeared on the screen, it was exactly the same as before. The same continuous shot of the same clay wall and partially visible chair. I double-checked to make sure I had put in a new tape. Then I hit the fast-forward button, and again, nothing happened. Same story with rewind and pause. I ejected the movie and was only mildly baffled when I got the same result from a third tape. For close to a minute, I just glared at the TV screen as my disbelief combined with exhaustion and started to turn to rage. I was reaching to hit eject and contemplating throwing the VCR out a window when a shadow flickered across the clay wall on the screen. I glanced up at the TV just in time to see a balding old man in a pair of grimy overalls stalk into frame. The old man was almost abnormally tall, and he walked with the kind of slouch one develops after a lifetime of dealing with inadequately sized spaces. In one hand, he gripped the handle of what looked to be a metal bucket, with several wires hanging out from the bottom. Thin streaks of gore poured from the two hollow sockets where his eyes should have been, and stained the length of the man's pockmarked cheeks with streams of dried blood. Though being sans eyeballs didn't really seem to hamper the old man's vision, as he stomped past the clay wall and then out of frame, leaving me sitting there on the floor in front of my TV, mouth agape. And that's how I stayed for about half an hour, just watching what basically amounted to a particularly boring security camera feed as it continued uninterrupted. In that time, the shot never cut. Nothing else appeared on screen. It was mesmerizing. So many questions ran through my head. Where was this room? Why was that chair there? Who was the old man? And what the ever-loving shit was this? Even then, I would have believed that there was some benign explanation for all of it. Maybe Josh had been working on a student film and used these old horror movie tapes to store his old footage on, and what I was watching was simply unedited B-roll. Maybe someone accidentally left the camera rolling between takes 3 times while filming the same shot. And then, the old man returned, dragging a frantically kicking woman into frame. What I originally mistook for a bucket was actually a helmet-like apparatus that was currently clamped down over the woman's head. The wires hanging from the helmet were clipped to various parts of the woman's body. She continued to flail in vain as the old man used the attach handle to drag her across the room. They reached this floor-mounted chair at the edge of the frame, and a disquieting grin spread across the man's face as he squeezed the handle. The woman immediately began to vomit through an oval-shaped hole in the helmet, and just like that, her body went limp. The man lifted her effortlessly, placing the woman into the chair as he moved just out of frame. He then turned to the chair so that the only thing still visible in the shot was a profile view of the chair and part of the woman's helmet-covered head. But something told me that that was more than enough. I had this sudden, overwhelming feeling that what was about to happen off-screen was something not meant to be seen. This was not footage from some movie my brother made. This wasn't footage at all. It was a window. A thought came to me then, from out of nowhere, clear as someone talking into my ear. Videohead. His name is Videohead. I passed out somewhere around dawn, and I groaned at my mother when she tried to wake me up 2 hours later. She yanked the covers out of my hand, saying, "Oh no, save that song and dance for a test or something. You're not faking sick your first day." Apparently, I had completely forgotten that school was starting this week. "Are you sure that's today?" "Yes, I do, and so does the bus driver outside. And the 30 kids on board are all pretty sure that's today too." I went through my morning classes in a half-conscious fog, and then I power-chugged 2 cans of Mountain Dew at lunch to ready myself for the big reveal of last night's discovery to my one and only non-internet friend, Walter. I told him everything. The box of tapes, the VCR, the old man who I'd come to think of as Videohead, the woman in the helmet. And when I was done, he just stared at me with a thoughtful expression on his face. After a beat, he finally said, "You saw Brett Marshall's car?" "No, I didn't," I replied, a bit bewildered. His dad bought him one of those Mustangs for his birthday. "Brett Marshall is a douche," I suddenly shouted, cutting him off. I was frustrated by Walter's complete lack of regard for my story, and I was more than a bit sleep-deprived too, which was enough for me to momentarily space on the fact that I was sitting right in the middle of a crowded cafeteria. A cafeteria which immediately fell silent as everyone turned to stare at me. A humiliated expression appeared on Walt's face as he looked down at the table and muttered, "Well, that was unnecessary." "You want to say that to my face, you prick?" This was Mr. Marshall himself speaking, a guy who was at least 6 inches taller than me and, as previously mentioned, a total douche. I turned to see him sitting a mere 2 tables over, and, caught off guard by the sight of him, my tired mind could think of no other way to respond. You're a douche?" For some reason, this made everyone laugh, which was almost as shocking as the look Brett was giving me. I turned back to find Walter, still looking down and half smirking as he shook his head. "You know you're a dead man." The day was a bit of a blur after that. Everything around me seemingly set to half volume as I did my best to go through the motions. I went to the rest of my classes and I filed away in my syllabi in their respected folders. I was so spaced out. I just smiled and nodded when it seemed appropriate. The bus ride home was spent listening to music on my phone and avoiding all the awkward stares. Once I was back at my house, I went straight to my room and promptly passed out. Now, I'm walking down the street outside my house, but then I stop. I stop because I see someone standing in the middle of the street. I see the woman from the night before about 10 feet ahead of me, standing in the middle of the street. I can see her eyes through 2 small holes drilled into the side of the cylindrical apparatus on her head, and her eyes are bright green, quite pretty. She says something. I can't hear what she's saying because she's speaking too quietly. I ask her, what is she saying? And she says it again, and again, but I still can't hear her. And then she's gone. Then she's behind me and screaming. I said, "It fucking hurt!" I was pulled out of the dream to find myself in a nearly pitch black room. I hadn't bothered to flip on a light when I came in, and the blinds were only half drawn, letting in just the smallest sliver of moonlight. But before I could even reach for a lamp, the motion-triggered light in my backyard came on. Still a bit on edge from the nightmare, I hurried out of bed and I crossed over to the window just in time to see a tall figure slink into the shadows, heading right towards the garage. Shit. I grabbed the bat from beside my bed and I cautiously descended the stairs into the garage. The door leading out to the backyard had a square window set into its top half, and as I was nearing it, a silhouette appeared at the window. I immediately ducked down beside the door, pressing myself against the wall and praying that I had not been spotted. I carefully reached out a hand and I turned the lock on the doorknob. A mere moment later, the knob began to rattle as the figure outside attempted to turn it. A light overlooking the driveway was triggered, casting the figure's shadow across the garage floor. I watched the shadow lift both hands to its face, using them like blinders to block out the light as the figure scanned the garage. After what felt like hours, the shadow finally retracted as the tall silhouette moved away from the window. By this point, my heart was playing a speed metal drum solo against my chest. I didn't want to move, but I had to do something. What though? Call the cops, dumbass. That's what characters in badly written horror movies always seemed to forget they could do, and now here I was, doing the same dumb shit. Stupid life imitating stupid art, I guess. I patted each of my pockets, hoping to feel my cell phone in one of them, but I didn't. Why had I not grabbed my phone before I came down here? Well, because you're half awake and obviously an idiot. I was about to risk it and bolt back upstairs when I suddenly heard whispering from just outside the door. On me, when we're sure. I couldn't make out much of what they were saying, but the first voice sounded vaguely familiar. After a few moments, the whispering began to fade, muffled by the sound of footsteps heading away from the garage. They were leaving, heading towards the street. Long after I could no longer hear either of them, I carefully glanced out the window. The lawn was clear, but something was dangling from the tree in front of my house. A lot of something. It looked like... ah, shit. Someone had covered the tree in toilet paper. The intense dread that had filled me a moment ago was replaced with indignant frustration as I yanked open that door and stepped outside to get a better look. The sudden kick slammed square against my back and sent me tumbling into a plastic trash can, which thankfully cushioned my fall as I crashed to the ground, scattering garbage everywhere. From behind me, Brett Marshall chuckled and said, "Who's the douche now, ass clown?" Before I could respond with what I'm sure would have been an extremely clever and biting insult, my parents' bedroom light came on, and Brett, of course, took off running. I climbed to my feet and I brushed a used coffee filter from my shirt as a black truck pulled up to my house. Brett hopped into the flatbed and the truck sped off, just as my dad was yanking open the kitchen door. "Oh, what the hell?" he shouted, and I quickly pointed towards the tree draped in toilet paper. My dad saw this and he let out a weary sigh. "Fucking kids." The television was on when I returned to my room. The screen, displaying the same static shot of Videohead's lair as the night before. I guess this should have seemed kind of strange since the set had been off when I left the room. But, considering the preceding events of the night, I barely even registered the minor anomaly as I climbed back into bed. It didn't take long for Videohead to show up, entering frame with a new helmet-clad victim. It was a man this time, chubby and kind of short. The guy's hands had been savagely cut off and he held the two bloody stumps up right above his chest in a kind of protective manner. Probably because it didn't feel so great to let them drag on the ground as Videohead pulled him across the floor. Videohead then lifted the man into the chair and then, just as before, he turned it so that the guy was now almost entirely out of frame. After a moment, the man's head rocked back and the part of the chair that I could see began to shake slightly. When sleep finally returned, it was deep and, mercifully, dreamless. I spent every night that week watching the feed of Videohead's lair, anxiously awaiting his exit and eventual return. A fresh victim in tow. He would always arrive at a different time, though it was usually well after midnight. And each night, there would be something unique about the victim. One woman was covered head to toe in a dark sludge that looked kind of like raw sewage, and another, a man, had a small machine attached to his mouth, with a tube leading out of it that seemed to be pumping a menagerie of vile-looking insects from his body. I talked Walter into coming over that Friday to see for himself how awesome of a find this was. And when Videohead finally showed up that night, he did not disappoint. He entered, a woman's contorted body dangling from the handle in his hand. The woman's arms and legs were hog-tied behind her back by a coil of barbed wire, and rabid possum was scampering alongside her, biting at the woman's gnarled and bloody stomach as Videohead carried her across the screen. He shooed the possum away as they reached the chair, and Videohead bent to unwind the barbed wire which was holding her limbs in place. Immediately, the woman began to struggle, clawing at Videohead's already severely scarred face. Unfazed by the nails digging into his empty eye sockets, Videohead casually pulled the woman's hands away and broke one of her arms like it was a dry branch. The fight quickly drained from her, and Videohead gently lifted the woman into the chair before turning it to face off screen. I looked at Walter and simply said, "Right? Seriously, they're not even going to show the best part?" he asked, gesturing at the turned chair angled just out of frame. But that's the whole point. Whatever you saw up until now is nothing compared to what you're not being shown. There's nothing scarier than the unseen. Don't you get that? Walter shrugged and said, I don't know. Plus, it was boring up until then. I guess the thing with the badger was pretty cool. It was a possum, dude. Yeah, I liked that part. Anyway, Walter yawned and slowly stood up. I'm gonna take off. I was feeling quite bitter by this point, and I didn't bother walking Walter out. As I listened to the door close behind me, Videohead once again came into view as he started back across the screen. Whoa, leaving twice in one night. That's new. As I said this, Videohead stopped in place, almost directly in the middle of the frame. He cocked his head slightly, as if straining to hear something. He then turned to look directly at me, and his face seemed to light up. He grinned at me, and it's worth noting that on a scale of 1 to 10 of bone-chilling creepiness, that grin would have been a perfect holy fuck. After another tense beat, Videohead turned and exited the frame, leaving me sitting there. For about 5 minutes, that's how I stayed, mouth agape and waiting, hoping that Videohead would return. Perhaps he had simply left something in his car and that little fourth wall break had really just been him spotting a stain on the couch cushion or something. I bet there were stains all over that place. There's no need to panic, I told myself, when Videohead did not return. I made my way downstairs to lock the door to the garage and then hurried back up to my room, grabbed my bat, which is why I'm not going to panic. I pushed my dresser in front of the door, and then, just to be safe, locked the window as well. Surveying the room, I remembered Monday night's visit from Brett, and I immediately grabbed my phone. Who has two thumbs and the presence of mind to no longer make cliché mistakes? I said aloud, trying to distract myself from my own increasing heart rate. And at that moment, the backyard's motion-triggered light came on. This time I didn't bother checking to see what had set it off. I could hear the doorknob downstairs rattling as someone tried to turn it, followed by the sound of breaking glass. I quickly unlocked my phone and dialed emergency. The line rang once, and then a familiar female voice answered with a faint, "Hello?" "Hi, yes, someone's breaking into my house." The operator let out a surprised gasp. "Really? That's awful." I suddenly realized why I recognized the voice on the phone. It was Videohead's first victim, the woman from my nightmare. "There's no one coming to save me, is there?" "Sorry, sweetie. I'm afraid not." I pulled the phone from my ear and tossed it onto the bed as the sound of whining door hinges filtered in from downstairs. Someone was inside the garage. The stairs began to creak as the intruder slowly climbed up to my room. After all this, I still jumped when the knob to my door began to rotate. The door was locked, but it was one of those cheap, residential indoor locks it only took about 5 seconds of forceful turning before the bolt snapped open with a loud clunk. After a pause that felt no shorter than several eons, the door finally swung open and immediately banged against the dresser. Videohead leaned out of the darkness and into my room, looking even taller than he did on screen. Nearly 8 feet would be my guess, considering he had to duck beneath the doorway to enter. It was at this point that time slowed to a crawl. I tried to back away, and it was like moving underwater. Videohead shoved the dresser aside and started towards me. That creepy as shit grin stretched wide across his face. I held the bat up in front of me as he neared, and he easily swatted it out of my hands, which caused me to stumble back onto my bed as he raised the bucket helmet over my head. And then he was gone. What? I lowered the arm I had held up to block my face, and I glanced around to find Videohead nowhere in sight. I realized I was sitting on something. I reached around, and what did I pull out but a universal remote? The same remote I had programmed to the VCR. I glanced at the TV, and I found my answer in the form of a blue input screen. A single word, spelled out in blocky white lettering, hovered at the top left of the frame. Eject. Without another thought, I unhooked that VCR and I shoved it inside one of the trash cans behind the garage. But this didn't quite feel like far enough away, so I snuck out with my dad's car. Somehow the commotion from earlier hadn't woken either of my parents, and I just drove around, trying to locate the empty lot where I had originally found the thing. I couldn't find it, and eventually I just ended up chucking the machine into a dumpster behind Best Buy. My logic was that their lack of reasonable prices was at least partially to blame for my present predicament, and the least they could do was assist with the disposal. When I got back home, I cracked open my laptop and I searched Netflix for the most benign comedy I could find. I settled on the first season of The American Office and eventually managed to drift off to sleep. The dream I had that night, as I slept, I don't want to talk about it, and you don't want to hear it. Even if you think you do. Trust me, you don't. I spent most of Saturday cleaning out my room, which surprised the crap out of my mother, but my dad was still a bit pissed at me since I told him I locked myself out the night before and had to break one of the panes of glass on the door to the garage to get in. But then I asked if he would drive me to go and get a replacement pane and teach me how to install it, and his mood instantly brightened at the prospect of me actually volunteering for father-son handiwork. After that, I tried to call Walter. No answer. And then my brother, thinking I might ask him about the box of tapes I found. Even though by this point, I was certain that that VCR had been the source of everything, and I ended up only getting his voicemail anyway. I had been feeling weird all day, almost as if I was hungover from the intensity of last night's events. To be fair, the whole week had been pretty draining, and I ended up passing out at about 9 p.m. while watching Let's Plays on YouTube. Thankfully, that night I slept like a rock, and I didn't have a single dream that I could recall. I woke up Sunday actually feeling pretty good. Walter finally called me back, and I apologized for being a pretentious dick. We went and saw some awful action movie that ended up being thoroughly entertaining in a so bad it's good sort of way. It was nice to be watching a film that I knew was just a film. Sitting there in the theater, laughing my ass off at the unintentional comedy gold unfolding on screen, I finally started to feel like it was actually over. My brush with darkness had been just that, and nothing more. I knew I was lucky to have skirted so close to danger and lived to tell the tale. But now it was done. It was time for me to return to my boring old regular life. Then came Monday. I knew it was going to be a weird day when I stepped outside and I felt how unseasonably chilly it was. I tried to shrug it off, chalking the cold up to nothing more sinister than global warming. But there was this strange nagging feeling in the back of my mind that I couldn't shake. A feeling like I was somehow responsible for the strange shift in weather. Of course, that was absolute nonsense, I told myself, as I retrieved a sweater from my room and I hurried back out to the bus. Who did I think I was? Halle Berry in X-Men? I was still smirking at the mental image of me dressed like Storm as I reached my locker and started to dial in the combination. And then I pulled the locker open, and my smirk instantly vanished. There, wedged inside, was the bulky, top-loading VCR that I had left in Best Buy's dumpster Friday night. I immediately slammed the locker shut, and several senior girls turned to glare at me. "There's like a snake in my locker," I said, pointing as I quickly turned and started down the hill to class. All morning, the only thing I could think about was what was sitting in my locker. Sitting there, waiting. Walter had a dentist appointment that day and I ended up eating lunch alone. I found an empty table at the back of the cafeteria and I sat facing the wall as I racked my brain for a solution. Why not just set the bitch on fire? Let that bad boy burn until it was nothing but ash. Then I remembered that, according to the slew of real paranormal encounters shows which I frequently watched, hey, we've all got our guilty pleasures. Mine is just really silly. But anyway, they taught me one thing. You're not supposed to burn haunted Ouija boards because the element of fire actually makes malign entities stronger. So what then? I decided to Google disposing of haunted objects on my phone, and I read that I should tie large stones to the VCR and toss it into a running body of water, like a river or a deep stream. One site suggested filling a kiddie pool with salt water and submerging it in there if I couldn't locate a suitable natural water source. But I seriously doubted that I would be able to explain that one to my folks. I was searching on Google Maps, looking for the nearest river, when I heard a familiar voice approaching. Brett was talking to one of his idiot friends as they sat down at the table directly behind me. They proceeded to have an inappropriate discussion publicly about Brett's mum catching him in the midst of some, extracurricular activities and subsequently punishing him by blocking internet access to his room. It was the next part of the conversation that caught my attention though. No internet? That's like, what do they call it? Crueler than usual punishment. Yeah, tell me about it. So anyway, I went digging through all this stuff from my dad's bachelor years that he's got stashed in the shed out back. And guess what? I found a straight up box full of porn out there. Problem solved then. Sure, they might be a bit bushier than you're used to, but still. Yeah, the only problem is it's all VHS tapes. So, you don't have an old VCR laying around? Of course not. Do you? No. Exactly. Nobody does. Brett grew quiet for a moment, and then suddenly, he shouted in my direction. Hey! Something small ricocheted off the side of my head, and I looked down to see a single tater tot roll between my chair. Hey! When I didn't respond, Brett tossed another tater tot at my head. I let out a long sigh as the third tater tot bounced off my shoulder and landed in my jello. What? I nearly hissed as I quickly spun around to face Brett, whose arm was poised and ready to throw yet another tot at me. You got a VCR I can borrow? I tried my best not to smile. As a matter of fact, I do. To say that Brett looked surprised when I pulled the bulky machine from my locker and placed it in his outstretched arms would be an understatement. Here, you can keep it. Really? Thanks, man. I shut my locker and smiled at him. Go fuck yourself, Brett. I walked off, leaving him standing there beside my locker and looking more than a bit confused. When I was halfway down the hall, Brett turned and shouted, Oh, I get it. I spent the rest of that day trying not to think too much about what I had just done. Sure, I felt a bit guilty about giving the VCR to Brett. But then again, it was Brett that I gave it to. Besides, I think we can all agree that he had it coming. Still, I couldn't quite shake the feeling that even a total douche like him didn't deserve to die. But who was to say what was going to happen? For all I knew, the VCR would work just fine for Brett, and he would get to abuse himself to his heart's content. As it turned out, I only had to wait until later that night to find out the answer. I was in my bedroom, actually doing homework of all things, when suddenly, my TV turned on. I checked to see if I had accidentally hit the remote, and I found it sitting on the nightstand, right beside my bed, well out of reach. I grabbed the remote, and I was about to switch the TV off, when I saw what was on the screen. It was a handheld, found footage style shot, looking in through a window at what appeared to be a teenage boy's bedroom. After a beat, Brett entered the room, holding a bottle of lotion. He locked the door and then tried to turn the knob to ensure that it was actually locked. Brett had already hooked up the VCR and had a tape ready to go. I couldn't see his TV screen, but the baffled look on Brett's face was enough to tell me that what he was seeing was not what he expected. Though, it wouldn't matter for long. In that same moment, Videohead appeared beside Brett, and slammed the metal helmet down onto his head. There was an abrupt cut as the feed suddenly switched to Brett's point of view, looking out through the helmet's narrow eye holes. I could see that Brett was being dragged down a dark stairwell and into what I immediately recognized as Videohead's lair. Brett's breathing became louder and more panicked. He glanced at the clay wall to his right, and then to the left. That's when we both spotted me. More specifically, a monitor set into the wall, displaying a shot of me sitting there on my bed in what appeared to be real time. I reflexively held up a hand to check, and sure enough, my double on the screen immediately mirrored the gesture. To Brett, it must have just looked like I was waving. Videohead continued to drag Brett across the room, giving me a quick glimpse at the rest of this new wall, which I could now see was covered in dozens of monitors identical to the one I was on. Each monitor displayed a shot of a different person sitting in a room somewhere and intently staring at the screen. Then, Videohead lifted Brett into the chair and turned it to face yet another part of his lair that had up until now remained unseen. The view through the eye holes was quite limited, and it took me a second to fully understand what I was seeing. The wall the chair was now facing was covered from floor to ceiling with eyes. Hundreds of human eyeballs. I assumed this was simply a macabre form of decoration. Trophies from each of Videohead's victims. But then he moved to a small metal table in the corner of the room. And as he did, the eyes turned to follow him. Each pair of disembodied eyes seemed to move in tandem, tracking Videohead's every gesture as he retrieved an odd-looking device from the table. It had a thin handle and 2 clamps jutting out from it that resembled those things girls use to curl their eyelashes. And he slowly approached Brett. Videohead bent down so that he was at eye level with Brett, giving me a nice long close-up of his gore-stained, pockmarked face. And then, Videohead jabbed the clamps into Brett's eyes and yanked. I was expecting the feed to cut as Videohead ripped out his eyes, but it did not. If anything, Brett's point of view became even clearer once it was pulled free of the helmet. The room spun as Videohead turned and pressed the device to a bare spot on the wall behind him, mounting the eyes in place and providing me one final wide-angle shot of his lair as Videohead grinned at me, proudly surveying his work. I hit a button on the remote, and the TV switched off, which seemed to instantly depressurize the foreboding atmosphere that had enveloped my room. I set the remote down, and I let out a weary sigh. Did I feel guilty? Maybe. Relieved? Absolutely. It was then, amid the slew of thoughts racing through my mind, that a single realization hit me. My mum was right. I needed to start reading more books. I know the topic of rather scary or disturbing stories from our childhoods are outdated and, furthermore, considered cliché. But I thought you might like this one. This one was from my high school years. I was not always rebellious. In fact, I was a good kid. I wasn't what you would call an angel of a child, but I was still keeping up appearances, had good grades, was disciplined enough, and I had pretty well-developed manners. I hung out with this delinquent, Cody. He was an arsehole, the biggest one you'll ever meet. Honestly, no one really liked him, but he was quite wealthy, and while his parents were away, he would throw these parties that half of the 10th grade students from my high school would go to. I was always invited to these, but he always started these parties late at night, around midnight. His last party did at least, which meant my parents would not let me go. So I didn't even bother asking. I know it wasn't my nature, and now that I look back, it was a really stupid choice. But I decided I would sneak out. My dad stayed up until 11 every night, and he never emerged from his bedroom until the following morning. And my mum always slept until noon, using "I need beauty sleep" as an excuse. Time came. It was the night of the party. It was about 11:30 and my dad had already stumbled into his bedroom and proceeded to snore loudly. I slowly twisted the handle of my door to reveal the inky blackness of the hallways. Now would be the perfect time to escape. If not now, never. He lived pretty far away. It would take me at least an hour to get there by foot. I softly closed my door and lightly paced towards our sliding glass door. I opened it slowly. It must have been about a minute before there was an opening big enough for me to squeeze through. Once I was through, I took no risk and took another minute to close it again. I was outside, and the moon illuminated the ground quite well. I lived in the desert area, and there was really no threats at night, save for coyotes, but they rarely attack. I kept a pocket knife on me, however. They were normally more scared of you than you are of them, but this was just a precaution. You can't ever be too careful out here. There's also a fair amount of shady people for such a small town, but that didn't really worry me. The terrain was rugged, difficult to navigate. I had to dodge tall brush and jump over eroded crevices in the earth. I checked my watch. It was around 12:15, and I knew I must be close, because I saw a familiar house, one that I would always pass by while walking on the sidewalk to get to Cody's house. Only a couple more blocks, and I would have made it. The terrain had gotten surprisingly less jagged and smoother after a couple of minutes. The ground was mainly free of rocks and other obstructions, save for beer bottles and some dried up bushes. But there was one thing that caught my eye. There was a brown, torn tarp lying next to the side of a ditch that I was walking through. I stopped for a moment and I observed it before my curiosity managed to claw its way through, and I slowly approached it. It was likely just trash, but for some reason, I felt inclined to see what it was. I nudged it with my foot, and a tall figure rose swiftly from under the cover. I was knocked back and frozen with fear. It was a bear-like creature that wore a dark brown trench coat and dusty brown pants. He was barefoot, and his feet were larger than any creature I know of. The bear-like creature stood up. He had to have stood higher than 6'5", towering over me. Long, white hair protruded from every visible inch of body there was, almost like an animal. Its glossy eyes met mine, and I was ready to run. I managed to stutter out a few words. "What?" I stopped, examining the creature once more. What are you?" The figure looked at me again and let out a loud, hearty chuckle. He wiped a few tears of joy from under his eyes and he gave me a smile.
"Why, my boy, I am Mr. Trenchfoot,"
he said, still grinning at me. His tone was kind of friendly in a weird way, and that was the only thing stopping me from making a mad dash back to my house. He gave me a puzzled look, and he asked,
"Do you by chance know the date?"
I thought he was joking at first, and I laughed a bit. But then I saw his serious expression. I stuttered again, but managed to collect myself. "It's June 7th, I said. He looked shocked or rather intrigued. He looked at me again, and my eyes met his once more.
My, I've been asleep quite long. It was November last time I was awake,"
he said, still sounding jovial.
"Now tell me, what have I missed?"
We strangely got into a conversation, and it lasted a good 15 minutes. He asked me about politics and celebrities, but nothing too serious. We spoke for a while. I looked down at my watch, and I noticed the time. I had about 16 minutes to get there before it hit 1. I sat up from the rock on which I previously rested. "I have to get going," I said. Mr. Trenchfoot stood up and wiped the dirt off his coat. He coughed before speaking. He walked towards a storm drain that seemed to lead into blackness.
"Follow me,"
he said, entering it.
"I need to show you something."
His voice was all too friendly and inviting. He crawled farther into the pipe, and soon he was enveloped in darkness. I dared not enter, and I just stood there for a while. He turned, and the only reason I knew that is because the little bit of moonlight illuminated his eyes, just as it would a dog's or a cat's. I stepped back a bit, a little bit frightened now, and reminded him that I had to go.
"Come here,"
he said softly. He repeated, and each time he got more angered and menacing.
"Come here. Come here. Come here."
He inched forward, just enough so I could see him fully. Long, black claws protruded from his fingers. He clawed the sides of the tunnel as he repeated,
"Come here now. Come here now."
I ran as fast as I could back up the ditch I was walking in, daring not to look back to see if he was following, until I was at a safe distance. After about a minute of running, I looked back and was relieved to see he did not follow. He stood there, watching, as the moon outlined his figure. I continued to run, faster than I think I've ever run before. I hopped over my fence, this time not cautious of making any noise, and I ran inside, tired and frightened. My dad heard my entrance, and he ran to see what the cause of the noise was. I explained that something had tried to attack me, and he called the police without any hesitation. I explained to the police where it happened and what I saw. They took no time to rush to the scene and investigate. No sign of Mr. Trenchfoot. I was at the scene, watching them at a safe distance with my mum and dad. I had shown the chief the drain pipe, the one Mr. Trenchfoot had tried to lure me into. He took no time to motion several armed men inside. They didn't find him though, and they still haven't to this day. So that was my story. Creepy, right? Things have been the same. I got grounded for a couple of weeks, but they let me off because they were glad I was safe. So you could say this had a happy ending. I guess for me at least. I still haven't told you the most interesting part. You know how I said they didn't find him? Well, when they kicked open a grate, they entered a small, concrete room, no bigger than a walk-in closet. Again, they didn't find Mr. Trenchfoot in there. However, they did find something. They found Mr. Trenchfoot's tarp in there, still dusty as ever. There was no sign of Mr. Trenchfoot, or any life for that matter. But there was another thing in that room. In the far corner of the dark, cold concrete shelter was a pile of bloody, torn clothes. All of them belonging to children in my town that had gone missing over the last 20 years. When I was in college, I developed a bad habit. No, not alcohol or drugs. Something far tamer than those. I developed a habit of sleeping in class. You see, it seemed as though every class I had fell right after a meal. Breakfast, then comp sci, lunch, then general biology, dinner, then statistics. As a result, I tended to drift off as the professors lectured. However, it was an incident that occurred during that last class that finally broke me of the habit for good. Most of my classes were held in lecture halls at the Science Centre, a large, multi-storied concrete building with little in the way of decor. From the outside, it looked more like a parking garage or a penitentiary than an educational facility. Inside wasn't much better. A drab, featureless interior full of the same bland concrete walls and dull fluorescent lighting. It was quite liminal. Only a small area on the third floor dedicated to offices for the various staff had anything that added any colour to this place. One evening, after a meal from the student union, I sat in the back row of my statistics course, feeling the tug of my eyelids as the professor droned on and on down in the front, and my stomach slowly digested my dinner. You never really notice yourself going to sleep until you're actively fighting it, and I was not one to wage war on myself. So it wasn't long before I was out, chin in my hands, pen dangling from my fingertips, hunched over a notebook full of scribbles. It wasn't unusual for the teacher to notice when someone was snoozing in the middle of their lecture. Half the time it seemed like they didn't really care. They're not paid to wake you up after all. If you're not paying attention, they're not going to suffer a pay cut when you flunk out. But some will still take a moment to call out your name, try to snap you out of it. So when I heard my name being called in the middle of sleep's dark embrace, I quickly snapped back to attention and responded, "Yes?" My face got very hot, anticipating the laughter of the other students. But the moment quickly faded as I realized I was sitting alone in a dark and empty classroom. Looking at my watch, I realized that I had actually managed to doze off through the entire hour and then some, and it was already past 9 o'clock. Nobody had bothered to wake me, either as a joke or out of sheer obliviousness. But then I sat there wondering, who called my name? I could still hear that voice in my head, leaving me to wonder if maybe it had been a dream. But then the voice came again. It was low, echoing in the empty room. Clearly not my imagination. The auditorium was dark, but I could still make out much of the interior and the empty seats from the smidgen of yellow light that came through one of the exits, especially from my position at the top back row.
"Hello?"
I called out into the empty blackness. Several steps down, and to my left, something shuffled, moving along the row of seats. I couldn't see it, but from the sound of it, it seemed to be coming in my direction. Instinctively, my heart began to race, and I stood up, fumbling in the darkness to find my books and get the hell out of there. My pen fell to the floor and rolled off the edge of the level I was on. And for the briefest moment, I had the insane thought that I needed to go and get it. But then, the shuffling stopped, and the room went quiet. I stood, frozen in my spot, holding my breath, feeling my heart beating in my ears. It felt like minutes went by, standing in that uncanny silence. I swear the only sound seemed to be the faint ticking of my watch. The need to move, to get out of that room, was overwhelming. But some lingering thought in the back of my mind wanted to hear whoever it was, whatever it was, and know that I wasn't going crazy. It obliged, finally breaking the silence by calling out my name again. Not with a friendly, curious voice, but one almost devoid of emotion, like a parrot repeating the sounds its owner makes, but not knowing what they mean. When I gave no response, it moved with a brushing noise akin to someone crawling on their hands and knees. Then called again, I could not hold my breath in any longer, and I exhaled raggedly, my entire body shaking with fear. It was enough, and the shuffling came again, almost frantic now, moving to the middle of the aisle, then up the steps towards where I stood. Finally, my fight or flight response kicked in, and gripping my books tightly under one arm, I dashed for the other end of the row, nearly tripping over my own feet. Looking back over my shoulder, the room was still incredibly dark, but there was enough contrast between the shadows and the objects that I could just make out the form of whatever it was coming up around the edge of the desks. It had the appearance of a human being, but it seemed more like that of a crab, walking on both hands and feet, with its knees and elbows bent and its back arched at an agonizing-looking angle. Something about its head that also seemed off. The way it bobbed as the thing scuttled. It was like it wasn't fully attached. This nightmare realized that I was on the move, and it began scrambling up onto the desktops in a beeline straight for me. As it clambered across the row, it started making this awful, gibbering sound with this unnerving excitement to it, like gluck, 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 to try to put it into some kind of words. The sound was inhuman. Any faint notion I had that I was being pranked went right out the window when that thing came at me. I hit the wall hard, bruising my shoulder, and I tumbled down the steps towards the front of the room. Through sheer determination, I managed to keep myself on my feet, and I tore out of that classroom without looking back. Nobody was in the hall. In fact, nobody seemed to be in that part of the building at all. And why would they be? There were not any classes that late at night, and all the offices and study areas were 2 stories up. The exit to the building was dark, almost as dark as the lecture hall, but I didn't care. I bolted out into that crisp night air, startling several people who were walking past, and I didn't stop running until I'd made it back to my dorm, where I hid in my room with the lights on, door locked, and shades drawn until my roommate returned. So, what was it? I don't really know. My strongest suspicion is based on a story I heard later on while talking about the incident with a grad student, someone who'd been studying at the school for years. According to her, when the centre was first being built, one of the construction workers paving the roof wasn't watching where he was going. He stepped on a skylight that happened to be set over a stairwell. He plunged 3 stories, striking the railing several times and landing on his neck, killing him instantly. Whether that story is true or not, I cannot be sure. I couldn't find any news articles about construction accidents, and none of the professors I asked would verify it. Nobody else has ever described experiencing anything like it either. I'll tell you though, after that, I didn't visit the science center after dark. And I sure as hell never fell asleep in class again. You've probably heard of those mysterious doorways and staircases that are starting to infiltrate remote forests. What you probably don't know is that the phenomenon is starting to slowly infiltrate the urban environment too. It took me around a decade to realize that the mystery doors and staircases that are not on any official maps of underground infrastructure are the same as those that appear in the forests. It all came out at a family Christmas one year, as I was chatting with a cousin who became a forest ranger. We spent most of the holiday comparing notes, stories and rumors, and came to a frightening conclusion. The same force is behind both all the doorways and the staircases, no matter their location. When I first graduated and became an engineer 15 years ago, my mentors who took me under their wing as an intern warned me to never enter any doorway that was not on the official maps. For the first few years, everything was fine, as I was given easier jobs to ease my way into the career. I ignored the unmarked doors like I was told to, even though the curiosity was building. But things came to a head when the company was assigned to a job of mapping out the underground infrastructure of an older city I can't name for legal reasons. Their hall of records had burned down, taking out all the paper copies of the maps and digitization that had been scheduled for the following month. We did get some decrepit copies of the maps from older, retired engineers who warned us to be careful of the underground and suggested that we go down there armed. Others in the crew laughed, but I took their advice, considering there could be a mafia or cartel hideout down there in those tunnels. The old guys were right. There was something down there. The first few days were all good. We were using the few maps that we could salvage to plot the main routes of the tunnel, to hold a major water pipeline and a gas pipeline. We had a remotely operated rover running gas sensors and LIDAR to map the tunnels. Everything was routine. I began to drop my guard, but on the 5th day, things went to shit. We were in the process of mapping an electrical tunnel. Those are a pain in the butt to deal with, due to the required safety procedures and electrical equipment. We were testing a new add-on for the rover, a set of electrical field sensors that could be used to check metal cable trays for stray voltage and damage to insulation. A new tool to make the job safer. The problem was that this was one of the sections where documentation was missing. We knew the start, the end, and which circuits went to where, but that was it. We had no idea where the various entry manholes were, or where the connections to the other underground networks like the sewers or subway were. We came along to a strange door that looked like it hadn't been opened in years, and we had no idea where it went. But without documentation, we had to ignore the official rule of opening strange doors. Besides, it looked harmless. I held the tablet that operated the rover as one of the other guys, Sam, opened the door. Immediately, the compass started to go wonky, and the E-field readings picked up. Normally this sort of thing happens when one opens the door to an underground substation or to a subway line with a passing train. Not when you open the door into what appears to be an old decrepit fallout shelter. The dust inside appeared to be undisturbed, as if no one had been inside for decades. I went to send the rover inside to check for gas or bad air, but my tablet started to glitch out. Sam entered first, with a flashlight, followed by Max, and they took their time to explore the room. I backed up, refusing to enter, since I had to worry about a very expensive and potentially faulty rover. About half an hour later, we called it an end for the day. The rover was glitching out, and I needed a workbench to properly debug it. Sam had grabbed a strange, golden necklace with some kind of Mandela-like motif. For some reason, to me, it felt strange, and the rover glitched out worse any time he brought it near. Sam and Max decided to hit the pubs early while I put in the overtime to get the rover working again. Something seemed off with Sam, and Max was acting oddly too. They never go drinking together, yet at the time, I thought nothing about it. Back in the lab, the rover functioned normally and passed all the tests. The video was heavily corrupted around the time we had opened the door, but the LiDAR data was intact. The thermal video was quite strange. When Sam opened the door, something visible on thermal seemed to fly through him and enter Max. I've got no idea what it was, but I do know that night Max was quite different to when I saw him earlier. Gone was the quiet introvert. He was drunk, loud, and he had a way with the ladies that was totally out of character for him. I didn't stay very long at the bar, since I arrived late, but Max was out all night, or so I heard the next morning. He came into work surprisingly energized for someone who had drunk enough to be experiencing alcohol poisoning. That day, I ended up on a different team, and when we got back to where we finished the day before, there was no door or fallout shelter to be found anywhere. Even the LiDAR data on the rover was different compared to the day before. This wasn't the strangest day of my career, but it was the beginning of when the strangeness had picked up. I warned my interns not to enter strange doors that don't appear on documentation without first making sure that they know where the other side of the door is. I could not say that I witnessed someone getting possessed after neglecting to check, so I had to come up with excuses like toxic sewer gas or damaged electrical wiring. Several years later, I had no choice but to enter one of these strange, unmarked doors. It was in one of the more fancier tunnel systems, with emergency telephones spaced every 100 meters or so. The day it happened, a water main had ruptured somewhere in the underground maze, and we got a call warning us to evacuate immediately. We were on our way back to the surface when we heard rushing water from dead ahead. One of the last sounds you ever want to hear this deep underground. Our eyes were drawn to a door with a flickering light above marked emergency exit. I joked to my co-workers that we would need to see a priest after this. Those with experience with these doors caught my eye, and they nodded as the colleagues in the dark let out a nervous chuckle. The room at first looked like an old, decrepit basement, covered in cobwebs and lit only by a single flickering half-burned-out light bulb. The flickering light and the movement of our flashlights cast dancing shadows all over the room. Everyone thought we were alone as Roger slammed the door we had entered through, right as the sound of water grew to a roar. I knew differently, as I saw a pair of dull, red eyes out of the corner of my vision. We looked desperately for a way out as water started to leak under the door, and found that the staircase into the room had rotted out a long time ago, and it would collapse under the weight of even a single person. We had to explore the decrepit basement, even as water started to slowly fill the room. I remembered what had happened to Max, and brought up my thermal camera. I got a couple of strange looks, but then another co-worker explained that I'm using it to look for temperature differences, to hopefully find a different way out. Half right. It was one of the things I was doing. I was also looking for ghosts, spirits, or malevolent entities to avoid. I'm not going to let what happened to Max happen to me when I have half a dozen others I can throw under that bus first. I found a warm spot by a bookcase, and I got a co-worker to try and push it aside. This revealed the entrance to a Cold War fallout shelter, complete with one of those sealable doors. We quickly got inside, and we closed the door as the water was starting to lap at the base of the raised entryway. We found something worse in the bunker. Although at first, it looked like it had been used for raves by goths, we quickly discovered that a cult had been using it. What caught my eye was the room looked identical to the one Max and Sam had stumbled onto years before, but this time, I had entered it from the door inside of the bunker. I tried to open it, but the door to the outside was locked tight. I spotted something out of the corner of my eye. A figure, dressed in a dark cloak with glowing eyes, and I went to investigate. But I found nothing but a shadow visible to only the thermal camera. I backed away into a bookshelf as the figure entered one of my co-workers, Adam. He fell down, twitching like he was having a seizure. We quickly dragged him to what was once the bunker's infirmary, but I would call that room a butcher's den. It was covered in old blood and historic symbols beyond my comprehension. A friend of mine would later say that they sounded like ancient Sumerian cuneiform after I explained what I saw. Half of us remained with Adam, while the rest went with me to find the main exit. We did find it, but it was locked from the outside, and we could not get out. We found the phones to be dead, and went to check the bunker's telephone switchboard, but that had no electricity. We went to the main power room, only to find it full of a dark fog. James entered and fell down twitching, and we dragged him back to the infirmary. There was only one way out: the ventilation stack. My thermal camera, now low on battery, showed a slight temperature difference that is a sign of air movement. Ellie and I decided to climb, see if we could get out of the facility that way. We both had body cameras, and the video of my thermal camera as evidence of something funky going on down there, and we needed to get to the main entrance to rescue our friends and co-workers. It was a hard climb, through some tight bends, but whoever built the place was smart and used the ventilation stack as an emergency exit, and nicely included a ladder. It wasn't much, but it was better than nothing. We found ourselves in a sub-basement machinery room of an older building, the type built in the late 40s to mid-50s. I didn't want to touch anything, since these places are asbestos central. The place seemed to have been an old hospital. It was later renovated into an office building owned by some pharmaceutical company that I'd never heard of. Although, the parts of the sub-basement that I had seen made the place look more like a cult. Hiding behind medical research and an old hospital would be a good place for a cult to hide. People die in hospitals all the time. It would not take much to sneak someone who would not be missed down into that bomb shelter. As we explored the basement, looking for the main entrance to the fallout shelter, we found that the water from the flooding had reached our ankles. Not a good thing when we came across the main electrical room for the building. The buzz of a cranky old power transformer did very little to ease my fears. I decided that it was probably not the best idea to see if power could be restored to the shelter. We skipped that room and explored the basement a bit more. My thermal camera failed right as we entered a room full of what could only be described as roaming shadows. They dived for us, but were kept away by our flashlights. I can tell you that nothing's better for the dark than a good modern LED and lithium battery. We found both an exit sign and a faded sign for a fallout shelter through the room. We finally had a direction. Do we go get help first, or rescue our co-workers? We decided to crack open the shelter. There were half a dozen padlocks on the door, jamming the locking mechanism, but what use are padlocks in keeping people out when there's half a dozen sets of bolt cutters amongst the tools strewn through the nearby rooms? We got those locks off the door, and we raced into the shelter to find our co-workers. Only 2 were well. 3 were recovering from strange seizures. The 4 of us managed to get our injured co-workers to the lobby of the building through 2 more basement levels, where we were confronted by a bored security guard who thought he caught a gang of kids trying to sneak into the basement again by the tunnels. He'd heard rumors of strange things in the basement and had been too scared to go down. The guard believed us about what we saw, and he called the paramedics for us. He called the police too, but it was a federal agency that arrived instead of the police. This bureau did tell me that the official story of what happened down there is that we discovered an old chemical weapons lab that was improperly decontaminated. Rescue was certainly fun. We were held by some government department for hours and were interrogated over what we had seen and encountered down there. They confiscated our body cams and my thermal camera, much to my annoyance. That will come out of my paycheck. Although, curiously, they did give me both a job offer and a business card for when I'm ready to accept. I'm not sure if I really want to join some bureau of the occult, but in this industry, the perks of a government job only get better as you get older. and I'm starting to get sick of the private industry. What I learned during that time above all is that many of these doorways are thresholds to the other side. Some open into our world, and some open into their world. And some of these doors connect two different places within our world, if you know how to manipulate them. Detailed within are alleged events that occurred during the filming and production of the 1971 film Godzilla vs. Hedorah. As such, all are, of course, rumors, yet some persist that they are in fact true. From 1954 onward, the Godzilla series had become popular enough to be a staple of pop culture and an everyday commodity in Japan, with new movies being produced yearly on decent budgets, half of which went toward costume design. It became a regularity in what was known in the Showa era of kaiju films, a trend that persisted well into the 70s. Much like everything else, the Godzilla series of films began to experience franchise fatigue, with production values becoming cheaper and cheaper, new costumes looking shoddy, and the recycling of stock footage. This particular phase of fatigue was never more evident than in 1969's All Monsters Attack. The abysmal final product put the entirety of the Godzilla franchise on hold for a whole 2 years, allowing for the general public to forget about the disastrous film, and enough time for the minds at Toho to regroup and eventually start work on another film. It was originally intended for the franchise to end after the release of Destroy All Monsters several years prior, but the release of yet another film made it impossible to end a franchise that had made them famous. So it was quickly decided that work on another entry into the franchise was to begin immediately. It was decided early on that the next installment would carry a message, much like the original Godzilla film close to 20 years prior. But rather than focusing on the dangers of nuclear radiation, the message would instead focus on pollution and its effects on the environment. From this idea, Godzilla's opponent, Hedorah, was formed. Designed to be a smog monster, Hedorah's appearance was originally much different. The initial drafts were similar to that of Godzilla, albeit with a stockier build, elongated face, more rounded teeth, and an ashen grey colour. More or less a non-threatening design. This appearance would be the groundwork for the new film, and as such, a new, young director was chosen to lead. Quiet, introverted, and oftentimes described as imposing, Yoshimutsu Banno was chosen as the director for Godzilla vs. Hedorah, an undertaking that made the company uneasy to say the least, as Banno had yet to ever direct any kaiju film, much less a Godzilla one. Toho hesitantly allowed Bano to take the reins, and the project continued as expected. Unfortunately for the team, as well as Toho, things would not go as planned. Bano started confident in his ideas that he proclaimed regularly, and his co-workers often described his visions for the film as off the wall and strange. Given only 35 days to shoot the film, Bano and co-writer Takeshi Kimura often locked themselves away on weekends and bantered back and forth over potential film ideas. One report claimed Bano and Kimura yelled feverishly until the early morning, neither one of them leaving the room until an agreement was made. Bano was also known for changing ideas at the last minute, turning Hidora's design from a Godzilla-esque monster into a large, towering blob, a tendril-like creature with large red eyes, mere days before the costume building process was to begin. As time went on and filming progressed, tensions ran high between production and the actors themselves, as many shoots ended with several arguing that scenes just didn't feel right after the actors had repeated them any number of times, leading to them storming off from each other. Actors decried the capabilities of the production team. They would not speak to them until the next shoot. As these spats between them escalated higher and higher, Bano himself often remained disconnected from these events. Every time they would occur, he would simply leave, but not before quietly speaking his mind on how he thought none of them performed up to par. This irritating and disconnected behavior persisted to the point of extremity in some cases, as actor Kenpachiro Sasuma, who portrayed Hidora, was struck during filming with appendicitis. Doctors were forced to perform the procedure while still removing the Hidora suit, not because it was too elaborate to remove, but because Bano ignored Satsuma's serious complaints until other members of production stepped in and helped. When questioned later, Bano simply stated he was ignorant to the cries, and he had too much to film in too little time. Some say Bano would lock himself in his office with small supplies of food for days on end after these heated arguments, speaking, but to no one in particular, occasionally cursing loudly, thrashing, sending objects flying around the room. These occurrences would then be followed by long periods of silence, the only audible sound being Bano scribbling furiously on his notepad. On top of these was a particularly nasty rumor about the supposed 20 whole minutes cut from the final film. Around halfway through the film, Bano allegedly had several more scenes planned, which was described by others as disturbing and surreal imagery, more so than in the final cut that would have helped pad out the story and further finalize Bano's vision for the film. Several examples of these alleged scenes were one in which Hidora crushes a family's home, the mother and son outside, screaming as the father is trapped, crushed by the collapsing house in front of them. Another, which portions of are seen in the film, included a surreal dance party where the participants wore bunny masks, smeared unknown substances along the walls, injected heroin, and even wrote nonsensical scrawling on any and all flat surfaces. Another would involve a young psychic child. Upon sensing Hedora's arrival, he would be plagued by horrific night terrors, featuring these bizarre, macabre illustrations of previous kaiju that Godzilla had fought before. The last example was one that Banno himself described in detail to Takeshi Kimura during a late-night session. It had Godzilla fighting Hedora into a grassy countryside. They would continue to thrash about, the sky growing dark, when Hedora would gain the upper hand, wrapping its tendrils around Godzilla's arms and neck, allowing for traces of blood to ooze from Godzilla's mouth. Banno excitedly exclaimed that the way Godzilla would win would be to show a shot from behind Hedora and to watch as Godzilla's hands tore through to the back and then thrust outward, effectively tearing Hedora in two. While later Godzilla films would indeed take a more violent approach, this idea was still struck down almost immediately for being too over the top, considering especially that the vast majority of audiences for these films were children. These changes, which did not please Toho, were cut from the film prior to release, much to Banno's dismay. As there was no time to refilm certain scenes, the final cut of Godzilla vs. Hedora was even more bizarre than intended. It was described as eerie, bizarre, and, in most extreme cases, utterly nonsensical and insane. Banno himself, however, was extremely pleased with the results of his film, so much so that he began writing a sequel almost immediately. Tomoyuki Tanaka, who was a seasoned Godzilla director and also hospitalized during filming, went so far as to tell Banno that he had ruined Godzilla. Banno was not discouraged, as he was even more determined to have his sequel made. Despite his intentions, Banno was banned from directing another Godzilla film, as his extreme approach to filming that left several members hospitalized, as well as his dark ideas, were deemed unfit for the series. Banno, obviously unpleased with this turn of events, cut communication with many of his superiors, as well as those around him. Many other projects were considered afterwards, but Banno was scarcely heard from and never seen. The last accounts anyone had of Yoshimitsu Banno after his directorial debut are vague at best, but the only foreseeable conclusion is as follows. Mere months after his ban, he quit his job as assistant director to several cartoons, and he cut contact with those around him. Packing his documents, along with the 20 remaining minutes of footage that were not seen in the final film, he simply disappeared. It's unknown what happened to Banno, or what became of those last 20 minutes of footage. But for better or worse, neither were ever seen again. I was 9, going on 10 years old, We lived in a small town, in a large green house at the crest of a steep hill. Up the street from us, the road ended at a large forest. My brothers and I would walk up there and play in the shelter of the thick tree branches. None of the trees were suitable for climbing, but enough had fallen over that we would build makeshift forts from their remains. We would explore the pine needle carpet for bugs, whack through the ferns with sticks like explorers, or just play hide and seek in the dense thickets. Just beyond the edge of the forest, at the top of the hill, there was a little stream. Beside the stream was the burnt-out skeleton of an old house. We had been told that the property belonged to somebody, so stay off. But on occasion, we felt brave enough to explore the wreckage and find buried treasure. One time, which was to be the second to last time I ever dared set foot among the blackened walls and scattered junk of that house, I found a small, cylindrical container. My brother was busy looking through a pile of dead books. The moment I picked up this container, there came the snap of a twig behind us, setting both my brother and I off at a sprint from the site and deep into the heart of the woods. When we caught our breath, I realized that I had taken that container with me. So I twisted and clenched at the screwed-on cap, trying to get it open. But I could not. My brother egged me on, but when given the opportunity to prove his might, he too failed to pry the jar open. And so, the jar remained a mystery to me for several days. When we returned home, I hid the jar in a drawer just for things I'd found lying around. I called it my junk drawer. It wasn't until my friend James came over to play that weekend that the contents of the jar were discovered. When I showed him the canister, he instantly snatched it up and began trying to open it to see what was inside. His face turned red with the strain. He groaned. His hands shook. But lo and behold, the lid made a grinding sound and shifted. Eagerly, we fought over taking the cover off the rest of the way, but James won out, as he had been the one to get it open. He twisted. He popped off the lid, and immediately, we were assaulted by a powerful smell. I shied away, disgusted at the aroma, which to me was like a mix of baby powder and a bar of soap. James held the jar away from his nose and gagged. "Ugh, it smells like puke," he declared. Re-skewering the lid, we took the jar outside to keep from drawing my parents' attention to it. We went down a hill in the backyard, towards the swamp which was located on the outskirts of the property. There was a large rock there, where I had discovered a crag suitable for hiding things in, a place I didn't want found. We opened the jar again, blanched at the smell, and then looked inside. What we found was some sort of cosmetic makeup, thick and buttery, in the color of skin. I suggested to James that he try putting some on, and he gagged again at the thought. We had no idea how long it had been in the jar, and we certainly didn't want to get that smell on us. People would think that we'd been rolling around in a field of old ladies. I resealed the lid on the jar, and I tucked it back into the nook of the rock, obscuring it from sight. The next day, my family left to go see an air show that my sister's boyfriend was a part of. I had been temperamental. I got in a loud argument with my mother and was ultimately left behind to fend for myself. Half an hour after they left, there was a knock at the side door. I slowly approached the door to see who it was, and there was this middle-aged looking lady standing there. She had dark hair and brown eyes, and she was tall and slender. She was wearing a big overcoat. She smiled at me through the glass of the outer door, and she asked if my parents were home. Naively, I informed her that they were not. "Do you mind if I come in and wait for them to return?" she asked me. I didn't know who she was, but the last thing I wanted to do at that point was upset my parents by refusing to let in some friend of theirs. I opened the glass door, only to find that the air outside was heavy with the smell of that jar. Only this time, there was some underlying odor beneath it that made me queasy. The woman reached towards the door, as if to take a hold of my wrist, and I quickly retreated and shut the door. "I'm sorry. You'll have to wait outside," I told her. I felt very hot all of a sudden, and the air seemed to become thicker. "I'm not allowed to let people in who I don't know. Not when I'm here on my own." The woman looked disappointed. Her brow seemed to furrow for a moment, as if puzzling over my behavior. And then, for a moment, she seemed angry. I felt scared by her expression, and before I had even thought about what I was doing, I shut the door in her face. She knocked a few more times, but then it got quiet. When my family returned, they came in by themselves, talking and laughing about the air show. I asked them if the woman was still outside, and they asked me what woman I was talking about. I told them about the woman who had come to the door and asked about them, and then asked to come in. They told me I had done the right thing by not letting her inside, and then I got a lecture on talking to strangers or even answering the door when I was home alone. I saw her again on Monday when I was at school. It was recess, and we were all playing outside. I was taking part in a game of soccer. The ball got kicked through our goal and disappeared into the bushes by the edge of the schoolyard. I went looking for it and came out on the nearby road. As I picked up the ball, I felt the sudden need to look up. Just down the road from where I was standing was that woman in the brown overcoat. She was beckoning to me with one hand out, while the other seemed to be holding her coat shut. On the breeze, I could smell that same smell of baby powder and soap, the same as the contents of that jar. I turned and ran back to the soccer field. On Tuesday, I couldn't get the smell out of my head. I awoke to it smothering me. It masked the taste of my cereal. It was there with me on the bus, in homeroom, during silent reading, at recess, at lunch, at gym, at every one of my classes, and all the way home. My tongue, it felt ready to shrivel up in my mouth. When I got home, the smell slapped me in the face at the front door. Exacerbated, I threw my backpack down and ran back outside, down the path to the swamp. I turned round the corner of the large rock, and the woman was there. Her back was facing me, but it was clearly her in that large overcoat. She was hunched over, muttering to herself. All I could smell was that choking aroma all over her. As soon as I stepped round the bend, she stopped what she was doing, and with her back still to me, stood up, set the jar of makeup down on the rock, and turned to look at me. "You took my makeup," she said, head half turned. "I had lost it, but you found it. I can't go out without my makeup." She turned her head all the way around, and I saw her entire face. Where she had not yet applied the makeup, the skin of her face was red and swollen. It was covered in blisters. In some places, it was pitch black. She looked like some kind of half-cooked piece of meat. She cocked her head slightly, and she smiled at me. Half normal, half burned. "I just wanted to thank you for finding my makeup," she said through her teeth. Her eyes seemed to say otherwise. I was frozen in fear. As I watched, she pulled open the front of her overcoat, revealing this tattered black dress. It was not black to begin with, I was sure of that. A bit of it that fluttered and hung off it had some kind of floral print. But almost the entirety of the dress was burned to cinders. Beneath it, I saw more blackened flesh. Her shoulders, her legs, her feet, and a pair of roasted heels. All of it was burned. And the worst part of it all was the smell. She smelled like she was still being cooked. Even as she stood there, exposing the destruction of her body to me, she seemed to be shriveling, flaking away, and the air was rife with the aroma of it all. "Don't I look better now?" She reached out to grab me, and I ran. She yelled at me. It was almost more of a wild growl, like a wolf bearing down on an animal it plans to eat. I sprinted up the path, never once looking back, for I was certain that she was right behind me. A smell, the smell of her roasted body, mixed with the smell of the makeup. It was all over me. I jumped the steps to the side porch, and I nearly injured my shoulder throwing myself through the door in the same instant that I opened it. I didn't want to risk it being locked or maybe jammed. If it was, I was going to bust it down to get in before she touched me. I was well and truly out of breath, when I stumbled into the kitchen. I was babbling, waving my hands frantically. My mother watched me for a moment from the sink, thinking I was playing some kind of game. Then her nose turned up in disgust. "What is that awful smell? What have you been up to?" "There's a burned up lady chasing me," I finally managed to stammer out. "Is this some sort of game?" my mother replied. "I watched you from the window here, bolting up the path like it was you that was on fire." "There's a lady down in the swamp," I gasped. "She's all covered with burns." Well now, that got my mother moving. I was warned that if I was lying, my father would hear about it. This was not the sort of thing to make jokes about, I was told. My siblings overheard the commotion, and before I knew it, everyone in the house was marching down the path to that swamp. I led them around the rock to where the lady had been. But, as you would expect, she was not there. The canister of makeup had been dashed against the stone face. Broken glass was everywhere, as was the goopy concealer. And that smell. My brothers and sisters covered their noses and turned back home. I was dragged home by my arm, scolded and punished. It was weeks later that my brother and I were back at the burned-down house in the woods, looking at blackened books and other junk. I had been having nightmares ever since that incident with the woman, but somehow I did not correlate the fact that that jar of makeup came from this old ruin of a building with what had happened. It wasn't until I found the smoked-over glass and brass frame, pulled the yellowing photo from it, and saw the old, black and white picture of a middle-aged couple that I realized. And as I knelt there, my hands shaking as I stared at the photo, I heard a whisper from somewhere close. "I can't go without my makeup." There was a clatter of junk from behind me, and I turned in a panic. My brother was standing there, leafing through a brown book. He looked up at me, and he grinned. "A little jumpy, are we?" His expression paled suddenly. He dropped the book and ran, stumbling over the rubble. I felt a pair of hands on my shoulders. Before they had a chance to grip my shirt, I took off after my brother. We hid in the woods for almost an hour. We had plenty of practice at not being found among the ferns and branches and fallen logs. When we finally felt it was safe to come out, we broke from our hiding spot, sprinted for a path we knew of, and followed it out of there, not once slowing down. We hit the pavement of our street and continued our dash until we were home. We never went back to that place. Not once. Ever again. For this ritual, you don't need red string or candles or a mirror. It isn't even you conducting the ritual. It's more like a game than anything. And it is as old as the universe itself. Maybe even older. It has been here since angels first appeared. This game, it involves a lot of risks, including a life debt, a bloody death, haunting nightmares, etc. At first, the rules may sound a bit like the classical Hunger Games. But I'm telling you, it really is quite different. To start off the ritual, you need to desire something. Whether this is the revival of a dead relative, a new mansion, a lover. You need to want it with all the will you possess. It's best if it's personal, as global changes really don't mix well if you win. This will be explained later. Once you have your wish set in your mind, you have to wait. Don't worry. At some point in your life, the trainer is going to come to you. But you have to be patient. It may be in 7 days, 7 weeks, 7 months, 7 years. I recall a friend of mine waiting for 47 years before his trainer showed up. But most people are not that unlucky. Make sure you want it with everything you have, or the trainer will simply not show up. It is best to play this ritual in your teen years, as once you're in the game, an athletic body brings on many advantages. Hobbling around when you're 85 years old really doesn't improve your chances of survival. When the trainer finally shows up, he will be looking like your typical average human. But he's not normal. He is a winner of a round of the ritual. And being a victor comes with a heavy price tag on your soul. For starters, he is immortal, or doomed to live forever, until one of his trainees becomes the champion. He'll look quite filthy. He'll be wearing out-of-date clothes, and he has this haunted look in his eyes, one he'll never get rid of. He is also extremely lethal. I recommend that you do not provoke him. He will most likely be a master in the arts of offense, defense, and something else. Something I think I'll mention to you later. You will probably be alone. Maybe in your bedroom. Perhaps sitting on a park bench. Squatting in a bathroom. Your trainer will simply materialize out of nowhere. Don't be afraid. He won't hurt you. Unless you try to hurt him. You can call your trainer whatever name you want. He doesn't care. He will only ask you one question to verify your willingness to participate. Are you willing to partake in the oldest of games? It won't matter if you speak English, German, or Zulu. You'll understand what he's saying. Understand this. This is your last chance to turn back now. If you wish to, simply say, No. He'll nod his head twice before vanishing, and you can live peacefully. If you do still wish to participate in the ritual, say yes or something to that effect. The trainer will hand you a gold-colored toothpick with blood-red tips. At this moment, blink 3 times and you'll find yourself alone again. You can flush the toothpick, throw it away. It does not matter. You will always find it in your pockets or in the palm of your hand. Also, you cannot snap the toothpick in half, because this toothpick is not a toothpick. It's more of a seraphic weapon of deadly power, disguised as a teeth picker. 1 week later, while you're alone in your bed, at the stroke of midnight, you'll hear your bedroom door creak open. This is not your mum checking up on you or a molester that somehow broke into your house. It's the trainer. He'll motion for you to follow him with a wave of his hand. No matter how hard you resist, your body will automatically respond by following him. You don't need to worry about waking other people or tripping over anything in the dark. Surprisingly, you find that you can see perfectly well, even though it's nighttime and there are no lights on. What this means is that not only are you not in your home anymore, you are no longer in your home dimension anymore. The trainer has led you to a dimension where the training and the ritual will take place. He'll lead you to some small, secret room that you never bothered to take a look at. There will be a loose panel where he would slide apart and beckon you to crawl in. Do it. There will be enough space to do so. Although, the tunnel smells musty. Cobwebs are etched into the arched ceiling. Your hands and feet will probably be sore from crawling. The pain will disappear when you emerge from the tunnel. Don't worry. You'll be outside, or what you think is outside. It's actually just an introduction room. It's pretty much a long, wide path made of these shimmering courts. Start walking forward. Do not look to the sides, unless you want horrifying nightmares. Your trainer will be right behind you. Should you look to the sides, well, you did want nightmares, The sides are littered with bodies, all still alive. They are the souls of the contestants that have been slaughtered in the ritual. They won't stay on the path's sides forever. They are, in fact, the players from the last ritual. When the next ritual comes, they will be going to whatever afterlife they believe in. I should warn you, not all of them are human. Only one competitor from each dimension can participate in this ritual. Not every dimension plays this game, but those that do will be ruthless, cold-blooded, merciless. Back to the path. Should you look to the sides, you will see gory, terrifying scenes. Humanoid torsos with the head attached, still flopping about. The guts spilling out from slits on the abdomen. A dog-like creature screeching about as white, wiggling worms slither in and out of his body, etc., etc. Since most of you listeners are regular patrollers of this site, I'm certain you can fill in the gaps. At some point, the path will end. Tear your gaze away from these tortured souls. You'll be looking at a golden door, glowing slightly. Your trainer, who has been silent this whole time, will now say, "Excuse me," and open the door for you. He must be the one opening the door, as it requires magic, and you don't have that yet. More on that later. When you step into the doorway, your trainer closing the door with a muted click, you'll be in a circular room with dimly lit torches set to the side. This will be your training room, where you will be doing so for about a month or two, until the ritual begins. Every midnight, no matter where you are, a small piece of your soul will detach from the whole and travel along that gruesome path to train until the ritual will begin. Don't worry about the rest of your body. They'll know what to do. You will train for some time, as time here is very different from Earth time. And then you will be escorted back in the same manner. Don't waste your time. Every second is precious to your survival. Upon entering, the trainer will ask you for the toothpick. Retrieve it and hand it over to him. He will close his hand around it before giving it back to you. You will feel a sudden heat in your hand, and in front of your eyes, that flimsy toothpick will transform into a sword. The kind with a yard-long blade and a leather handle. It will fit perfectly in your hand, as it was created for you and only you. You can name your sword whatever you want, or change it back to a toothpick anytime. Just think about it really hard, and it will happen. This morphing weapon is one advantage that humans have over the other contestants. The other thing that is a part of the human advantage is the ability to wield magic. No, you don't get a cool Harry Potter wand yelling out random incantations. I guess I should elaborate on the concept of magic a bit. You see, the universe is controlled by forces, which in turn is controlled by one supreme god. These forces are emotions, theories, etc. They are what makes you love your family, hate your enemies. They are desires and wishes. They are pride and shame. Magic is one of those forces. In fact, one of the oldest ones. Magic is not the ability to control energy or anything like that. Magic is something that only humans can control due to their weaknesses of mortal fragility. And the one thing that can save your life. You will certainly need magic in this game. Your trainer will ask you if you believe in magic. Most of you will say no. He will start discussing about the concept and history of magic, how humans can use it to their favor, how they could command it. By the end of the lecture, you'll probably believe him. And if you don't, you're in a really bad position. Your trainer will take out a sword and show you some moves. Try copying them, as swordplay is essential in the ritual. When training is over, your muscles will ache, but that will fade once you walk out of the training room. Your trainer will follow you back, as you should have memorized the pathway by now. It's only now, when you're in your bed, cot, whatever, that you're back in your own dimension. The next night, the trainer will explain the rules to you. Pay attention if you like living. The Diviner, who is the most powerful of all the forces, besides magic, is also the force that governs desires, wishes, yearnings, longings, something like that. Now, he isn't a genie. In fact, most of the time, he ignores requests or wishes. But, like all self-conscious things in the universe, he dreams. He doesn't dream like the way humans do. His dreams are more of dreamlands. That is, the very arena that you will be fighting in. The moment he starts dreaming, his worshippers begin the ritual. The ritual is a way of subconsciously granting wishes. Who those worshippers are, I have no idea. Supplies are scattered all over the map. Some of them are not edible for you. Please keep in mind, the other contestants are not humans. If you do find one that can actually help you, use it. Don't save it for later. Supplies are always appearing spontaneously. Why? Remember that everything in the arena is part of the dream, except for you. And at some point, the supplies you gathered will vanish. The arena is also much smaller than it looks. It's mostly the dream warping in on itself, curving, overlapping. Don't go thinking that you can hide. As the game progresses, the arena will shrink until it's only the size of a house. This normally takes a week or so. You can't just stroll in with a cool sword and magic. You need some survival instincts of your own. Because humans are mostly weak, they almost never win the ritual. The moment you feel the ground beneath your feet, start running. Gather what you can and flee. At nighttime, do not sleep on the ground. This is an extremely vulnerable place. You will probably be killed very easily. Since many of these contestants came from dimensions where the land is just a stretch of barren rock, I suggest you sleep in a tree or something. If you cannot climb up a tree, use your magic. I still haven't really explained the rules, yes? Basically, survive a week or so in the arena. Don't form allies. These creatures will not protect you in any way. If you see a contestant and you're in a good position to kill it, then kill it. Each one of them are deadly, manipulative, sadistic, heartless. I mean, literally. Some of them actually don't have any hearts. Do not trust any of them, no matter how charming or innocent they look. They will not hesitate to kill you. This ritual, it's not about killing each other to be the last being standing. It's more about surviving a week to find something. To find the ruby. Huh? The ruby? What the hell is that? Be patient. I will answer that question. Technically, the ruby is a bright, glowing red stone. Why is it glowing? Well, you see, it contains a guardian inside it. A guardian is not a force. It's more like a seraphic being or an angel. For unknown reasons, it can be trapped inside an object to bring the wearer good luck or safety. It's your typical good luck charm. In the case of the ruby, a guardian is trapped inside one. At the end of a week in the arena, the ruby will appear. By this point, there will likely be about 2 or maybe 3 contestants left. Assuming you're still alive, unlikely. Your job is to find the ruby, as only one person can hold it. You see, the diviner doesn't like intruders in his dream. He will try to get rid of them. And let's face it, you are an intruder. The diviner will probably engulf you. You'll be one of those souls on the path's sides for a long, long time, as the diviner does not dream frequently. The ruby will protect you from the diviner's wrath, for not even he could face the fury of the angels. When he does come, the sky will darken. It will turn a blood red. The trees will be uprooted, and everything will be tossed in the sky and blasted into pieces. The diviner is angry, and you do not want to face his anger. Most likely, you'll be fighting another player. Both of you on the verge of death when he comes. By this point, you should lunge forward and grab the ruby whilst the other player is shredded into pieces. Their skin peeling to reveal dark, soggy flesh, the bones slowly protruding from various spots. You can fill in the blanks. He will then take on a humanoid shape and advance on you. But do not be afraid. As long as you hold that ruby tight and do not drop it, he can't hurt a single strand of your hair. He'll stare at you impassively for some time before sitting down next to you and touching your arm. Your wounds will then heal. You can release your hold on the ruby, though I do not recommend you do so. And he will ask you a question. What do you want? Wish for something personal. The diviner is powerful and such, and he has the ability to grant your wishes. But try not to be whimsical, as you can only play in this ritual once. I'll explain that soon. I've known some selfless people wishing for worldwide peace or to end poverty. But the diviner simply cannot do that. He knows there's nothing to stop people from fighting again or becoming poor. It's just a wasted wish. Just wish for something that you truly want, and he will give it. Once you have uttered your wish, he will ask you, "Are you sure?" Say no, and he'll wait for you to come up with another wish. Say yes, and he will smile slightly. Close your eyes and count to 10. When you open them, you will be back in the training room. That's a lot of information to take in, yeah? And it's only been the second night. For the rest of the nights, you'll be learning how to use weapons and how to harness magic. You will not immediately get the hang of it. You may feel something electric shoot up your arm, or your fingers suddenly becoming fire hot. Those are signs that magic is adjusting to your body. To summon magic, you need to concentrate on everything around you. The slight air shifting, the dark oak panels, etc. Magic is waiting, ready to be used. Magic can do a lot of things. You can start fires, kill opponents, and even create food. It's crucial to your survival in the ritual. You can't really use magic in your own dimension because it's rarely used there. Also, most people just don't believe in it. Night after night, you will train. When the day comes, the trainer will escort you to another door, wave goodbye to you, and leave. Good luck. If you do manage to survive, after asking the diviner your wish, you'll find yourself back at the training room. Your trainer will be there for you. He will smile, and you may notice that the haunted, sorrowful look in his eyes is gone. He's finally free from the job of a trainer. As you have won, you have taken the burden off his shoulders. He'll thank you sincerely before vanishing, going to whatever afterlife he believes in. You will stand there, shocked. But don't think too long about it. Go home. Back there, you will find your wish granted, and you think you'll be happy and contented for the rest of your life. But there is a price to pay. A heavy price to pay, I might add. Remember the trainer vanishing. That doesn't mean that there will be no trainers, for the ritual will continue being played as long as beings desire. When you won the ritual, you had to pay something. In this case, you are the next trainer. There will come a time in your life when you will notice that you are not aging anymore. You will be immortal forever, just as the ritual begins again. You will have to find a trainee, someone who desperately wants something. You will have to train him to get ready for the ritual. As time in the home dimension passes, and everyone you love dies, you will start living in the training room. you'll be forced to watch trainee after trainee being brutally slaughtered in the ritual. If you're very lucky, your first trainee is a winner and you can take your place. You can live the rest of your life in peace, assuming you have not died of old age yet. You can only play in this game once, so choose your wish wisely. Well, I don't know what else to say. Don't trust anyone. Pay attention to your trainer. Blah blah blah. Maybe you have magic and weapons, but you need one more thing. The will. You need the will for survival. You need to fight for your life. You need a goal in mind. You need the determination to struggle on. This ritual, it tests your responses, your speed, your resolve. You need to know how to truly fight with your mind. I suppose you're going to seek out the ritual now. What can I say? I can't help you with abilities or power, or anything like that. I'm just here for moral support. Good luck. The Nintendo Entertainment System. One of the most classic and revolutionary consoles, filled with iconic games such as Super Mario Bros., Metroid, Duck Hunt. However, inside the Nintendo Entertainment System's vast array of games, there are some lesser-known ones, even some peculiar ones. One such example is a game called Lucifer's Manor. Lucifer's Manor was a game created by a small company called the Brockletons. They were, essentially, trying to make one of the very first horror games. They published the game in small quantities, so it's extremely hard to find a copy today, if there even are any still in existence. If you do somehow find one, to tell if it's legit, look for these obvious signs. The cover picture is a dead giveaway, as unlike the majority of the NES library, it looks as though a second grader drew all over it in art class. The cartridge is black, with these little specks of red all over, along with some scratches in an X formation along the sides. These effects were added to make the game seem creepier, although I don't see how bad drawings are creepy. Before I continue, I cannot stress this enough. It is strongly advised that you do not play this game. Saying that, I do realize that at least one of you will go out on an expedition to find it. So I'm just going to break down what happens within, hopefully to lessen your curiosity. The game starts out with this baby blue, the Brockletons logo, appearing on the screen. Then, it goes straight to the title. Some cheesy, 8-bit, scary music plays, and the game starts It begins in a third-person perspective, in which you, as the main character, simply have to walk up to the door of the manor and open it. After doing so, the game switches to a first-person perspective, which is very surprising considering this came out in the beginning of the NES era. You go down a hall and strange music begins to play, somewhat resembling some kind of pitch-shifted 8-bit edition of a song straight from the movie Psycho. There are random doors scattered around the walls along with foreign text, which some believe to be Latin, sprawled across them. Every door leads to a room, one that contains a different key. Once you find the key, you leave the room and continue on to the next door. This process continues until exactly the 9th door. After you get the key from that door, the music starts getting softer and softer, and soon, all you can hear is white noise. You then notice that the game starts looking worse and worse. It's as if the game is degrading right before your eyes. After this, a face, which is thought to be the main character's, appears on the screen, saying Lucifer's Manor. And then, a few words in Latin, which roughly translate to Hell awaits. The game then crashes, deleting all the saved data upon reinsertion of the cart. Sometimes, albeit very rarely, the game will not crash, and you are allowed to keep playing. When you keep on walking through the hall, you will notice that the words begin changing from Latin to English, reading nonsense like, "He stole it, not me," "Dinner's ready," and "The ship is here, men, to your places." However, as you go further through the hall, the words get more and more disturbing. Phrases such as "off with his head," "end my suffering," and "please, Lord, stop with the torment," among others, begin to appear. Amid the sea of puzzling sentences, you will see this frequent message: Kiyomu is here. Nobody for sure knows who Kiyomu is, or why she is mentioned so much in these writings. Sometimes, as you are walking through the hallway, a girl's face will show up on the wall and just scream. This is who most people believe Kiyomu is. You will also begin to notice the occasional bloodstains on the keys, and some mysterious writing in an unknown language inside the rooms. After the 15th room, the screen will start shaking, and you move much more slowly. At this point, the girl is shown full body in front of a faraway door. You start moving slower and slower, as she gets closer and closer until she is right in front of you. She screams, and the screen goes black. The game resumes after a few seconds inside of a strange green room. When you open the door, you will notice that you are in a completely different hallway. The walls now contain what are believed to be hanging bodies. They have slash marks all over them to accompany the writing. The music changes again to a much creepier tune, and the bodies start eerily swaying along with it. The words on the walls, they get much worse, saying phrases such as, "What type of cruel god would do this?" and "I'll do anything. Let me out." There is also more mention of Kiyomo, with phrases such as, "Kiyomo is waiting for you," and "There is no escape from Kiyomo." Occasionally, she will appear in the distance, watching your every move. The new doors you go into all have more difficult spots to find the keys. After about 8 more doors, the walls start glowing, as if there's fire. Once you move about 12 more doors, you will see the main door, adorned with spikes and radiant flames. If you have collected all of the keys, you automatically begin to approach it. All the keys get inserted in, and the door opens. All that is inside is an endless black room, a void. Kiyomo walks up and says, "I am the," and the game crashes. All saves are lost, and nobody knows what happens next. Now that you know how the game plays out, I urge you not to play it. Coincidence or not, all who have played the game have met troublesome fates. The people who did not get to see the second part had lesser things happen to them. For some people, their grades plummeted, or they got in trouble with the law for crimes they had not committed. Some even went broke or lost their job due to mysterious, unforeseen circumstances. However, for the people who actually did see the second part, the majority had much more severe problems. Some of the lucky ones died or had someone they loved die. For the most part though, the people would go insane, speaking of how Kiyomo is hunting them, trying to kill them, and how she is torturing them. Some of them were even found hanging, covered in self-inflicted blade wounds. Now, I would be lying if I said that everyone who played the game or reached that hidden second part met with misfortune. But these coincidences are undeniable, and it's truly not worth the risk So, like I said, if ever you find this game, it is advisable that you do not play it. Immediately destroy it. That is, unless you have a death wish.